You know, yeah, you know what? That's your left side. How about that? Yeah, what's up with women thinking they can fight guys? Isn't that kind of weird? No. That's fine. You ain't even got to think of me as a woman for the night. That's fine. What's your hand? That's good. You won't need it. No, so here's the thing. I would never put my hand on a female, so because men are too. The thing is that look, I don't even consider equal to men in any way. Which is your problem? Because well, here's the thing. You probably want that because I would never put my hands on them because we're physically superior to you guys in every way. It'd be foolish for me to ever put my hand on a female because you guys are like we're kids, to be honest with you. So it doesn't make sense. It's kind of cute that you would say you get into a fight with me, but I wouldn't. So all women are kids. Not a majority. The majority. Yeah, that's hilarious. So and I don't even have anything to say to that, honestly. It's like it makes sense. All women are kids. I never said. I said a lot of them behave like that, like you now, for example. Yeah. Having like she's fine. So you behave like one, yes. Yeah, think about it. You physically find a guy. That's a very bad mindset to have. Because there's some weirdos out there that would actually. You do realize that like there's some weirdos out there that would like take you up on that and try to fight you. That's a very bad. No, absolutely, and I wish they would. You do realize that you're going to lose almost every confrontation with a guy ever, right? Like I would never touch you. You might get shot. Simply, but yeah, for sure. Whoa. Damn. And hey, listen, I'm passing here from my block of money, right? So don't try to get in my city, okay? So relax. I have girls that easily, hey, check you on your bullshit, all right? So don't do it. I ain't do shit, but you know what? Watch out. I'm not ever gonna fight no girl. No, you're my city, came out, I'm about to get shot. Try it. Well, I mean, I would never try it. No, try it. No, try it. Right? So don't threaten him while I shoot him, right? Because I'll come here. All right? I'll come and block him. All right? Take a pump on your lap. Okay, yeah. Don't what you want. Okay. Do what you want. Like I said, I don't want shit. How about that? Yeah. For all the other ladies here, engaging in this kind of behavior is very dangerous weather, and there's a lot of guys out there that are weirdos that will hit you back. So I don't think it's smart for a woman to ever challenge a guy to a fight. Obviously, I would never put my hands on this woman because she's a female, which means she's inferior to me physically. Yeah, sure. But for everybody else out here, ladies, like this is very dangerous weather to take in. So please don't engage in fights or confrontations like this with guys. Like she's foolish. She's very foolish for even doing that. And no, I'm not going to physically fight you. Like you're weird. You're weird for declining my offer. What? You're weird for not hitting you? Oh no. Listen, man. Yeah, this girl's a weird one. Like, yeah, you can tell. She thinks it's on. This girl's like, I'm a bunch of, like, yo, are you out people all the time? Like, what's wrong with you? Yeah, I know her. Like, you can tell. I don't know. No, you're I'm saying, no. Especially if black we're not talking to you. I'm talking about this wigger over here. Like, yo, what's up? Like, you never been around zip life. I'm not ghetto. I'm real, and I'm never gonna hold myself back. As soon as I think something, I'm 100% going to say it. I swear to God. Okay, so you have no ability to control yourself then? I have ability to control myself, but you obviously are not. I feel disrespected. Therefore, like we were just talking about earlier, respect. As much as respect is given to me, I'm going to give the exact same respect back. 100%. You just I'm cool with everybody. You're not cool, simply. You can't control yourself, man. No, I can, but I don't have no urge to be forced you if you're not cool. Okay. Simply. So you just admit you can't control yourself. Great. What? You have no ability to restrain yourself. No, you don't come. No, I mean that's just a con. I mean it is what it is. Yeah, I feel the same way. Amen. Yeah. Dude, try to well, we should join a parade together. You look like Pennywise with that makeup. Thank you. on your face?
Yes, absolutely I do. It's called contour, blush, and foundation. Thank you.
3 different shades.
Yes. One's pink, one's a darker brown, and one's white. Yes.
Yeah, 3 different shades.
Yes, that's how makeup works. Watch a video.
A fresh start calls for better sound, sharper picture, and smarter tech. At NFM, discover the latest electronics. Shop TVs, soundbars, computers, gaming equipment, and more, all in stock and ready to go. Find endless options and great prices, only at NFM.
Don't compromise on your sunscreen. Get this. Invisible protection you can trust at half of the price.
Alright, song down to the sun Hotels.com is where you go to choose from hundreds of thousands of hotels and their reviews on every stack. It's exactly what it sounds like. Unlike catfish, which is not what it sounds like. When you hear Hotels.com, you think hotel rewards you can use like cash. No blackout dates. Because Hotels.com is exactly what it sounds like. Hotels.com. It's all in the name. All right, didn't know the circus was in town.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you know.
Some chats here, ladies and gentlemen. What did it include splitting this week? Think half the money given to your wife, or vice versa. Which gender would initiate majority of divorce?
Men, just because that's the only.
Who initiates most divorces right now?
Women.
I would actually like to change my answer to women. I think it initiates
All right, okay. And you?
Men.
Men?
Men, if it involves like money.
Okay, well, we all know the correct answer here because the moves are doing right now. Yeah, 80% of the actual rate. That's they don't have with women, regardless. Right? All right. What's your thing? By the way, it's so funny because you know we brought up before some work that we're going to use, right? And people you say chink out, so to speak. And the funny part is
The wallet was sitting right there on the wet pavement, half tucked beneath the rear tire of a black SUV that had just pulled away from the curb on Fifth Avenue. Claire Donnelly almost missed it. She had been walking fast, head down against the October wind, one hand gripping the strap of her canvas bag, and the other holding a brown paper bag that smelled faintly of the roasted chicken she had bought on sale at the corner market. Dinner for herself and her 7-year-old son, Theo. She wasn't looking for anything other than a way to get home before the cold got worse, but something made her glance down, and there it was, a slim, dark leather bifold lying open on the ground, like a discarded book, its edges already dampened by the thin film of rain that had been falling since noon. Claire stopped. She looked around. The black SUV was already a block away, absorbed into the sluggish stream of Manhattan traffic. The sidewalk was crowded. Office workers, a delivery guy on a bike, 2 teenagers with earbuds in. But nobody seemed to have noticed what had fallen. Nobody was looking back. Nobody was stopping. She picked it up. The leather was smooth and warm in a way that surprised her, as if it had been held by a careful hand just moments before. The inside was neat. No receipts, no crumpled cards, no chaos. Just a stack of $100 bills. She counted 5 before she stopped herself. A single black credit card with the name Richard Caldwell embossed in silver, and a small white card tucked behind it. No driver's license, no photos, no clutter. The white card had a phone number and nothing else, not even a name. Claire stood in the middle of the sidewalk while people moved around her like water around a stone. $500 in cash, probably more on the credit card than she would earn in a year at her current pace. She thought of the electric bill she had pushed to the back of the kitchen drawer. She thought of Theo's winter coat, the one with the broken zipper she had been meaning to replace since March. She thought of the notice from the landlord last Tuesday. Polite language, firm meaning. Then she tucked the wallet into her canvas bag, tightened her grip on the roasted chicken, and kept walking toward the subway. Claire Donnelly was 34 years old, and she had not planned any part of her life the way it had turned out. Not the marriage to Danny, which had felt like rescue at 22, and had collapsed quietly by the time she was 28. Not the pregnancy, which had surprised them both, and had ultimately survived the collapse of everything else. Not the tiny apartment in Washington Heights, with the radiator that knocked every night like someone impatient at the door. Not the job doing bookkeeping for a small dental practice on the Upper West Side, 3 days a week. Enough to keep the lights on if she was careful, not enough to breathe. What she had planned, or at least dreamed, was different. A degree in accounting that she'd finished at night school the year after Theo was born, studying at the kitchen table while he slept in the next room. A path forward. A version of herself that wasn't always 2 weeks from the edge. She was working on it. That was what she told herself every morning while she made Theo's lunch and checked the weather, and mentally calculated whether she could afford the good orange juice or the cheap kind. She was working on it. It was just taking longer than expected. At home that night after dinner, after Theo had shown her a drawing he'd made at school, a dog with 7 legs, which he explained was because 7 was his favorite number, and after she had read him 2 chapters of his book and turned off his light, Claire sat at the kitchen table and opened the wallet again. She spread out the contents on the table. The $500 bills, the black credit card, the small white card with the number. She opened her laptop and typed Richard Caldwell, New York, into the search bar. The results came back immediately, and for a moment she just stared at the screen. Richard Caldwell was not a man who lost things carelessly, according to every article that appeared. He was 41, the founder and CEO of Caldwell Capital Partners, one of the most prominent private equity firms in the country. His name appeared on the boards of 2 hospitals, a performing arts foundation, and a university endowment committee. There were photographs of him at charity galas, shaking hands with senators, speaking at a podium in front of a crowd of people in expensive suits. He was tall, with dark hair going silver at the temples, and a way of looking at the camera that suggested he was used to being looked at without necessarily enjoying it. His net worth, according to the most recent estimate she found, was somewhere north of $3 billion. Claire stared at the $500 on her kitchen table. Then she looked at the small white card. She thought about not calling. She thought about it seriously, the way you think seriously about something you already know you won't do. The money would help. The money would help enormously. But it wasn't hers. And she had known that from the moment she picked the wallet up off the wet pavement. She had known it even while she was thinking about the electric bill and Theo's coat and the landlord's letter. Knowing it hadn't stopped her from thinking about it, but it had stopped her from doing anything else. She picked up her phone and dialed the number on the white card. It rang 4 times. She was preparing herself for voicemail when someone answered. Yes, a man's voice, direct, not unfriendly, but not warm either. The voice of someone accustomed to calls that had a point. Hi, Claire said. I'm sorry to call so late. My name is Claire Donnelly. I found a wallet on 5th Avenue this afternoon, around 52nd Street. The credit card inside has the name Richard Caldwell. That's me? A pause, brief but noticeable, like a recalculation. Where are you? Washington Heights. I have the wallet. Everything's still in it. Another pause, longer this time. Everything, he repeated. It was not quite a question. Everything, she said. The silence that followed lasted only a few seconds, but it had a quality to it that she couldn't quite read. Not suspicion exactly. Something more like surprise, careful and unannounced. "Can I send someone to pick it up tomorrow morning?" he asked. "Of course," Claire said. "Or I can drop it somewhere, whatever's easier." "I'll send someone to you. What's your address?" She gave it to him. He read it back correctly, which for some reason she noticed. They agreed on 10 o'clock. He thanked her. 2 words, clean and direct. And the call ended. Claire sat for a moment with the phone in her hand, looking at the wallet on the table. She put the bills and the card back in their places, closed the leather fold, and set it beside her laptop. She told herself that was the end of it. Someone would come tomorrow, pick up the wallet, and that would be that. A small, unremarkable story she might tell Theo someday. A lesson in doing the right thing, even when it cost you something. She turned off the kitchen light and went to bed. She did not expect, when she opened her door at 10 o'clock the next morning, to find Richard Caldwell standing in the hallway himself. He was taller in person than the photograph suggested. That was the first thing Claire noticed. The second was that he was alone. No assistant trailing behind him, no driver waiting visibly in the hall, no entourage of any kind. Just a man in a dark wool coat standing in the narrow corridor outside her apartment door, holding a small arrangement of white flowers wrapped in brown paper that looked like it had been bought from a real florist. Not a hotel lobby. Claire had answered the door expecting a courier. She was wearing her good jeans and a grey sweater she considered presentable, which was fortunate. She was not wearing the expression she'd planned. Composed, casual, the face of someone entirely unbothered by returning a billionaire's wallet. Instead, she stood in the doorway for a moment, with her hand still on the knob, recalibrating. "Mr. Caldwell," she said. "Miss Donnelly." He held out the flowers with a directness that somehow made the gesture less awkward than it could have been. "I wanted to bring these myself. I hope that's not an intrusion." "It's not," she said, which was true. "Come in." He stepped inside and took in the apartment, the way people did when they were trying not to appear to be doing so. A quick sweep, respectful, not evaluating. The space was small but clean. Claire had made sure of that. There were crayon drawings taped to the refrigerator, and a pair of small sneakers by the door, and a half-finished puzzle on the coffee table that Theo had been working on for 2 weeks. It was a map of the world. He'd completed Europe and was making slow, determined progress through Asia. "Tea?" Claire offered, because it seemed right. "Please," Richard said. She put the flowers in a tall glass. Her best vase was a pasta jar, but she used it without comment and put the kettle on. Richard sat at the kitchen table, which was the only table, and looked at the puzzle on the coffee table in the next room with what appeared to be genuine attention. "My son's," Claire said, coming back with 2 mugs. "He's at school." "How old?" 7. She set a mug in front of him and sat across the table. The wallet was there between them, exactly where she had left it the night before. She pushed it toward him. "Everything is there. I didn't count the cash beyond what I could see, but I didn't take anything." He picked it up without opening it. "I know," he said. She looked at him. "You know? I had a feeling." He set the wallet in his coat pocket. Most people who find something and return it tell you right away that everything is there. The ones who've taken something still say it, but they say it differently. He picked up his mug. "You said it like someone who was slightly annoyed to have to mention it at all." Claire considered that. "I wasn't annoyed." "No," he agreed, "but you were matter-of-fact about it, like it was obvious." "It was obvious," she said. He looked at her then, not the glancing, social kind of look, but a direct one, as if he was deciding something. It lasted only a second, but it had weight. "The cash alone was $500, he said. "I noticed. Most people would have kept it and returned the cards. Some people would have kept everything and thrown the wallet in a trash can." "I'm not most people," Claire said. She said it plainly, without pride, the way you state a fact about the weather. Richard wrapped both hands around his mug and was quiet for a moment. Outside, someone in the apartment upstairs was dragging furniture. The radiator knocked twice, then settled. "I'd like to do something for you," he said. "Not as a transaction, I want to be clear about that. But this matters to me, and I'd like to respond to it in a way that means something. Claire felt the familiar tightness across her shoulders, the one that arrived whenever something good appeared to be offered, and she couldn't yet see the cost of accepting it. You don't have to, she said. I know I don't have to. I didn't return your wallet because I wanted something in return. I know that too, he said. That's actually the reason I want to do something. She looked at him carefully. He didn't look like a man making a charitable gesture. He looked like a man making an argument, thoughtful, prepared, anticipating her objections. What did you have in mind? She asked. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he said, Can I ask what you do? She told him. The bookkeeping, the dental practice, the 3 days a week, the night school accounting degree she hadn't fully put to use. She told him more than she intended to, not because he pushed, but because he listened in a way that people rarely did, without the barely concealed impatience of someone waiting for their turn to speak. When she finished, she felt faintly exposed, the way you do when you've said more than you meant to in a quiet room. I have a position, Richard said, junior financial analyst at Caldwell Capital. It's not entry level. There's real responsibility. The pay is substantial. I had a candidate withdraw last week. He paused. I'm not offering it to you because you returned my wallet. I'm offering it because in the last 10 minutes I've watched you do mental math on whether to trust me while pretending to drink your tea, and anyone who can do that without showing it can probably do the job. Claire put her mug down. You don't know anything about my work, she said. No, he agreed. That's what interviews are for. She should have said something measured, something careful and grateful and non-committal. Instead, she said, Why did you come yourself? You could have sent someone. Something shifted in his expression. Not quite a smile, more like the idea of one, considered and then mostly set aside. The wallet wasn't the only thing I lost yesterday, he said. She waited. I had a meeting on 52nd Street. It went badly. Not catastrophically, but badly enough that I left on foot instead of waiting for the car, which I almost never do. He turned his mug slowly on the table. I wasn't paying attention. I'd been paying very close attention to the wrong things for a long time, and it caught up with me yesterday in a conference room, and I walked out and apparently dropped my wallet getting into the car. He looked up. I wanted to come myself because I wanted to see what kind of person found it. I've been paying attention to the wrong things. I thought it might help to pay attention to a right one. The apartment was quiet, except for the radiator. Claire looked at the man across her kitchen table, the coat that probably cost more than her monthly rent, the careful way he held himself, the slight shadows under his eyes that she recognized because she saw them in her own mirror, and thought that he was lonelier than the photograph suggested. Not tragically, not obviously, but genuinely. Send me the interview details, she said finally. I can't promise anything, but I'll come. He nodded. He didn't look triumphant. He looked, if anything, relieved. They finished their tea. He stood to leave, and Claire walked him to the door. He paused in the doorway and glanced back at the puzzle on the coffee table. Asia is the hardest part, he said. That's what Theo says. He's right. Richard Caldwell put his hands in his coat pockets and looked at her once more with that direct, weighted attention. Thank you, Miss Donnelly, for the wallet and for the tea. Claire, she said. He nodded slowly. Richard. Then he was gone, and she was standing in the open doorway of her small apartment, with the smell of the white flowers filling the kitchen, and the feeling, quiet and unsettling and not entirely unwelcome, that something had just shifted in her life, without asking her permission first. She closed the door and stood with her back against it. Theo's puzzle waited on the coffee table. Asia half finished. All those borders and coastlines still waiting to be found and placed and made whole. She pushed off the wall, refilled her mug, and sat down on the floor in front of the coffee table. She picked up a piece. The interview was on a Thursday, 2 weeks after Richard Caldwell had sat at her kitchen table and drunk tea from a mismatched mug. Claire had spent those 2 weeks doing what she always did when something important was approaching. She prepared until she couldn't prepare anymore, and then she prepared a little more. She pulled her accounting textbooks from the shelf above the closet, where she had been keeping them since Theo was born. She reviewed financial modeling fundamentals, refreshed her understanding of private equity structures, watched recorded lectures online during the hours between putting Theo to bed and allowing herself to sleep. She made notes in the margins of a yellow legal pad in her small, precise handwriting. She did not tell anyone about the interview except her neighbor Patricia, a retired schoolteacher in her late 60s who lived 2 floors up and watched Theo on afternoons when Claire had late shifts. Patricia was the kind of woman who responded to large news with small, steady nods, as if she had been expecting it all along. Caldwell Capital, Patricia repeated, without looking up from her knitting. Yes, the one on the news sometimes. Probably. Patricia nodded again. Wear the blue blouse, she said, not the grey one. The grey one makes you look like you're apologizing for something. Claire wore the blue blouse. The Caldwell Capital offices occupied 3 floors of a building on Park Avenue, with a lobby that had ceilings high enough to make you feel briefly uncertain about your own proportions. The receptionist was efficient and pleasant, and offered her water in a glass, not a paper cup, which Claire noted as an indicator of something she couldn't quite name. She sat in a chair that was genuinely comfortable, and looked at the city through a wall of glass, and reminded herself to breathe through her diaphragm the way she had read about online. She met with 3 people before she met with Richard. A senior analyst named Douglas, brisk and precise, who asked her technical questions about financial statements and seemed satisfied when she answered them without hesitation. A woman named Margaret from Human Resources, warm and organized, who walked her through the role's responsibilities with the efficiency of someone who had done it many times and still managed to make it feel personal. A portfolio manager named Greg, younger than she expected, who asked her how she handled making decisions with incomplete information and then listened carefully to her answer. When Richard appeared in the conference room doorway at the end of the 3rd meeting, it was with the air of someone passing by who had simply decided to stop, casual enough to seem unplanned, deliberate enough that she knew immediately it wasn't. "How's it going?" he asked the room in general, though he was looking at her. "Very well," Claire said before either of the others could answer. Something in his expression moved briefly in the direction of that almost smile. He nodded, said something general to Greg about a call that afternoon, and left. She got the job offer 4 days later. The salary made her read the email 3 times to make sure she hadn't misplaced a decimal point. She started on the first Monday of November. Theo marked the day on the calendar in the kitchen with a red marker and drew a small star next to it, which she did not ask him to do, and which made her throat tight in a way she wasn't prepared for. The work was hard and interesting and demanding in ways that required all of her, which suited her. She was good at the technical side. Numbers had always been a language she thought in rather than translated into. And she was careful and methodical in ways that the faster analysts sometimes weren't. Douglas, who had seemed so brisk at the interview, turned out to be a thorough and patient mentor once he recognized that she was serious. Margaret checked in with her every Friday for the first month with a friendliness that was professional but genuine. She didn't see Richard often. His days operated on a different scale: board meetings, investor calls, travel. When she did see him, it was in passing: a hallway, the elevator bank, once in the small kitchen on the 23rd floor, where she was making coffee at 7 in the morning, and he came in with his jacket already off and his sleeves rolled to the elbows, looking like someone who had been at his desk since before the city woke up. "How's Asia?" he asked. It took her a second to understand. "He finished it," she said. "The whole puzzle. He's moved on to the solar system." "Harder," Richard said. "He doesn't seem to think so." Richard poured his coffee. He leaned against the counter and looked out the window at the grey November sky. "How are you finding it? The work?" "Honest answer: always. It's the first time in years that I've felt like I'm operating at my actual capacity," she said. "It's uncomfortable in the way that good things sometimes are when you're not used to them." He looked at her then, that direct, weighted look she had come to expect and had not quite become comfortable with. "That's a precise answer. You said always honest." "I did," he said. He picked up his coffee and moved toward the door, then paused. There's a review presentation next Thursday for the Harmon portfolio. Douglas is leading it, but I'd like you in the room. I want to see how you read a live conversation. Okay, she said. You won't be expected to present. Just observe. I understand, Claire said. Then, because she couldn't help it, I'll probably have thoughts. Richard stopped in the doorway. I know, he said. That's why I want you there. The Harmon presentation was where everything began to fracture. The meeting was a quarterly review of a mid-sized manufacturing company that Caldwell Capital had acquired 18 months earlier. Douglas led it crisply and well. Claire sat to the side with her notepad, listening to the numbers flow back and forth across the table, watching the patterns in the projections the way you watch the shape of something through fog. Not the detail yet, but the outline. Halfway through, she noticed it. It was a small thing, the kind of thing that disappeared inside a confident presentation unless you were looking at the raw figures while someone else was talking. A discrepancy in the quarterly operating costs, not large enough to be alarming in isolation, but inconsistent with the revenue trend in a way that didn't track, like a crack in a wall that the paint had almost covered. She wrote 3 lines in her notepad and underlined the last one twice. After the meeting, when the other analysts were gathering their things, she stayed behind and caught Douglas before he reached the door. I need to show you something, she said. Douglas looked at her notepad. His expression went through several stages: dismissal, attention, and then a careful stillness that told her he had seen it too, now that she had pointed it. When did you notice this? He asked. During the presentation. He looked at her for a moment. Come to my office, he said. What they found over the next 2 hours was not a crack, it was a fault line. Someone had been manipulating the operating cost reports for the Harmon portfolio for at least 9 months. Small adjustments, carefully distributed across categories, designed to keep the quarterly figures just inside the acceptable range while money was quietly redirected. The total amount was significant. The sophistication of it suggested someone who understood the reporting structure from the inside. Douglas called Richard. Richard was in their office within 20 minutes. He stood at Douglas's desk and read through Claire's notes and the supporting data with the particular stillness of someone absorbing something that changes the shape of a situation entirely. He asked 3 questions, each one precise. Douglas answered 2 of them. Claire answered the 3rd. Richard looked at her. You found this during the presentation, he said. It was not quite a question. Yes. Not after. No. He straightened up and looked at the window. The city was dark by now, the lights beginning to make their nightly argument against the sky. The person who managed this portfolio internally for the last year, he said slowly, is someone I've known for 11 years. Someone I trusted. The room was very quiet. I know, Douglas said. Richard was silent for a long moment. Then he turned from the window and looked at Claire with an expression she hadn't seen on him before. Not the careful directness, not the almost smile, not the composed distance of a man used to being in control of his environment. Something rawer than all of that. Something that looked, if she had to name it, like a man standing in the middle of a room that had just had its walls removed. Good work, he said. His voice was steady, but it cost him something. He picked up his phone and walked out of the office to make the call that would end an 11-year friendship before morning. Claire sat in the chair across from Douglas's desk and looked at her notepad with its 3 underlined sentences, and felt for the first time since she had stepped into this building, genuinely afraid, not of what she had found, but of how close everything had come to staying hidden, and of what it meant that the man who had just walked out that door was now, in some way she couldn't yet explain, the person she was most worried about. The weeks that followed the Harmon discovery moved differently than the ones before them. The internal investigation was handled quietly and professionally, outside counsel, a controlled process, no public statement until everything was confirmed. Claire was asked to provide documentation of her findings twice, each time to a different set of lawyers, and each time she sat across from people in expensive suits and answered their questions in the same plain, direct way she answered every question, and each time she walked back to her desk and returned to work as if the whole thing was simply part of the job. It was Douglas who told her, 3 weeks in, that the man at the center of it was a senior partner named Warren Cole. Richard's first hire when Caldwell Capital was still a two-person operation in a rented office in Midtown. 11 years. The first person Richard had trusted with real responsibility. The one who had built the internal reporting system that he had then spent 9 months quietly exploiting. "How is he?" Claire asked. She meant Richard. Douglas looked at her over the rim of his glasses. "He's working," he said, which told her everything and nothing. She saw Richard in the hallways. He was present, composed, thorough, the version of himself that the office required. But there was something different in the quality of his attention now, something that had been loosened by the events of that night in Douglas's office and had not quite resettled. He was polite when they crossed paths, professional. Once, in the elevator, he asked about Thea without being prompted, and she told him about the solar system puzzle and how Theo had decided that Pluto deserved to be a full planet, regardless of what scientists said. And Richard had laughed, a real one, brief and unguarded. And for a moment the elevator felt like a different kind of space. Then the doors opened and he walked out, and was the CEO again, and she walked out and was the junior analyst. And that was the shape of things. She told herself it was fine. She told herself this with the same discipline she applied to everything else. The company holiday party was held in the first week of December, in a room on the 42nd floor, with a view of the city that made the whole of Manhattan look like something carefully arranged by hand. Claire wore a dark green dress she had bought on sale and her good earrings, and she stood near the windows with a glass of sparkling water, because she was on a budget even at parties, and talked easily with Margaret and two of the analysts she had grown comfortable with over the past weeks. She was doing well. She was genuinely enjoying herself. She was not watching the door. She was absolutely watching the door. Richard arrived 40 minutes in, said the things a CEO says at a holiday party with a warmth that managed to seem personal even at scale, and then moved through the room in the way he moved through everything, deliberate, present, slightly apart from the current around him. He stopped at several groups. He listened more than he spoke. When he reached the window where Claire was standing, he stopped, and for a moment they were both looking at the city rather than at each other, and the noise of the room seemed to pull back a degree. "It's a good view," she said, because something needed to be said. "It's the reason I took this floor," he said. "Not the square footage. This specific window." She looked at him. "I wouldn't have guessed that about you." "What would you have guessed?" "That you took it for the square footage." He turned to look at her then, and the almost smile arrived with slightly less hesitation than usual. "That's a fair assumption," he said. "Wrong, but fair." They stood for a moment in the particular quiet that exists inside loud rooms, when two people are paying attention only to each other. "Claire," he said. He said her name the way he did everything, directly, as if he had considered it first. "I owe you something I haven't said properly." "You offered me a job," she said. "That's substantial." "That was self-interest," he said. "I told you as much at the time." He turned back to the window. "What you found in that presentation, the way you found it, in real time, without making a performance of it afterward, that saved this company from something that would have been very damaging, not just financially, in terms of the people here who work hard and trust that things are being done correctly." He paused. "Warren Cole was someone I defended publicly more than once. I thought I knew him completely." Another pause, shorter. "You knew something was wrong in a room full of people who didn't. That matters to me, professionally and otherwise." The otherwise landed quietly without drama, like a door left open rather than thrown wide. Claire looked at the lights of the city below. All those windows, all those rooms, all those people making their calculations and their choices and their small daily decisions about what to hold and what to let go. "I almost kept the money," she said. He looked at her. "In the wallet. I stood on the sidewalk for a full minute thinking about it. I thought about my electric bill and my son's winter coat, and a letter from my landlord." She kept her eyes on the city. "I want you to know that. I'm not someone who didn't notice the money. I noticed it very much." He was quiet for a moment. And then you called the number. And then I called the number. Why? She turned and looked at him directly. Because it wasn't mine, she said. It's the simplest thing in the world, and it's also the only thing. It wasn't mine. Richard Caldwell looked at her with the full weight of that attention she had catalogued and not quite gotten used to, and this time it lasted long enough that she felt it in her chest, not uncomfortably, but undeniably. Have dinner with me, he said. Not a performance, not a negotiation. Just a man asking a woman a direct question in a room full of people who weren't paying attention to either of them. Claire felt the familiar tightness across her shoulders, the reflex that arrived whenever something good appeared, testing for the cost of it. This time she let it pass. Theo goes to Patricia's on Fridays, she said. Friday, he said. Friday, she agreed. They had dinner at a small Italian restaurant that Richard chose, because it had no dress code and no photographers, and the pasta was made by hand in the kitchen every morning, and it was the best meal Claire had eaten in years, not entirely because of the food. They talked for 3 hours. She told him about her marriage and its quiet end, and what it had felt like to be 28, and alone with a 6-month-old and a night school schedule, and a determination that refused to negotiate with despair. He told her about building Caldwell Capital from a single rented desk, and the particular loneliness of success that arrived so fast you didn't have time to figure out who you wanted to share it with. He told her about his father, who had been a high school math teacher in Connecticut, and who had died 4 years ago, and whose copy of a worn accounting textbook Richard still kept on his desk, unread but present. Claire thought about her own accounting textbooks above the closet, their margins full of her small, precise notes. She did not say anything about that yet, but she filed it carefully away in the part of herself that recognized the shape of things that mattered. The months that followed did not move in a straight line, because nothing real does. There were difficult conversations and careful negotiations of 2 lives that had been built independently and had sharp edges where they met. There were evenings when Richard sat on the floor of Claire's apartment, helping Theo with a new puzzle, the Amazon rainforest, 800 pieces, and looked more at ease than he did in any photograph she had ever seen of him. There were mornings when Claire stood in the kitchen of her apartment and understood that she was happy in a way that was quiet and sturdy rather than loud and provisional, the kind of happiness that had been built from the bottom up rather than handed over. Theo, for his part, decided early and without ceremony that Richard was acceptable, primarily because Richard had correctly identified that Pluto's demotion was scientifically questionable and had provided a detailed explanation involving orbital resonance that kept Theo occupied for an entire Saturday afternoon. Some decisions, it turned out, made themselves. In the spring, Claire renewed her lease, but only for 6 months, because there were conversations underway about the shape of the next chapter. Cautious and hopeful and real. She was promoted to senior analyst in March, on the basis of her work and nothing else, and Douglas told her at her review that she had the best instincts for pattern recognition he had seen in a junior hire in 15 years. She thanked him and went back to her desk and opened the Harmon follow-up report and kept working. The wallet stayed in her memory the way certain small moments do, not as the cause of everything, but as the point at which everything that had been moving underground finally broke the surface. A slim piece of dark leather on wet pavement, a choice made in a second that had seemed simple and turned out to be everything. She thought sometimes about the version of herself who had stood on Fifth Avenue in the October wind, calculating what the money could do, feeling the full specific weight of need. That woman had put it back anyway. She had put it back because it wasn't hers, and in doing so, without knowing it, without planning it, without asking for anything in return, she had made room for everything that was.
Arab women in Israel have nearly double the rate of paid employment than women in neighboring countries.
This happened many years ago in Albuquerque, New Mexico, during the summer. I was around 13 or 14 at the time, and my sister and best friend were 15 and 16. This was one of the scariest moments of my life. Summers in New Mexico are hot and oftentimes pretty boring. Being young teenage girls at the time, we would often find odd things to entertain us, and they were not always the best activities for us to be doing. My neighborhood is one of the nicer ones in Albuquerque, but it's surrounded by the ghetto. This has never been a problem before, and we were raised to be cautious and aware of our surroundings. My mother had no problem letting us go around the neighborhood in the late hours of the night. We had this grand idea one evening around 10 or 11 p.m. to go to the elementary school that was about 5 blocks away from my house and run through the sprinklers. This is an activity that we had done several times before. We didn't feel as if we were at risk. We were clearly wrong. The school is surrounded by houses and is not very well lit after hours, so it was a great spot to take off our clothes so we could run through the sprinklers. Yeah, I know. Very stupid. While we were messing around, we noticed a hooded figure standing at the furthest and darkest corner of the schoolyard. We quickly gathered our clothes and cautiously made our way off the school's property and started walking briskly back toward my house. The path that we had to take took us from a very poorly lit area to pitch darkness. As we crossed into the darkest part of the road, we looked back, and in the last glimpse of light available, we saw the figure running as fast as he could to catch up with us. We booked it to my other friend's house, which was closer than mine. My friend was out of town, but luckily for us, her sister was there, having a party. We ran inside, practically crying. I'm sure she was thrilled a bunch of teenage girls crashed her party. Once we explained what happened, some of the older guys went out to go look for whoever was following us. They found someone hiding in the bushes with a knife. When they confronted him, there was a standoff before he took off running. They offered us a ride home, but we decided just to run the last 5 blocks back to my house. I'm not sure what this man would have done if he had caught us, but it definitely made me more aware of my actions and the possible consequences. I was on a road trip with a group of friends during winter break, driving through the New Mexico desert at night, heading to New Orleans. It was late, probably around midnight, and it was lightly snowing, which is quite unusual for the desert, and visibility was quite low. We were on a remote highway, the kind where you can go miles and miles without seeing another car or even a road sign. The car ride had been pretty upbeat, but the vibe became quite eerie as soon as we turned down this highway. A few years prior, we had gone to see a film called The Hills Have Eyes. For those of you who are unaware, it's a movie about a group of deformed cannibals living in the New Mexico desert. I'm not going to spoil anything, but I will say that film really left an impression on us. We are all from Santa Barbara and are not used to being in the desert. I forget the exact reason why, but we deviated from the interstate and we're now on the back roads. I think it might have been to avoid an accident that was clogging up traffic. Suddenly, one of us spotted something very strange on the side of the road. It appeared to be a figure kneeling just off the pavement. At first, we thought it might have been someone in trouble, but as we slowed down to get a better look, something felt really off. The figure was hardly wearing any clothing, despite it being freezing cold out. Their posture was very rigid, not moving at all, not trying to wave us down, just kneeling there, facing away from us. I thought it might have been someone who was in an accident and may have been in shock or something. So I told my friend to stop the car. She did, and reversed to a spot in the road that was parallel to the crouching man. Hey, are you okay? I asked. When the figure turned its head, we were all speechless. The best way I can describe it is that this man's face looked like it had been torn off and healed back over. He had no lips or nose, just a row of crooked teeth and a nasal cavity, giving his face a skull-like appearance. But the most disturbing part were his eyes. I only got a quick look, but it seemed like he had no eyelids. He had these really dried out, bulging spheres that just stared back at us. I don't want to sound insensitive, but seeing this severely deformed man in the middle of the New Mexico desert in the dead of night was extremely horrifying. My friend slammed on the gas, and we just drove away. None of us could explain it at the time, but my best guess is that he was a burn victim who was wandering around out there. But part of me thinks we might have seen a ghost who died in a car accident on that highway. Either way, this was hands down one of the most unsettling events I've ever experienced. I lived in New Mexico for several years before moving to the Midwest. My friend Amy and I, both females, would spend many days exploring the remote corners of the land of enchantment, discovering abandoned ghost towns and enjoying the quiet, desolate beauty of the desert. One afternoon in March of 2010, we were traveling from Ruidoso to Albuquerque. We took a back road rather than traveling the more direct route. One leg of our journey had us on NM55. It's a very remote highway that runs through a very large, isolated region of the state. We loved those types of roads up until that day. This part of New Mexico is a flat, desolate area, and there is virtually nothing except sand and rock formations between the towns, which are spread miles apart. So we were going north on the highway when we saw a white pickup truck ahead of us, going in the same direction. Suddenly, he stopped his truck sideways in the middle of the highway, blocking both lanes. We were about a mile away from him, and as we got closer, we began to get uneasy. We could see no reason for him to be doing this. We were the only other vehicle out there, and we began wondering if we should turn around rather than having to stop. We were about a half mile away from him when he pulled over to the opposite side of the highway, but his truck was still pointed in the same direction that we were going. We tried to relax. Surely this guy was a rancher or something. Perhaps he was just checking out something on his land. As we passed him, we noticed a couple of things. One, there was only one person in the truck, a middle-aged man who never took his eyes off of us. And two, he was speaking into a walkie-talkie. A few seconds after we passed him, he pulled back onto the highway and began following us, but he never got too close. He would get to within about 40 feet, then sped back up again. We were starting to get nervous. I realized just how alone we really were. We had seen no other traffic on that road, and we hadn't told anyone about our great idea to take this detour. We checked our cell phones, and neither one of us had signal, which is typical for remote New Mexico, but very scary given our present situation. Amy was driving and speeding up while I was frantically checking the map, hoping to find a road that would have more traffic, but we were out of luck. There were no other roads. We had to travel on this one to get to the next town, Mountain Air. Turning around to go back the other way didn't seem like a good option. After a few minutes, we saw another pickup truck coming toward us. He was going very, very slow, maybe around 20 miles per hour, if that. This truck was old and beat up, whereas the one behind us looked newer. Amy had us up to 75 miles per hour, which wasn't typical for us. We blew right past the old pickup. As we did, We saw that it was another middle-aged man, and he was also talking into a walkie-talkie. After the white truck passed him, he made a U-turn. As we watched all this unfold, we could see the man in the white pickup say something into his walkie-talkie. There was no doubt they knew each other and were deliberately following us. For the first and only time in my life, I felt hunted. They stayed right behind us. We watched for obstacles in the road. We truly thought that the second truck we saw had set a trap in the road, which would cause our vehicle to be disabled somehow. We talked about driving into the fields. We were in an SUV. It was obviously their territory, and we were afraid of what might happen if we went off-road and got cornered. So we stayed on the highway. The white pickup truck was right on top of us. He stayed right on our bumper. The second truck was directly behind him, and the three of us sped down the highway. The white truck maneuvered and edged closer to us, making it apparent that he was trying to bump us. I watched helplessly as he got to within inches of our back bumper. Amy floored it, advancing to 80 miles per hour, and soon speeding up to 90. The road was flat and deserted, but if any little thing went wrong, it could have been catastrophic. We absolutely were not going to slow down or stop if we could help it. The white truck then pulled into the opposite lane and started to gain speed. The only thing we could think of was that he wanted to pass us and get in front of us, and if he accomplished this with the other truck behind us, we would have been boxed in and trapped. We looked frantically at the rocky desert on both sides of us. Our only option was to off-road it. But could we speed through the desert and make it to safety in one piece? As we topped a small incline, we saw a sign that said Salinas Pueblo Missions National Monument, and it pointed toward a road on the left. Right at that moment, a blue pickup truck pulled out of that road and onto the highway in front of us. As we came up to the blue truck, we saw the plate said U.S. Park Service. We looked at each other before looking back behind us. Both trucks did U-turns and went the other way. We followed the blue truck to Mountain Air and then made our way to Albuquerque from there. I don't know exactly what those men's intentions were. They couldn't have been anything good. There was something seriously messed up going on out there. I notified the state police as soon as I got back home, and they said they would keep an eye on things. This area is near Belen, New Mexico, which is where Tara Calico was abducted. It's also about 100 miles from Elephant Butte, which is where David Parker Ray had his secret torture laboratory. We didn't put all that together until later. And even though David Parker Ray had died around the same time this happened to us, it is believed that there are others out there just like him. And whoever abducted Tara has never been caught. Perhaps we just came into a meth lab territory. But since this happened on an actual highway, rather than some country back road, I tend to discount that theory. Whatever's going on out there, it's not good.
Glow beyond the ordinary with an extraordinary smile from Opalescence Whitening.
There's just something special about Texas weekends. With Jexa Energy, every weekend is a 3-day weekend. Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, free. Call 855-GOT-JEXA or visit JEXAenergy.com to switch to the free 3-day weekends plan.
What would you like to taste today? How about sweet vanilla? It's so rich. What else? How about Melozio? Smooth and balanced. What else? What about an iced double espresso?
This occurred in 2009. I was 22 years old, and I was leaving my home state of California to head east for my corrections job. I was driving down US Route 50 in Nevada, often called the loneliest highway. It was around 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning. They don't call it the loneliest highway for no reason. I hadn't seen another soul for at least half an hour. I was getting sleepy, but I wasn't tired enough to pull over and take a nap. That's when I saw a broken down car on the side of the highway. I slowed down and saw a woman standing next to a car. I approached this woman with caution, rolling down my window just a sliver. Something about her wasn't right. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I now know it was my subconscious screaming at me for ignoring the red flags. I asked her if she needed me to call a tow truck or AAA, but she immediately tried to open my door. I explained to her that I didn't feel comfortable letting her in, but that I would wait until a tow truck came. She immediately got this look of rage on her face and began berating me. You're a big guy. What am I going to do to you? This is where I fucked up. I can see this now all these years later. I begrudgingly unlocked my door, figuring that she was right. She was at most 5'2", and I'm over 6 feet, and had at least 100 pounds on her. She looked to be about 90 or so pounds. She slips in, and I asked her who I can call. At the time, I had one of those BlackBerry slide phones. She starts telling me that she would just prefer if I gave her a ride to the next town. Now I'm starting to realize that I have made a horrible mistake, because she's avoiding eye contact and fumbling around in her purse. When I mentioned calling for help again, she became aggressive, demanding that I just take her to the next town. I was so busy trying to unfuck the situation that I missed a man who was either hiding in or around her car. It wasn't until he was almost to my driver's side door that I managed to catch him in my rearview mirror. Fight or flight kicked in. I put my car in drive and sped off right as the fucker was reaching for my car door. As I raced down the highway, I heard a ping noise, and then my rearview mirror exploding. This lunatic was shooting at me. The adrenaline alone had me doing near 90, and by this time, the woman had realized in whatever drug-induced stupor she was in, that her little plan had failed. She started hitting me, telling me to stop and let her out. When I reached enough of a distance, I did just that. I pulled over and demanded that she get the fuck out of my car. She began going for the oversized purse she had, but I had enough and was literally shaking with adrenaline as I reached over, opened the door, and pretty much shoved her out. I tried grabbing for her purse in case she was going for some kind of weapon, but she managed to hold on to it, but not before dumping half of what was inside on my passenger seat. I sped off with my door still open and waited until I got a good distance from her before I slammed it shut and locked it. I clenched the wheel and drove as if I was on autopilot. It wasn't until later that morning that I pulled into a Denny's that it finally dawned on me how close I was to pretty much dying. It was only then that I saw the things that she had spilled onto my passenger seat. Most of it was nasty, watered up napkins, a few tubes of lipstick, and drug paraphernalia. I had considered calling the cops or finding a highway patrol, but I tossed all of her things into a trash bag and threw them away. At the time, I dreamed of becoming a cop, and I knew if I got caught with this drug paraphernalia, that would have been impossible. I didn't think they would believe it wasn't mine. I then noticed a police car at the gas station across from the Denny's, and I ended up telling him what happened. He pretty much berated me for pulling over and allowing her to get in. But he did say that he would look into it, but I doubt he did. I never did replace that mirror because I ended up selling that car, as where I live now didn't require me to have one. To this day, I hesitate to stop and help stranded motorists, especially out on those desert roads. It's more than likely a trap. I'm a female, and this happened over 25 years ago, when I was 16. During this time, I lived with my mom and stepfather in a remote area 70 miles west of Las Vegas, Nevada. I had gone to visit with my friends, being allowed to drive myself for the first time ever. I had a good time watching movies and hanging out with my friends, until it was time to head back home. The curfew I was given was 10 p.m., with the caveat that if I was running late for any reason, I would have to find a payphone and call. So there I was, on my way back home in my old 71 Chevy pickup truck, with the night wrapped around me, as there were no street lights or houses for most of my way home. As I pulled up to the first two stop signs, I could see an old sedan. Older model cars are still pretty common in that area. It was stopped in the middle of the road with its hazard lights on. I pulled up behind it and waited as a man in his 30s or 40s started walking toward me from the driver's side. At this point, I didn't have any alarm bells going off. Being in the middle of the Mojave Desert, providing assistance to stranded people was pretty common. You can quickly get yourself into a severe situation by not having enough water. When a vehicle breaks down or not realizing it's a fucking desert, and people die wandering deliriously away from the highway, trying to find help. Anyways, I rolled down my window. As the man came up to my driver's side door, I could smell liquor on him. I could see that there was someone else in the passenger seat. This was a time before cell phones were common, and the nearest payphone was a good 10-minute drive away, so there was no way for me to call the cops on a drunk driver in that moment. The man explained that his car stalled and asked if I could help him out. I then asked if his car was stick shift, which it was. Do you want to try and push start it? He said yes, so I agreed to gently push their car with my truck while they turned the engine over. For anyone that isn't familiar, this is a way to start a manual car that is having battery or starter issues, just to get it to somewhere to work on it. I knew my truck would be fine, and I didn't feel like it was wise to get out and try to push their car physically. Push starting the sedan worked without a hitch, but here's where things go south. They get back out and thank me, then invite me to come hang out and have some fun with them. I politely decline. They pull off to the side of the road, and I continue on my way. However, they start following me. At this point, it was around 9:50, and I was now running late because I stopped to help them. Admittedly, I hadn't given myself much leeway from leaving my friends. These drunk, creepy older guys were now on my tail, without any lights around except for our vehicle's headlights, and I'm at least 10 minutes away from the nearest payphone. I think to myself, maybe I'm just being paranoid. So I turned down a road that I knew would give me a couple of turnoffs to either head back to town or loop around to a gas station that had a payphone. The car follows behind. I'm now thinking, shit, 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 and take another turn that only leads to a couple of houses at the end of a road, and they turn behind me. I then take another turn to loop back around to the gas station, and they stay on me. So at least now I know they are following me and not just heading home. At this point, my heart is pounding. I decided to try something to lose them. I pull off to the side of the road, and I see them come up behind me. I wait till the driver gets out of his car and begins walking towards me. His companion also got out and approached my truck from the other side. I then waited until they almost get to my tailgate before flooring it. My wheels dig into the rocks, causing a cloud of sand to jump up behind me. With a head start, I head towards the gas station. This particular gas station is deserted, but there was still a working payphone by the pumps. I call home and explain what happened and why I was running late. I wasn't in any trouble, but my stepdad told me to hurry back home. There was no further incidents the rest of the way back. Looking back now, I think those two drunk idiots wanted to have their way with 16-year-old me on my first night driving alone.
secret to confidence? European Wax Center. Celebs, editors, influencers, we're all fans for a reason. Because when I feel this smooth, this confident, I don't just walk into a room, I own it. Book your wax today at waxcenter.com. At HEB, we work hard to buy and make just the right amount of food to keep our stores stocked, not overstocked. But sometimes, due to unavoidable factors, we end up with more than planned. Want to know what HEB does with extra food? First, feeding fellow Texans is our top priority. Can you believe that in 2025, we donated more than 33 million meals to local Texas food banks? We also composted over 87 million pounds of food scraps that humans don't eat, like rinds and peels, into rich soil that can grow more food for your table. We turned over 26 million pounds of protein trimmings and used cooking oils into products like protein powder and biofuels, a renewable fuel source that helps power cars. Anything left goes to landfills, which HEB partners regularly visit to check out how we're doing and make sure all our food is used responsibly. So when you shop at HEB, know we're working hard to use every ounce of food for good. Learn more at ourtexasourfuture.com.
I want to apologize that some of the parts of the story are a bit fuzzy for me, because this happened many years ago. Also, this will sound like a bunch of teenage drama at first, but I promise you, by the time this story is done, you will be shocked at how things unfolded. I met Jamie in middle school, and the two of us hit it off right away. We both had similar interests, and I enjoyed her fiery personality a lot. About a year after we met, she moved from the East Coast to Las Vegas, Nevada, but we still stayed in touch, talking almost every day after school or during the summer. We were extremely close and shared almost everything with each other, including secrets we told to no one else. In short, we knew each other well. When we entered high school, our dating lives were no exception to this. We shared who we had a crush on and would console each other whenever one of us had a breakup. We even entertained the idea of dating each other because of how well we got along. We decided the long distance thing just wouldn't work out. One day, out of the blue, she mentioned a guy named Ryan. Jamie went to school with him. He was quiet, shy, calm, but very smart. She mentioned to me that they were dating, and I was a bit confused. She had never spoken about him before, and she procrastinated a bit when I asked her for details. But the general gist was that he had had a crush on her for a long time, and finally worked up the courage to ask her out. She accepted, and I didn't think anything of it. After that, I was slowly introduced to Ryan. At first, he was added to our IM chats, which we used whenever it was too late to be on the phone, or when the batteries on our cell phones died. He didn't really talk much, but he seemed okay whenever he did. He started to pop up more often, and I grew to generally like him. We would all sometimes three-way call each other, and he was added to a Google document of ours as an editor, where we would work on collaborative fiction. It was the summer of 2009, I think, and I saved up some money to visit Jamie in Las Vegas. It was an incredible trip, and I still remember it to this day. At the time, Jamie and Ryan were taking a break from their relationship, but I still met him one day, and he seemed pretty normal to me. He was tall, about 2 years older than us. He had dark hair, dark eyes, tan skin. We spoke briefly, and I don't really remember what about. When I returned from Vegas, my contact with Jamie waned a bit. I figured it was because of us going back to school and starting to prep for college and different programs. Phone calls became less frequent. She stopped logging into her chat and kind of just went silent. I was occupied with my own activities, and I didn't want to press her while she was busy. Next spring, she called me late one night. Something had happened, something involving Ryan. She was crying and panicking and apologizing profusely. I couldn't understand her, and it took almost an hour for her to calm down. Eventually, After she stopped sobbing, she laid out everything to me from the beginning. About a year prior to this, she had started dating Ryan. He just randomly approached her one day at school and said that they were dating, despite them never having spoken before. He seemed like a really nice guy, and she figured it was his way of getting over being shy and asking her out, so she accepted. She also figured that he had had a crush on her for a while because of how much he seemed to know about her, despite having different circles of friends and no contact. Slowly, he became more and more controlling, especially when it came to her contact with other people. He demanded to go with her whenever she went out with friends, even if he hadn't been invited. He would cut in and become a part of every conversation she had at school. He declared that they had to meet in the hall between every class, even if that meant she had to run across the school to avoid being tardy. As Ryan became more involved in her life, he began to zero in on her interactions with me. He asked to be added to our chat sessions. He knew we were close and had thought about dating before. He wanted to know what we were writing together. That's why she added him to our Google Doc. And though she kept it a secret how much me and her talked on the phone, he requested to be added each time we did. Their break was really because she had told him that I was coming to visit. He had asked her to tell me to stay home, despite having planned this trip for months, but she refused. I ended up meeting him while I was there on accident, and she was legitimately scared that he might have done something to me. After I went back home, he apologized and tried to make it up to her. It was textbook abuse with the cyclic nature of their relationship. He would mistreat her, then love bomb her until she took him back. He eventually started pressuring her to cut ties with me again and started lying about hurtful things I had said about him or her. She didn't believe any of it, but he wore her down with persistence. He would constantly check her phone and computer to see if she had reached out to me. Things got to a point where she snapped and said that she was going to call me and tell me everything that was going on, and that she was going to leave and move in with family who still lived on the East Coast. He responded by shoving her to the floor and almost breaking her arm. He then stormed out and she cried, but she didn't follow through with her threat. He called the next day and apologized, saying that he would allow her to call me on Sunday and would make up for everything he did by taking her hiking on Red Rock Canyon on Saturday. She cautiously accepted and went about the rest of her week. It was Friday night, around 8 p.m. Jamie gets a knock on the door. It's the police, and they wanted to speak to her and her mom. They came in and proceeded to tell her that they had gotten a tip from one of Ryan's friends that he was planning on murdering Jamie. They got a warrant and searched his room and car. They found a detailed suicide note about his plans to drive Jamie out to the Nevada desert, kill her, and then take his own life, so they could be together forever. They found several knives in his car. After the cops left, she called me right away and spilled everything and apologized for keeping this all from me. She felt like she could handle this all on her own and didn't want me to be involved. We ended up staying on the phone all night until the two of us fell asleep. We started talking on a regular basis again after that, but I've sadly fallen out of contact with her since. I still check up on her Facebook from time to time. She's moved back to the East Coast and appears to be living a happy life. As for Ryan, I believe that he was committed to a mental health facility and is still there to this day. I'm not sure what charges were brought against him exactly, but he was declared mentally unfit for trial, and Jamie still has a restraining order against him. It just freaks me out that something like this could happen to someone I was close with. I spoke to this guy, met him in person, and yet he was likely already planning to kill my best friend at that point. I still get shivers when I think about him. The police never revealed who tipped them off, but I'm grateful that they did, because I can't even imagine how things would have turned out if they hadn't. Back in the early 90s, when I was 19, my brother and his wife were newlyweds and living in Baltimore. I'm from Maryland myself, but I had not spent any time in the city at that point. I knew it wasn't entirely safe in certain areas, but I was just going straight to my brother's house, so it would be fine, right? Well, I ended up turning onto the wrong street, MLK Boulevard. And back then it was just a stretch of abandoned gas stations, sketchy bars, and boarded up houses. There were a few men walking in the middle of the street, drinking out of brown paper bags. I knew that I had messed up, big time. But instead of freaking out and getting even more lost, I pulled into an abandoned gas station where there was a bank of payphones and parked about 10 feet from them, and then hopped out to call my brother. Remember, this was about 30 years ago. No cell phones in those days. He was impatient at first because my brother knew the city quite well, but this was my first time driving in it, and I was trying to write down his directions as he gave them to me. Just then, I looked over at my car, and the three men who were walking down the street were now leaning against it, two on the passenger side and one against my driver's side door. They were staring at me with their arms crossed. I began to silently cry, thankful that I had on sunglasses at the time. My brother heard me sniffling and said, "Why do you sound so upset? I'm just giving you directions." I couldn't tell him what was going on, as the men were within earshot. I wrote down the rest of the directions, put them in my pocket, and began walking back toward my car. The man leaning against my door reached up and wiped the tears from one cheek. Then he said, "Why are you crying, hon? Nothing bad has happened yet." Without hesitation, I responded, "I just shot my boyfriend, and the cops are..." That was all I got out. The three men had taken off in separate directions at full sprint. If I hadn't been gifted that lie from my guardian angels or whoever, who knows what could have happened to me that day. I grew up in a nice neighborhood in Maryland, about 15 minutes from the border to Washington, D.C. We never had any serious crimes in our area, just the typical petty theft from people leaving their car doors unlocked. It was a chilly, gloomy Saturday in October of 1993. I was 8 years old back then. My brother James was 12. We had just left his friend's house after playing street hockey in his driveway, and we had to get back home around 5:30. His house is a couple of blocks away from the elementary school, and across the street from there is a pretty big-sized park. Along that road, there's a fence that extends from the park's entrance to a cul-de-sac where we lived. My brother and I approached a nearby four-way stop and noticed a white 1990 Toyota Camry sitting there. We didn't think anything of it and continued down the sidewalk toward the school. I was talking to him about the Washington Redskins and how we could ride in to get an autograph from Art Monk. He's a famous football player. I noticed that James was oddly quiet during my rambling. I asked him if he was listening, and he responded, "Keep talking, act normal, and don't look back, okay?" Confused and nervous, I responded, "Okay, what's going on?" My brother had been paying attention to the camera ever since we saw it. He was now driving slowly behind us. We played it cool and kept walking our normal pace. As we were approaching the school, my brother put his hand on my chest, which made me stop immediately. He turned back and glanced at the driver. Now, I wasn't sure if he was trying to see how the driver would react if we wanted to make a move across the street to the park, or if he was trying to see a license plate. However, when we stopped, the car stopped. This time I got a good look. The driver was a female with brunette hair. She looked almost drugged out. She never blinked. She just stared straight ahead. Not at us, not to the side, directly straight. The passenger was the intimidating one. He was a redhead, long hair, and he had this angry look in his eyes. To be honest, he kind of looked like an evil carrot top. After getting a good look and realizing the situation we were in, I began to get nervous. My breathing slowed, my legs went numb, and I looked at my brother, and he just said, "Keep walking." What was weird about that day was that there weren't any cars on the road. It felt like a ghost town. It was just us and them. We continued walking toward the next block, when suddenly the Camry started merging into the other lane. They were attempting to block us off, and then, who knows what. My brother, being the older one, looked around before saying, "On the count of 3, follow me and run as fast as you can." Before I could even say anything, he started his countdown. 3, 2, 1. We took off running, my brother charging ahead, and me trying to keep up. The Camry accelerates. James is able to make it across the street, but the car almost hits me, missing by inches. The Camry turns around and comes after us again. My brother sprints across towards the cul-de-sac, and I followed the best I could. I then realized he was making a run for our friend's house, who lived on this block. Once we got to his doorstep, we immediately started ringing the doorbell and banging on the front door like crazy. The Camry pulls up, and the passenger emerges from the car. As soon as he did, my friend's dad opens the door. We then rush inside. Carrot Top hops back in the Camry, and they speed off. My friend's dad runs out toward the car as it took off, yelling something as he tried to get a license plate. My brother and I were pretty shaken up, and even though we lived only a block away, we called our dad to come pick us up. We contacted the police and filed a report, and they said they would keep their eyes open. The following Monday, we notified the elementary school about the ordeal. However, they didn't do much to let the public know at first. It wasn't until a week later they sent out a flyer to the rest of the parents, and the cops began patrolling the neighborhood more often. During that same week, 3 other cases were reported involving a white Camry following kids around and trying to kidnap them. There was one I heard that was even more terrifying than our experience, where the kids were jumping through backyards because Carrot Top was chasing after them. After that week, everything eventually calmed down. No arrests were ever made. I don't know if they moved on to another town and tried the same thing there. All I know is that they had our neighborhood terrified for an entire year, and it took a while for things to seem normal again.
Oh, give us some salsa. Oh, get on down, you shoot. There are places you want to go, and this is the path to get you there. Passion brings you here, and we need a pass for it. Epic passes are on sale now. Adults 18 to 30 get 20% off Epic or Epic with a pass. Do your wiper blades sound like this? All of this? It may be time for you to stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let us know that you might be in need of wiper blades. We can go out and look at them, see if they
Light will dry, crack, starting to tear on the end. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers free installation on microphones.
So stop by your local store and put an end to. And
Oh my gosh, please don't use that.
I live in the mountains of western Maryland. A few months ago, I was out hiking with a friend. We were about 6 miles into an 8-mile loop we had done several times before. We decided to stop and take some pictures at the trail summit. This area of the trail had a park, benches, tables, and a parking lot. We were sitting and chatting after taking a few snapshots when I noticed a man just walking around the parking lot by himself. He seemed to be wandering aimlessly and staring at his feet. What confused me was the man was wearing jeans and a button-down shirt, not exactly hiking attire. We eventually set off on the last 2-mile leg of the trail. This part goes downhill to the headquarters of the park and into the mountainside. At the end is a second parking lot where our car was. We don't have a whole lot of visibility from the trail, and you have to walk in single file because of how narrow it is. I was walking in front and talking to my friend who was behind me. I turn to look at her, and I see the same man from before behind her, following at a close distance. I immediately got this gut-wrenching feeling. I noticed that he didn't have a backpack on or hiking gear and wasn't even wearing boots. There was something about the look in his eyes that really spooked me. So after a bit more walking, he continues to follow very close. I say to my friend that I have to tie my shoe as a reason to step off the trail and let him pass, just in case he was only following closely because he wanted to go faster than us. She seemed to catch on to what I was doing, and we step off the trail. He looks startled when my friend politely says hello. He just stared at us. This was when I noticed that he was carrying a stick. Then, without saying a word, he passes us. We wait for him to get some distance ahead of us, but he immediately slows down. We wait a bit longer until he gets to the furthest part of the trail that is still within our sight. Then he turns around and looks up at us. We decided that something feels too off about this guy, and we didn't want to have to pass him again. So we turn around and walk back up the trail toward the park. After a few minutes of backtracking, I look behind us and see him walking up the trail as well. I tell my friend to go a little faster. We book it and got back to the first parking area, and then began to strategize and wait, deciding that we should remain here to see if he emerges again. There were more people around here, so we felt safer waiting it out. About 20 minutes go by, and nothing. We started talking about how this could have meant that he kept going on the trail and is now long gone, or is waiting in a more deserted area to possibly ambush us. We then see an older couple coming from the trail in that direction. We approached them and asked if they saw anyone on their way up. They told us that they saw a young man sitting on a rock about halfway down. They described the man who had been following us. We explained our interaction with him. We get into a back and forth conversation on whether or not he was a threat. That's when the husband finally interjects and says, "We should call a ranger." He wasn't just sitting there. He had a knife and seemed to be sharpening that stick he was holding. The wife was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but we ended up calling the ranger after hearing that. The nice couple escorted us back to our car to make sure we got there safely. The rangers contacted us later on. They walked the trail, but by then, the man was long gone. I wish I knew where he went off to, but I'm glad to know that my instincts are legit when it comes to sensing danger. I've been a fan of your channel for some time now. I've noticed that you've done some first-hand accounts of murders that have taken place in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I think every family has a story where they were a small part of some very unfortunate history. When you announced that you were doing a video on Maryland, I had to call up my Uncle Roger. This is his story, and I'll be writing it from his perspective as he told it to me. March 29th, 1982, is a day that I'll never forget. I grew up in Columbia, Maryland. Columbia was known as a quiet, safe town where middle-class families live and commuted to work in Baltimore, which is about 30 minutes from there. I was 17 at the time, and I used to ride my bike down one of the narrow pathways to the village center. That day, I was just going to grab a pop from one of the shops there, and then maybe waste a few quarters at the local arcade afterward. Mom was working late at the hospital that day, so I had some time to kill. I was about halfway down the path when I saw a woman walking ahead of me. She was maybe in her late 20s, wearing a light jacket and jeans, with her hair pulled back into a ponytail. I didn't think much of it at first. People are always walking to the village center. But I remember specifically she was singing a tune to herself. It was soft, but clear, like she didn't care who heard. And I knew the song, Ain't No Mountain High Enough. They played it on the radio all the time. Not wanting to startle her by flying past on my bike, I slowed down. She must have heard the squeak of my brakes, because she glanced back at me when I stopped. Her eyes met for a second, and I felt a little embarrassed. She had this tired look in her eyes, but her smile was warm. Sorry, I said. It's okay, kid. Let me get out of your way. I gave a dumb nod, the kind you do when you're an awkward teenager who doesn't know how to communicate with adults. She waved me on. I pedaled past and made my way toward the village center. The rest of that day was uneventful for me. This encounter may not sound like anything special, but it turns out I was one of the last people to see that woman alive. Her name was Eleni Lee McGadney. She got into a car at some point after I passed her on the path, a brown Ford LTD, but no one could provide an accurate description of whoever was driving that car. Her body was later discovered on a vacant lot nearby. She had been raped and murdered. Despite police efforts, the case remained unsolved for nearly 4 decades. It left a lasting impact on the community due to the brutal nature of the killing. Columbia's reputation as a safe town also died that day. In 2021, a breakthrough in DNA evidence
She denies the use of any and all performance-enhancing drugs, and so she is deliberately saying, I'm 100% natural. You're lying. Coach Reagan, everyone's talking about this clip, this girl, she looks amazing. Every photo after the next, she has incredible abs. I'm sure you're thinking, how is this even possible? Is she natty? Is she not? Me, when I ate 12 to 1,500 calories a day. So the first thing I want everyone to understand that this is a great look. Well above average, she looks very, very healthy, and she's certainly not overweight. She was probably at her ideal point. And so if you're a woman and you look like this, you've made it. You've done it. You've done the thing. I don't believe for 2 seconds that she only ate between 12 and 1,500 calories a day. Raise your hand out there if you believe that she only ate 12 to 1,500. Now, the amount of muscle that she has, clearly she's working out. That tells me that she goes to the gym. If you're going to the gym and lifting weights, doing cardio, and all those kinds of things, your body is burning up calories. I am calling her a liar. You thought I was going to hold back? Now, do you think I think there's anything wrong with this woman? Do you think I'm mad at her? I'm just telling it like I see it. I think that she put this title in order to rage bait us all.
You destroy your own self. Creation comes. You start building.
What I'm seeing is she was able to get shredded with crazy abs and quads. She's walking around the pool. You can see the quad moving. By upping her calories by, I'll do the math, 1,000 to 1,300 calories a day. And so what she's saying is when she didn't eat very much, she had a lot of body fat. And then when she stopped eating a lot, she had hardly any body fat. And so the less she ate, the more fat that she had. Why? Well, she's probably going to argue that, hey, if you don't eat enough, it slows down your metabolism. You go into starvation mode. We all know that this is bullshit and that if you increase your calories to 2,500, you can't just get shredded. Now, if she was on steroids, trained hard, it's possible, but she wouldn't have a physique looking like this in the end of it. She would be a lot bigger. Think of it. The trend would put on more muscle. Nutrient partitioning would be taking place, and so the fat would be melting down and the muscle would be going up. But I do believe at the end, she would have looked a lot more, let's just call it hulky. Is it fair? I'm just asking, am I being fair to this woman or am I being a misogynist to point out that she's lying to you, tricking you, duping you? Perhaps she's selling snake oil. I don't know. Is she selling a diet program? Like, I don't know what she's doing. But she's tricking you into believing that the reason she looks so much better according to bodybuilding standards and so on, I don't want to say that she looks better in the after than the before because some of you are going to say she looks better than before and after. Whatever. To each his own. The secret was she wasn't eating enough. The video blew up and people, they started calling her out, like Coach Greg saying, you're lying. And so thankfully, she addressed this. Wasn't just adding an anavar. What exactly transpired? I understand how this video could be misleading. Could be misleading. Yeah, it could be. Should have said, I understand that this video is very misleading because it's full of lies. That would have been a better start. I should have added some context in the caption to avoid confusion because there are important nuances here. All right. So what are those things? I never claimed that a calorie deficit isn't how weight loss works. Okay, what I didn't say, and what most people assumed, is that I was trying to lose weight. Guys, there was no weight loss happening here. Believe it or not, I weigh the same in both clips. Oh, and so she's admitting to using performance-enhancing drugs. She never lost any body fat in the before to the after. So let's pick a number. 130 pounds. 130 pounds in the before, 130 pounds in the after, and her body fat is down, let's call it 10 to 15% lower than in the before. 10 to 15% is about approximately 13 to 20 pounds. And so in the before to the after, she's gained somewhere between, let's call it 13 to 20 pounds of muscle. How many people think that she did that natural? It's incredible before and after. I mean, it's possible if it was in years, multiple years, the 3 years that transpired, but no, this is in a matter of months. This is not new retraining. And so are you going to tell me that she did this 100% natural? Well, let us see. The difference you're seeing is body recomposition. And so she may have gained She lost the body fat and replaced it with muscle and maintained her weight throughout. Okay, I mean, it's possible, especially with steroids or within 3 years, but we're talking about months. The truth is, why didn't we leave with that? The truth is that when I was eating 12 to 1500 calories per day, I wasn't consistently all the way. Just the majority of the time I ate that way. But on some days, I ate tons of food. Did she eat 12 to 1500 calories a day, or was it more like 1200 to 4000? Why did it say eating 1,200 to 4,000 calories a day? This was my body, and eating 2,500 calories a day exactly. This is now my body. I believe that if you're willing to lie in the first video, you're willing to lie in the second video. Does anyone believe for 1 second that she weighs just as much in the second video as in the first? You're talking about Coach Greg's laser eyes, and I don't need some bullshit DEXA scan that Mr. Mike proved is inaccurate to tell me that she weighs more in the before than the after. Look at the size of her thighs in the before versus the size of her body in the after. There's no way she weighs, let's call it 130.
Hell no. I'm not a fan of either team. I'm not a fan of either team. But the Spurs ain't gonna win with a nigga like Victor. Too soft, man. He don't got no balls.
The rain arrived without warning, that November evening, arriving in the way that New York rain always did, not gradually, not with the polite announcement of distant thunder, but all at once, as though the city had finally run out of patience for whatever was happening beneath its sky. It came down in straight, hard lines against the glass facade of the Grand Lexington Hotel, where the windows of the main ballroom blazed gold, and the sound of a live orchestra floated out through the sealed doors, like something belonging to a different world entirely. And it was a different world. Inside, 300 of the city's most influential people moved through each other's orbits with the practiced ease of those who have never once questioned their right to be in a room. Crystal chandeliers threw warm light across silk gowns and tailored suits. Waiters navigated the crowd with the silent efficiency of people who understood that the primary job was invisibility. At the center of the room, on a low platform framed by fresh white flowers, a presentation screen showed architectural renderings of the Meridian Children's Housing Initiative, a project that would, if the evening went as planned, receive its full funding commitment before midnight. The woman responsible for that commitment stood near the platform and accepted congratulations with a composure that had taken years to build and would cost her everything to maintain. Victoria Langford was 37 years old, the founder and chief executive of Langford Property Group, one of the 10 most influential real estate companies in the country. She was precise in the way that certain people become precise when they have survived enough disorder, her dark hair pulled back without a strand out of place, her posture communicating nothing that she had not chosen to communicate, her eyes moving across the room with the evaluative calm of someone who has never fully stopped working. Her daughter Chloe was somewhere near the back of the room with the nanny, which was where Chloe usually was at events like this. Victoria was aware of this in the background of her attention, the way she was aware of the time and the remaining items on the agenda present, cataloged and filed in the part of her mind that handled things she would attend to when the immediate demands had been satisfied. She did not notice the man standing outside in the rain. She would notice him very soon. Aaron Hayes was 42 years old and soaked through his jacket collar before he reached the hotel's covered entrance. He had done what he could with what he owned. A dark jacket, pressed that afternoon, shoes polished for the first time in months, a tie that Lily had straightened 3 times with the seriousness of a 7-year-old performing a task of genuine importance. She had stood on the second step of the apartment stairs to reach his collar and told him with absolute confidence that he looked great. He had believed her because she had no reason to lie. Lily was asleep against his left shoulder, now one small hand curled in his jacket lapel. She had lasted through the taxi ride and most of the walk from the corner, and then the particular gravity of a child's exhaustion had overtaken her. He held her carefully with his left arm and kept his right hand free in case she shifted, which was the kind of awareness that had become instinctive over 7 years of doing this alone. She smelled like the lavender shampoo he bought in bulk. Lapel. She had lasted through the taxi ride and most of the walk from the corner, and then the particular gravity of a child's exhaustion had overtaken her. He held her carefully with his left arm and kept his right hand free in case she shifted, which was the kind of awareness that had become instinctive over 7 years of doing this alone. She smelled like the lavender shampoo he bought in bulk because she liked it, and it was the one thing he refused to economize on, no matter how the month was going. He had come tonight because of the invitation which had arrived through a veterans support organization that he stayed loosely connected to. The event promised matching funds for pediatric treatment programs, specifically the kind of pulmonary rehabilitation work that Lily had needed twice in the past 3 years, once when the pneumonia had been bad enough to keep her in the hospital for 11 days. He had paid the bills from that stay in installments that were still running, and he was not above standing in the rain outside a ballroom if there was any chance the conversation inside might help children like her. Lily had asked to come because she wanted to see fancy lights. He had agreed because he could not think of a single good reason to say no to that. He had gotten the invitation out of his jacket before approaching the door. It was printed on heavy cream stock embossed with the hotel's letterhead. He held it carefully to keep the rain off. The security team at the entrance examined it without expression, and one of them stepped aside to let him pass, and then a voice intervened. Victoria Langford had been moving toward the entrance hall for reasons unrelated to him. She was crossing to meet a late-arriving board member when she registered in the periphery of the kind of attention that had kept her successful, something that did not belong to the visual grammar of the evening. A man in a jacket that was not right for the room. A child asleep on his shoulder, hair-damp shoes not matching the event. An invitation that looked out of place in his hands. She stopped. She looked at him the way she had learned to look at things sufficiently conclusively without warmth. "This event is by invitation only," she said, and she said it quietly, which somehow made it carry further than a raised voice would have. The nearby guests in the entrance hall adjusted their attention without appearing to. Aaron looked at her. "I have one," he said. "May I see it?" He held it out. She barely looked at it. She looked at him instead, and at Lily, and the calculation she performed was rapid and visible only in its result. "Security," she said. "Please escort these guests out." The word guests was technically accurate and completely merciless. Aaron did not argue. He had learned a long time ago in contexts far more dangerous than a hotel entrance that arguing was often the least effective available response to a situation. He took the invitation back when she looked away. He turned carefully so as not to jostle Lily. His jaw was set in the way that it set when he was deciding not to say what he was thinking. Lily stirred. Her small voice came out soft and hoarse. "Daddy, I'm cold." He tightened his hold on her and said, "I know, baby girl. Let's get you warm." The doors closed. The rain continued. 31 seconds later, Aaron had not yet reached the sidewalk. A sound came from inside the ballroom that cut through the orchestra, and through 3 sets of closed doors, and through the noise of the street beyond. It was not a scream immediately. It was the specific kind of silence that precedes a scream, the fractional moment when a room full of people simultaneously understands that something has changed. Then the screaming started. Aaron had already turned. The door opened from the inside as panicked guests spilled into the entrance hall, and Aaron moved through them in the opposite direction, with Lily still against his shoulder, and the security team that had escorted him out moments ago now found themselves parting for a man whose entire bearing had shifted into something they did not know how to obstruct. It was not aggression. It was something more fundamental than aggression, the movement of a person who has been trained to enter rooms where other people cannot function, and who has done it often enough that the training has become the person. Inside the ballroom near the back corner where the nanny had been keeping watch, Chloe Langford was on the floor. She was 8 years old, and she had collapsed without warning, which was the way her episodes came, not with a slow approach, but suddenly like a switch thrown. The heart condition had been diagnosed 14 months ago, and medicated and declared manageable. But manageable was a word that belonged to normal circumstances, and the combination of anxiety, crowd, noise, heat, and the particular loneliness of being in a room full of adults who were all watching her mother instead of her had not been normal circumstances. The nanny was kneeling beside her and calling her name. An executive in a dinner jacket was on the phone, presumably with emergency services. 3 other people stood at a radius of approximately 4 feet, doing nothing useful because there was nothing in their experience that had prepared them to do anything useful. Aaron handed Lily to the nearest person who looked capable of holding a sleeping child, a woman in her 50s who received Lily with the instinctive steadiness of someone who had held children before and crossed the remaining distance in 5 steps. He came down to one knee beside Chloe without hesitating. His hands moved with a confidence that was not performed and not explained. It was simply present, the way expertise is present quietly and without announcement. "Step back," he said to the people around him. Not loudly. The room obeyed anyway. He checked her airway first. Clear. He checked her pulse, rapid, irregular. Her breathing was shallow, and her color was wrong in the specific way that told him this was cardiac, and not simply a faint, and the distinction mattered because the responses were different, and he knew both. He kept his voice low and even talking to Chloe directly, even though she was barely conscious, because he had learned in field medicine that the sound of a calm human voice reached people even when they could not respond to it, and that it mattered more than most medical personnel believed. "You're okay," he said. "Your name is Chloe. I can see your name on the event program here. I'm Aaron. I'm going to help you breathe a little better. Can you hear me? You don't have to answer. Just hear me." Somewhere behind him, he heard Victoria Langford's voice asking what was happening. He heard the moment she understood that it was her daughter on the floor. He registered the sharp intake of breath, and the way the room's ambient noise changed in response to her presence. The particular silence that forms around a person whose composure has just cracked, and he kept his attention on Chloe. He positioned her carefully. He cleared her airway more completely. He monitored her pulse with 2 fingers, and counted under his breath, and kept talking to her in the low, steady voice that he had used on men who were worse off than this, in conditions considerably more hostile than a hotel ballroom. Lily, still half asleep in the arms of the woman who had taken her, opened her eyes and looked across the room at the girl on the floor. She did not cry. She watched with the steady attention of a child who had been near illness enough times to understand its texture. Then she made a small sound and reached out, and the woman carrying her brought her closer, and Lily extended one small hand toward Chloe's. "It's okay," Lily said softly. "My daddy fixes everything." Chloe's fingers curled around Lily's, and something in her breathing shifted, not immediately, not dramatically, but perceptibly, the way a person's body responds to the knowledge that there is another person present who is not afraid. The paramedics arrived 9 minutes after the call. Aaron met them at Chloe's side, gave them a clear and sequential account of what he had observed, and what he had done used the clinical terminology accurately, and stepped back to let them work. He did not dramatize the account. He did not take up space in it. He gave them what they needed to do their job, and then removed himself from their way, which was what the situation required. Victoria was kneeling beside her daughter when the paramedics arrived, and it was the first time anyone in the room had seen her kneel. The posture was unfamiliar on her, in the way that vulnerability is unfamiliar on people who have spent years making it inaccessible. Her hand was on Chloe's face, and she was saying her daughter's name quietly, repeatedly, with the strict quality of a voice from which all performance has been removed. She looked up once during the paramedics' assessment. Aaron was standing a few feet away, his jacket damp at the shoulders, his hands at his sides, watching with the alert calm of someone who is ready to help again if help is needed, but will not impose himself if it is not. Their eyes met. Victoria looked at him for a long moment. She looked at him the way you look at someone when the story you told yourself about them has just proven itself wrong. She said nothing. The ambulance was ready to go. In the vehicle on the way to the hospital, Victoria sat across from Aaron in the narrow space. The paramedics had arranged, and Chloe lay between them on the gurney with monitoring leads on her chest and an oxygen line under her nose and her eyes open, tracking from one face to the other. Aaron sat with his hands on his knees and his eyes steady. He had sent a message to the woman who was watching Lily, a text that said thank you, and gave her his number, and asked her to keep Lily warm and comfortable until he could arrange to come back. The silence between Aaron and Victoria was the kind that requires both people to be present in it. Victoria was a person who had spent years filling silence with the sound of competence. She did not know what to do with a silence in which the other person was more composed than she was. Chloe looked at Aaron. "Were you a doctor?" she asked. "No," he said. "I was a medic." "What's the difference?" "A doctor learns in school. A medic learns in the field." He looked at her steadily. "I learned in places where I didn't have very much equipment, so I got good at paying attention." Chloe considered this. "Were you scared?" she asked. "When you were helping me?" "No," he said. And then after a moment, with the honesty that children recognize and respond to, because it is rare, I was focused. Scared and focused feel different. When you're focused, there isn't room for scared. Chloe looked at him for another moment. "I was scared," she said. "I know," he said. "That was okay. You didn't have to be focused. That was my job." Victoria looked out the ambulance window at the city moving past and said nothing, but she heard every word of it, and something in her chest shifted in the way that things shift when they have been very tightly held for a very long time. Aaron Hayes had not always been a man who drove in ambulances beside the children of people who had just thrown him out of a building. There was an earlier version of him, earlier by perhaps 10 years less, by the internal accounting that matters, who had been something else in places very far from New York City hotel ballrooms. He had spent 7 years in a role that involved going into environments other people were trying to leave, stabilizing what could be stabilized, carrying out what could be carried out. He had been good at it. He had been genuinely, specifically good at it, in the way that some people discover a capacity for a thing that they would never have predicted from the outside. He had married Rachel in the first year of his service. She had been a teacher in the elementary school 2 blocks from the apartment they rented, with money that felt improbable at the time, and would feel like abundance in retrospect. She was the kind of person who noticed things, a student falling behind a neighbor's lights that had been on 3 nights, running a sentence in a book that other readers passed over. He had loved this about her. He still did. Lily had been born during his 3rd deployment. He had been there for the birth by phone connection that dropped twice before the baby's first cry came through. When he held Lily for the first time, she was already 4 months old, and she had looked at him with the composed, evaluative attention that he would eventually recognize as entirely her own. And he had understood in that moment that everything he did from then on would be organized around this small person. Rachel died in the winter of Lily's 2nd year, from a cause that had nothing to do with anything Aaron could have prevented or prepared for a neurological event, swift and total, while he was 3,000 miles away. He received the notification through channels that were designed to be efficient because efficiency was humane, and there was no humane way to do it anyway. He came home on emergency leave to a daughter who had been taken care of by Rachel's sister for 4 days, and who reached for him the moment she saw him, with the certainty that he was the person who was supposed to be there. He had left the service 8 months later. The decision had not been uncomplicated. The work had been meaningful to him in the real sense, not the performed sense he had believed in it, and he had been effective at it. And walking away from effective, meaningful work is not easy, regardless of the reason. But the calculus had shifted. Lily had nearly become very ill during one of his absences, and the fear of what might have happened if her condition had been more serious, if there had been no one beside her who knew what to do, had lodged in him with the permanence of something that could not be undislodged. He had rebuilt around her the way structures are rebuilt after significant damage, carefully with attention to what actually needed to be there. He did construction work now, day labor when that was what was available. He was strong and reliable, and showed up when he said he would, which was not as universal a quality as it should have been, and employers noticed it. The pay was not comparable to what it needed to be, but it was honest, and he had decided early on that there were standards he would not compromise, and honesty was one of them. The debt from Lily's hospitalizations lived in a folder in the kitchen drawer. He paid it systematically in the amounts that were possible. It was not going away quickly. He had made peace with the pace of it because making peace with unavoidable things was a skill he had been practicing for years. He had come to the Grand Lexington Hotel tonight for Lily's sake, and also in the quiet part of himself that he didn't narrate to anyone for the sake of every child whose parents were doing the same math he was doing. Victoria Langford learned his background from her assistant the morning after the hospital. The assistant was efficient and
Fanbo was good.
What's good with it?
Fanbo man, what do you got on? What do you got on Victor not being the best player in the series and not being a superstar player? What do you got on that?
He ain't getting. He getting beat up.
No, that sounds like excuses, Fanbo. That sounds like excuses. If Victor Wembanyama is supposed to be the best player in the series and the best player on the San Antonio Spurs, he needs to prove he's that. He needs to go out there and he needs to play however many minutes possible. And he needs to go out there and he needs to fight. He needs to fight Hornstein. He needs to fight Jalen Williams. He needs to fight Chat Holmgren. He got to go out there and be a dog. You know what I'm saying, Fanbo? He ain't get that dog in him. He don't. You letting these boys punk you. You letting light-skinned niggas punk you. You letting Jalen Williams, who's a bench player, punk you. You letting Chet Holmgren punk you. You letting Alex Caruso punk you. Do you think, bro, this proves what, Fanbo? You know OKC's exposing about Victor Wembanyama? They're exposing he's too skinny. They're exposing that he don't got no stamina. They're exposing that he ain't strong enough. All the things they said about Victor when he got drafted, are they wrong, Fanbo? Let's be real.
When the refs ain't calling it, they calling all them flops for SGA.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with being a man, demanding the basketball, getting the basketball, and saying, "I don't give a fuck if guys guard me"? What does it got to do with that? It don't matter who's checking Victor. He needs to man up and show us why he was drafted first overall. Period. He's out here playing like a bitch. Let's be honest, Fanbo. He's playing like a bitch. Let's be real. He's playing like a sucker. He's not playing like a guy that's supposed to be a first overall pick. Huh?
Yeah, it is raining.
Yeah, Fanbo. He's not playing like a guy that's first overall pick, bro. He's not playing like the best player. He's not playing like the best player on the Spurs. Am I? I'm just saying, Fambo. Victor got a man up. You mean to tell me, Victor? A Fambo. You mean to tell me the most minutes Victor can play is 39 minutes a game? That's the most minutes he. That's the most minutes he can play. And you're supposed to be the best player in the series. That doesn't make any sense. He's only averaging in this series. He's only averaging 3 fouls a game. So I don't understand why. Like the Spurs, Fambo, the Spurs plus minus is way higher with Victor on the court versus him off the court. So what does that tell you, Fambo? What does that tell you, Fambo? If they're better with you on the court and off the court, then that tells me, Fambo, that he needs to play more minutes. That's what it tells me. It tells me that he needs to get his minutes up. All that sitting on the bench. If I'm the coach of the Spurs, I'm not. Bro, he's not coming out unless he got foul trouble. Bro, he got to play, bro. You got to play him however many minutes you can, bro. You got to you're gonna have to play him at least 45 minutes a game in this series because the one game, Fambo, the
Yeah.
one game that Victor played 40 or more minutes in, the Spurs won. You know that? The one game where he played 40 minutes or better, Spurs won. The last two games, he's under 40 minutes. His team lose both games. What that tell you? He need to man up and play 40 minutes plus. That's the only chance his team has to win, bro. The Spurs had a 15-point lead. And Victor went to the bench. No. He needs to be out there a lot. The first 3 quarters, he needs to play all 3 quarters, all three. The fourth quarter comes, we can get him a minute here, a minute there. But the first 3 quarters, he got to be out there. I'm sorry, bro. If you the best player and you that nigga, like everybody claim, you need to show us you that. If he's not going to show that, this series is over. If he's not going to come out here and give his team everything he got, this series is going to be over in 5. This Spurs team is not good. Is not good enough without Victor. This Spurs team cannot win this series if Victor's going to be riding the bench. Am I wrong, Fambo? The Spurs cannot win if Victor's not going to play more minutes. If he's going to play a few minutes, you might as well just go ahead and hand the series to the Thunder. I'm just saying. You might as well just hand the series to the Thunder. If Victor can't play many minutes and he tired and all this bullshit, you might as well just say, you know what, Thunder, you got it. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. See, Minnesota trying to make a trade with the Clippers. You hear about the trade they trying to make?
No, I ain't been in the scoop.
They trying to get Kawhi Leonard.
I wouldn't trade for that nigga. If the
Yeah.
T Wolves trade for Kawhi, if they trade for Kawhi, they stupid. Kawhi Leonard can't stay on the damn court. That man can't stay healthy and save his life. It's terrible. And he making crazy money.
But this year he played most of this year compared to the other
Yeah,
last
but,
5 years.
yeah, but he's yeah, but he's not. He's not. Yeah, but Fambo, you missing me though. Kawhi Leonard, he's the type of guy that, let's say you're in a playoff series. Kawhi Leonard is fragile. All it's gonna take is him to get hit one good time, and you in a game 7, and that nigga hurt. I'm telling you, bro. Kawhi Leonard come with drama. He do, bro. He come with drama. He's not gonna be there when you need him most. When you need him most, he's not gonna be available. He might play more games, yeah, but when you really need Kawhi, you in a big time game, he ain't gonna be there, bro. He's not. If you're the T Wolves, I would even look his way. I wouldn't. I don't want a guy that I don't know if he's gonna play or not. Kawhi Leonard's that kind of guy. He's like AD. You don't know if he's gonna play or if he's not gonna play. You don't know. He might say, "Oh, I got the flu today," and don't play.
Chris Paul.
Chris Paul's the same thing. Yeah, you don't know. Those are 50-50s.
Yeah.
Chris Paul, AD, Kawhi, all those guys are like 50-50. You
Yeah, but
might
like
get him, you
Chris
might.
Paul, he's the worst. Chris Paul.
Chris Paul has, yeah, he is one of the worst injury histories.
Yeah, because he's always that the game that it matter. Crucial
Oh yeah,
games.
crucial games. When you need him most, he on
Yeah.
the sideline holding his leg.
Game
Yeah,
7, he hurt.
game 7, he out of there. He done for. That's a knock on his career. That's the biggest knock on his career. Not even not getting no ring. Biggest knock is his health.
Game 7 help.
Man, terrible. Game 7 always hurt. Cavalier about to get swept. And I told people it's gonna be Knicks. I already told y'all it's gonna be Knicks and Thunder in the finals. The Knicks are gonna be the first team to the finals. The Knicks gonna sweep, and they're gonna be waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and then the Thunder gonna get there and meet them. Yep, same with Grant Hill.
Yeah, your boy AD.
Oh yeah, 80. Terry Cloth. Terry Cloth. Yep, Terry Cloth ass nigga. Somebody in the chat said you must be a fan of the flopper. No, I'm not a fan of the Spurs or the Thunder. I want the Spurs to win, but the problem with the Spurs is the Spurs got a bitch as their leader, so the Spurs not winning this. They got a soft French nigga. They got a nigga from French who's soft, softer than butterscotch. How
Is
you from?
Fox
How
playing?
you from? Is he from French or France? He from France? How you from
Yeah.
France and you soft like this? Do you think France would claim him? Probably not. Victor might be the softest nigga in France. I'm going that far. I might sound disrespectful, but I'm just being honest. I think Victor is the softest nigga in France. He's soft. He weak. He just, like all he got is a bunch of height. That's
I
it.
think it's I think it's Rudy Gobert.
Rudy Gobert tougher than Victor. How many times, Fambo? How many times have we seen Rudy Gobert play 45 minutes? I've seen Rudy Gobert plenty of times playing huge minutes, 45, 46. I'm just saying, we all seen Rudy Gobert play huge minutes. We have not seen that from Victor. Victor's riding the bench, eating candy canes while he's taking the ass whoop. I couldn't play for the Spurs. I would fight Victor. I would fight his ass. Every time you go to the bench, we gonna fight. Get your ass out there, nigga. You got niggas like Castle just sucking his dick. Oh, Victor's such a great teammate. Oh my god. No, the fuck he ain't. If he was such a good teammate, his ass would be on the fucking court trying to help y'all win. The hell we talking about? Tim Duncan would not be on the bench watching his team get their ass whooped. You think Tim Duncan would get bitched by Caruso? Come on, man. Prime Tim Duncan would kill Caruso. Am I lying, Fanbo? He would kill Caruso. Caruso with Chet Holmgren and Hornstein, they would get killed, murdered, first degree. Tim Duncan would kill niggas. All fundamentals.
He have been benched. Cause you remember in the final they took him out.
Yeah, but that was just one play though. I'm not mad about
But that
Victor
was a
taking off.
play.
Yeah, yes, it was a crucial play, of course, but okay. So look, would you rather have one play versus multiple plays? What I'm looking at with Victor is that Tim Duncan, when he got benched in that crucial play, Tim Duncan was in his 30s, right? He was in his mid to late 30s. Victor Wembanyama is in his prime. You get what I'm saying, Fambo? He's in his prime, and he's on the bench. What is Victor's excuse to be in your prime on the bench? Victor was at least, Duncan. He was towards the back end of his career when he went out on that final play. But when you watch Victor is young. He's in his prime, and you're on the bench on crucial possessions. That's what I'm talking about. Tim Duncan was at least old. What is Victor's excuse, Sambo? Be age 22 in your prime and on the bench. It just don't make sense. They treat Victor like he in his 30s or older. This man's 22 years old. There's no excuses at 22. Like, Sambo, you know what Steph Curry did at 22 years old. You know what Tim Duncan did at 22 years old. You know what Dave Robinson did. Kareem, Magic, Jordan, Kobe, Dwayne Wade. Those niggas was killing at 22. What? Playing big minutes. Killing. I'm just saying. Like, I just don't get it. Victor is too young of a player to not have the stamina to play at least 45 minutes. Maybe not 48, but you mean you can't play at least 45 to try to help the team win? I'm just saying. The one game in this series that Victor played 40 or more minutes, his team won. And that was in game one. So I'm just saying, like, if the Spurs want to win, who's the coach's name? Mitch Johnson. He needs to tell me, hey, look, bro, you gonna have to play at least 45 minutes a game, bro. I'm sorry, bro, but we can't survive without you, bro. You know what I'm saying, Fambo? If you was a coach of the Spurs,
Yeah, but it's the
would you
coach.
let him be on the bench? Huh?
But it's on the coach too, because he put him on the bench.
No, but I'm saying if you was a coach, would you have him on the bench?
Uh-uh.
You playing a 45 or better.
Yeah, and it's on the coach. The coach the one who pull him out the game.
Yeah, and he's Mitch Johnson said he said he pulled him out because Victor said he need rest. So the coach is saying that he pulled Victor out because he needs a break. So what does that tell you about Victor? It tells you that Victor don't got it tell you that if Victor is tired and he needs all these breaks, how can his team win? They're not good without him. When Victor leaves the court, a Fambo, when Victor goes to the bench, the Spurs the Spurs are what is the word, Fambo? The Spurs are negative net rating when Victor goes to the bench. What does that tell you? It tells you that Victor needs to play more minutes. So if you're Mitch Johnson, you need to play him more minutes. If the Spurs want any chance in this series, because Cornette is trash in this series. Cornette is a minus 12 or more in this series. Look it up, Fambo. Cornette is trash in this series. You cannot play Cornette anymore in this series. If the Spurs want to win, you got to bench Cornette for the series. And you got to play Victor all the minutes.
Yeah, and Castle, the first two games, he was a turnover machine.
Yeah, but he's turning the ball over because they got him. Castle's not a point guard. He's not. And the
Uh,
Spurs are playing him like he's a point guard. He's not a point guard.
yeah, they had him playing point because Fox was hurt.
Yeah, but that's not gonna work. You got Castle playing out of position. That's not gonna help you. You're trying to make Castle play point, but he's not a point guard. They need to play somebody else at the point. I don't know who else they got, but Castle's not a point guard. That's not gonna work. He's not a point guard. That's not his game.
Yeah, because
Castle's a scorer,
you
huh?
seen in game three, I think he had only one turnover in game three.
He only had one turnover, but having him at point guard, you're
Yeah,
doing
because
Castle this
Fox was back.
right. And then Fox got hurt again.
Yeah,
So now that Fox is hurt again, they're probably going to put Castle back at the point, which is stupid. Castle's not a point. I don't know who else do the Spurs have. They got to put somebody else at the point. You can't keep putting because Castle. What do you consider Castle? Castle to me is like he can score and defend. I would put him
he
I
he
would
had
I would slide him
he had
over.
two.
Yeah, he's like a two guard. So I would slide him over and to put somebody else at the point. And then Victor, what do you do with Victor? Victor, what I would do with Victor Fambo, I'll move him to the four, right? And then I'll put somebody else at the five. That's what I'm doing. Or yeah, because if you keep putting him at the five, the fucking Thunder just beating him up.
Or if you want to cheat, you can put him
What's
at the
that?
three. Put him at the three.
Yeah, but who's gonna help him rebound?
What's the
You
they
can't
put
play
him at the
Cornet.
two?
He needs some help. Victor needs help on the rebounds because what's happening right now, Victor at the five is like 80 at the five. You know how whenever 80 played the five and he just got beat up, and then when 80 played the four, he was able to dominate. So what I'm saying is they need to play bigger. If you're the Spurs, you might want to play bigger and try to combat what the Thunder's doing. I might go bigger. I might put Cormet at the five and then Victor at the four. And then all Cornet has to do is just go straight up, and then Victor can block him over the top. That's what I'm
Who else?
doing.
Who else the Spurs get?
I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know who else is on that roster.
Yeah, who is they two big like come off the bench big mans? Cause you got another
I
big
don't know.
man. You could put Wemby at the three, put Garnett at the five, and whoever the other big man, put him at the four.
Let me see. They got Kelly Olynyk and Bismack Biyombo. I would put Kelly Olynyk at the four, Victor at the
Victor,
three,
yeah.
and they got Plumlee too. They got Plumlee. They got Plumlee. They got Kelly Olynyk, and they got Bismack Biyombo. What are you doing?
Harper's still hurt, huh?
Yeah, Dylan Harper's still hurt.
Okay.
Who do you got in their starting lineup? Their starting lineup is who? Castle, Vassell, Victor, and they're trying to throw Harper out there. Harper still played. I don't know. What do you do? I might throw Kelly Olynyk because Kelly Olynyk can shoot. He can shoot and handle the ball. He can handle the ball on the post. He can drive. He can post up, and he can shoot three pointer. I might put him at the four, Victor at the three, and then at the five. We. Well, what did I tell you, Fanbo? Cornet he's a minus 12 game 1, 2, and 3 in this series. So would you play Cornet? I wouldn't. He's a minus 12 in this series. He's a minus 12 in game 1, 2, and 3. So I would put Bismack Biyombo at the 5.
They still got Barnes too.
Yeah, they still got Harrison Barnes. You might have to start Harrison Barnes. You might have to put him at the 4 and a Olynyk at the 5. You can do that too. You can put Barnes at the 4 and then put Olynyk at the 5 and then Victor at the 3.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing if I'm the Spurs, because if you keep putting Victor out there by himself,
and
he's gonna Victor can't
and like certain plays, they could switch it up. Like Barnes would go to the 3, Victor go to the 4.
You can play Barnes. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. What about Victor at the 3 or the 4, and he put Barnes at the 5? Barnes can guard Chat and fucking Hornstein. Barnes is a big body. You can cheat and put Barnes at the 5, because what that does, it's gonna pull Hornstein or Chat away from the basket, because Barnes can handle the rock too, right? He can handle the rock at the top of the key. So I'm just saying, like, you can have some packages where Barnes plays the 5.
And he can shoot the 3.
And he can shoot. Because Victor playing the 5 right now, that's not working. Victor playing the 5 is not working. If the Thunder's going to play, right, because the Thunder's playing Chet and Hornstein, so your only way to counter that, you put Barnes at the 5. That's going to take Hornstein away from the basket. Because Victor can shoot, right? Victor can shoot, Barnes can shoot, and Kelly Olynyk can shoot. In this series, you need what? You need shooting, right? So Cornet can't shoot. Take him out. Bismack can't shoot. Don't play him. The only guys I'm playing at the five is Barnes, Lennox, and Victor. But Victor, he should play the three and the four, like how we saying. And then Barnes and Lennox, they can take turns playing the five. I'm just saying. And I'm bringing Vassell off the bench. I'm bringing Vassell off the bench because he can come in and shoot. Him and Penny come out the bench, and that helps your bench. Because if Fox is hurt, right? Fox is hurt and Harper hurt.
Yeah.
You can bring Vassell off the bench, right? You can bring Vassell and Champagne off the bench. And Lennox can shoot. Think about it. If you got Barnes at the five, right? Barnes can screen for Victor. Victor can come off the screen, catch it. Barnes can flare out. Yeah, and Victor got an easy, like Pickens. He can drive or he can kick it out to Barnes wide open. Same with a Lennox. You might have a Lennox can set a back screen, right? A Lennox can screen for Castle. Castle come off the screen. Lennox can pop out, and it's whatever you want. I'm just saying. They got options. But for me, bro, I'm putting Barnes at the five. Barnes is my first option at the five.
Okay. Looking at everybody. Oh, he's 6'7", Barnes.
Yeah, but Hornstein's not a shooter. Think about that. Hornstein's not a shooter. So if you got Barnes and Victor playing the 4 and the 5, that's unguardable. When you think about it, Victor ain't no slouch. Barnes ain't no slouch now. But you can't keep playing Cornette though. Cornette is a minus Fambo. Look at Cornette's plus minus. That nigga's a minus 12 in every game in the series. He's not playable. He's unplayable. One second.
Bismarck. They got him. He's 6'8". They got him at center. Or they could bring Mason in. Yeah, but Mason, he's 7 feet.
Okay, my bad, fam. I'm back. My bad. I stepped away for a second.
Or they could bring Mason in.
Mason Plumlee.
Yeah.
So they gotta do something because
He's 7 feet. He's 7 feet, 254.
Yep. You might have to bring in Mason.
Yeah.
If they keep They keep on doing what they doing, putting Victor at the five,
Yeah, so they
because
put
Victor ain't.
Mason at the they put Mason at the 5, and they put Kelly at the 4.
That's a good lineup. I agree with you, Fambo. Because if they keep putting Victor at the five, Victor's too skinny, bro. He can't he can't overcome the physicality. He can't overcome the physicality at the
The
five.
single dad stops to fix the name of CEO's so he refuses her money, gives her a
Because
kind smile, and drives away.
Mason's he weighed the
Mrs.
most
McDonald,
out of everybody on the team, 254.
that
You
voice,
said what?
those eyes.
He weighed the most, 254.
Who you talking about?
Mason Plumley.
Yeah, I agree. You got to play him at the five because putting Victor at the five, that's not going to work. Mason Plumlee's a big body.
Yeah, Cornette.
Mason Plumlee big, huh?
Cornette is 7'1", 250.
But Cornette. Well, what did I say about Cornette though? Cornette is his plus minus is negative. He's a negative on the court. Want
Yeah, but
me to read you Cornette? Luke Cornette.
but
I could read you
if
his
they put
plus
him at,
minus.
don't have to put him at the 5, put him at the 4, and let Plumlee play the 5, and let Cornette play the 4.
No, but Cornette, the Fambo Cornette, he's a negative, bro. He's a negative on the court. He needs to come out completely. You need to completely erase him from the lineup. In the 3 games in this series, Fambo, Luke Cornette, the guy you're vouching for, he's a -9 in game 1. In game 2, he's a -10. In game 3, you know what his plus minus was in game 3? He's a -18. So he went from -9 to -10 to -18. Why would you keep playing him? -8, no, -9, -10, and then -18 last game. Think about it. If I'm the Spurs coach, he's not playing anymore. He is out of here. I'm playing. I'm playing the other guy you said. Who you said? Mason Plumlee. I'm putting him at the 5. Cornette's out of here. You know what I'm saying? I'm playing Mason Plumlee. I'm playing Kelly Olynyk, and I'm playing who else you said? Plumlee, Olynyk, and Barnes. Cornette gotta go. Cornette's a no go. I would take it out of there completely.
And suddenly, she realized it was not just some stranger. It was the first love she lost 15 years ago. The one she never stopped thinking about. And he doesn't even recognize her. Now, before we continue, let us know in the comments section where in the world you're tuning in from. We love seeing how far our stories reach. And if this story speaks to you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Leclerc had tried the ignition 4 times already. Each time the result was the same. Silence. Not even a spark. Just dead. Expensive metal refusing to cooperate. She stepped out of the car, her heels crunching against the gravel shoulder. The mountain stretched endlessly in both directions. Beautiful, completely useless. Her phone showed 1 bar, then none, then 1 again. A cruel taste. Of course, she whispered. Of all things. The irony wasn't lost. This morning, she stood in front of 40 executives, closed a deal worth millions. She commanded that room with confidence, precision, authority. And now she couldn't even get her car to start. That's when she heard the engine. An old pickup truck, paint faded from years of sun and work, rolled to a stop behind her car. The door creaked open, and a man stepped out. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a work shirt, grease stains on the sleeves, and jeans that had seen better.
Luke Kennett is done, man.
His face was weathered, lined, with lines around his eyes that said,
I'll get Mason Plumlee out there.
He looked at the car, then at her, and tilted his head slightly. Engine trouble? He asked. Claire felt a flutter of something, relief, maybe, or caution. It won't start. It's moonlight. Mind if you take a look? She hesitated for only a second. Please. He went forward. Maybe it wasn't his life working with his hands.
They can't let OKC do that trade. They're trying to do it Washington.
Claire stood back, watching him walk.
What is OKC trying to do?
They're trying to give up some of their first round picks for this year first round pick. So you know they got all them first round draft picks.
I mean, if the Thunder go back to, well, I'm not gonna say if. When the Thunder go back to back, hopefully the Wizards say, you know what? We tired of seeing the Thunder win the championship, and hopefully nobody does any trades with OKC.
But it's something like they can see Washington trying to make that trade to get all the other first round picks they get too.
I wouldn't trade if I'm the Wizards. Why would I trade this round draft picks away to get later? No, I ain't doing that.
That strange, nagging feeling in the back of her mind. Something about him felt familiar. When's the last time you had him check?
They get this year. They get the 12th pick this year.
I just bought this car 6 months ago. Could be a loose tune.
7,
Let me see
28, and 29.
Speaking
Speaking of 4 first round picks.
In the bed, and returned with a wrench. Claire watched his hands as he worked. Steady,
Like someone
capable,
they won VJ, but
the way he
they
carried
could get
himself.
all those. They're trying to build a team anyway.
Claire, by the way, she
No
said.
other first round picks. You can use that for a trade. That's why you really want to.
Ethan.
They bird off. If you're the Wizards, man, don't do any, like, nobody should do, bro. If the Thunder win back to back, nobody should do any trade with the Thunder, bro. Teams need to blackball the fucking Thunder. Anytime the Thunder call, don't even answer the phone. If you're an NBA team, you should be tired of watching the fucking Thunder win championships. You should be sick of it. You shouldn't make any trade with these niggas. None. If the Wizards do that shit, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. They're gonna be the stupidest franchise in NBA history. Like, nah, you know what? I ain't gonna do it because I ain't got enough energy.
That smile. God, that smile. It was warm and genuine. The kind of smile that made you feel like everything would be okay. She'd seen that smile before. She was sure of it. You live around here? She asked,
from the
trying to keep the conversation going, trying to figure out why he felt so familiar. About 20 minutes down the road, run an auto shop in town. He tightened something with a wrench, then straightened up. Try it now. Claire slid back into the driver's seat and turned the key.
You know, after get Paul George ain't with them no more. They still paying this day.
Oh my God, she breathed. Thank you so much. Ethan closed the hood and wiped his hands on his
Yeah, the Clippers were fucking stupid.
Just a loose battery terminal. Happens sometimes. Claire stepped out of the car, reaching for her purse. Let me pay you. Seriously, how much do I owe you? Nothing. No, really, I insist. It took 2 minutes, Ethan said, shaking his head. I'm not taking your money for tightening a bolt. There was no longer anything. Claire could see them. She pulled out one of her business cards instead, holding it out to him.
Charlie,
Then,
like
at least
teams
take
make the
this.
playoff.
If you
What
ever
they
need
should do
anything,
for make
anything
it
at
more
all,
harder for
please
them.
call me.
They don't get
Ethan took
they don't get no first round pick. They get second round pick.
You said who?
If you make the playoff, if your team make the playoff, you should not get first round picks. You get second round picks.
Who you talking about the Wizards?
So like all the NBA teams, they talking about they should take if you if your team don't make the playoff, you get first round picks. But if you make the playoff, you get second round pick.
dancing at it briefly.
I
His
agree.
eyebrows rose slightly when he read the title beneath her name.
I agree with that.
CEO, Donovan Enterprises.
And like, yeah, that make it more
Well,
tougher.
this is part of this problem. I hope the rest of your drive goes smoother. Hey,
That's gonna cause a lot of teams to tank. Like some teams that know they're not good enough. They gonna just try to tank.
thank you again. Really? He nodded, gave her one more
Like,
of those warm
yeah, this
squeezes,
team
and walked
you
to
just
the truck.
missing that one piece.
He stood
And
there,
you might just take this year and try to get
started
a good pick.
the engine back onto the road. She watched his taillights fade into the distance, and that's when it hit her. That smile, that kindness,
That's crazy.
the way he looked at her, really looked at
But
her,
I agree.
like she was a person and not just a title or a dollar sign. She knew him. Her breath caught in her throat. Her mind raced backward, sifting through years of memories, searching for where she'd seen that face before. And then, like a photograph developing in slow motion, came into 15 years ago. College. The library steps.
We
She'd
got
been walking back to the dorm late
we
one
got
night,
Dolphins.
looking
That's our
through
first game.
making crude comments, blocking her path. She'd been terrified, frozen, unsure what to do. And
You watching
then,
that game?
You said what?
Raiders first game to get against your boy Malik.
Hopefully y'all beat Malik ass. Beat his ass.
appeared a guy from her physics class, someone she'd barely spoken to, and he'd stepped between her and them with a quiet, commanding presence, and that made
If
them
people like,
back
why he
off.
go to Buffalo?
He went to a dorm that night. They
I
talked for
got the
hours,
Raiders winning.
and in those hours, Claire had felt something she'd never felt before.
But I could see why he went there because he tired of playing
Safe.
backup. He want to be starter.
Yep. And guess what? Being a starter comes with a price called ass whooping.
His name had been Ethan. Ethan Harris. Claire's hands were shaking as she pulled out her phone. She stared at his business card, still clutched in her other hand, her heart pounding against her ribs. It was him. After all these years, it was really him. And he didn't remember her at all. Claire didn't sleep that night. She lay in her king-sized bed in an empty penthouse, staring at the ceiling, replaying every second of their encounter on that mountain road. The way Ethan had looked at her. Kind, helpful, but distant. Like she was just another stranded motorist. Another stranger. He didn't remember her. The realization cut deeper than
But
she'd
it's a lot of new
expected.
quarterbacks going through new
15
teams
years
too.
You said what?
I say it's a lot of new quarterbacks. They ain't new, but they just going to a new team.
Came a
Mm-hmm.
freshman with second-hand clothes, and a scholarship
They
she
did.
couldn't afford to lose.
Kyler Murray went to the Vikings.
When those men had cornered her,
Most
when
like
Ethan
he
had
be
stepped
the starter over there.
she felt like somebody, like she mattered. They talked until dawn that night about dreams,
I think
fears,
he
the
beat
future.
JJ out the
And
job.
things. And when the sun came up, he kissed her, soft and gentle, like she was something precious. Then he was gone. She'd searched for him, asked around campus. But Ethan Harris had simply vanished. And eventually, Claire had to accept that whatever they'd shared was just a beautiful moment. Nothing more. Except it had never felt like nothing. Not to her. Now he was
Yeah.
back, and she was invisible.
We're gonna see how it play out.
Claire grabbed her phone off the nightstand. 3 in the morning. She pulled up Google, typed in his name. Harris Auto Repair appeared immediately. Reviews, photos, a simple
Because
website.
everybody like it'd be kind of weird seeing Mike Evans
Arms
in a
crossed.
night gear when he's so used to being in Tampa Bay.
Then she found his Facebook page. Public profile. Photos of a little girl with dark curls and a smile. Emma, probably. Pictures of school plays, birthday parties, father-daughter camping trips. A simple life. A good life. No mention of a wife. No woman in any recent photos. Claire's chest tightened. He'd built a whole world without her. And why wouldn't he? She'd been one night in his life. One conversation. One kiss. But God, she'd never forgotten him. Her finger hovered over the message button. What would she even say? Hey, remember me? You saved my life once, and I've been measuring every man against you for 15 years. She closed the app. This was insane. She was being insane. But the next morning, Claire found herself driving back toward that mountain town. She told herself it was just to thank him properly, to repay the kindness. Nothing more. Harris Auto Repair was a modest building on Main Street, sandwiched between a hardware store and a coffee shop. Claire parked across the street, watching through the window as Ethan worked on a car. His movements efficient and practiced.
We gonna see what's popping.
She almost turned around.
We gonna see.
Almost drove away. Then Ethan looked up, saw her car, and waved. There was no backing out now. The shop smelled of only movement. A woman at the front desk smiled at her.
This game, August 6th.
Ethan was thinking, I'm actually looking for Ethan. I just...
You said what?
She...
Oh, first preseason game, August 6th.
Yeah, I ain't watching no preseason games.
Ethan was walking toward her, wiping his hands on a rag, looking surprised, but pleased. Hi, she said, suddenly encouraged. I hope I'm not well. Is everything okay with the car? The car's perfect. Just... She held up a
See
paper.
how they look in preseason.
If you have time. Something flickered across Ethan's face. Hesitation.
It's really more for the rookies.
Glanced back at the slot, then at her. Yeah, he said finally.
Right.
If they can be on the team or they not be on the team.
They stood on the bench outside the coffee shop next door. Claire had brought sandwiches from an upscale deli in the city.
Yeah.
Suddenly, a place they looked in
That's
this
the
small
Steelers
town.
13.
You didn't have to do this, Ethan said, unwrapping a sandwich. I'm not to. They ate in silence. Claire's mind raced, searching for the right words, the right way to ask if he remembered. Can I ask you something? Ethan said quietly. Claire's heart jumped. Of course. Yesterday, when you gave me your card, Claire Donovan, CEO. You're that Claire Donovan. I looked you up last night. I wasn't meeting your eyes. You've done incredible things. Built an empire. Why are you really here? I told you. To thank you. People like Woodward lived lunch to a small town mechanic. His voice was gentle but firm. So, what is this really about? Claire's breath caught. She could see it now. The walls he built. The assumption that someone like her couldn't possibly have genuine interest in someone like him. You think I'm saying? She asked softly. That this is some kind of charity? I don't know what to think. Ethan finally looked at her. You're a CEO? I fix cars and go home to a kid in frozen dinners. We live in different worlds. We didn't always. The words hung in the air between them. Ethan's expression shifted. Confusion and concentration. Like he was trying to solve a puzzle. What do you mean?
And we gonna see what's what, man. It's coming up.
Westfield University, 15 years ago. We had physics together.
Yes.
Professor Morris's
Week
things.
one, you
Ethan's eyes widened
got
slightly.
Seattle in the Panthers, New
I
England.
know.
We got Seattle and who?
New England, week one. That's the first game of the year. Regular season.
Do you remember October 23rd? Outside the library. She watched his face carefully. Saw the moment his memory stirred.
I got the
Saw him
Vikings.
featured time. There was a girl, he said slowly. Some guys were hassling her. Walked her home. That was me, Ethan. He stared at her. Really stared. Like he was seeing her for the first time. The sandwich forgotten. His whole body still. Claire, he whispered. That was you? I had brown hair back then. Glasses. I was 40 pounds lighter because I could barely afford to eat. Oh my God. Ethan ran a hand through his hair. I looked for you. After I had to leave school, I tried to find you, but I didn't have your number, didn't know your last name. You were just Claire from physics class. Something broke open in Claire's chest. You looked for me? Of course I did. His voice cracked slightly. That night, Claire, that wasn't just some random thing for me. We talked for hours. I thought maybe. He trailed off, and Claire saw it all over his face. The same longing she'd carried for 15 years. The same what if that had haunted her. I thought about you constantly, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. When you disappeared, I tried to find you too. But you were gone. My mom had diagnosed with cancer. I had to come home. I had to take care of her. I couldn't. He stopped, emotion thick in his throat. Couldn't afford to stay in school. Couldn't afford anything. So I left. I'm so sorry. And now you're here, Ethan said, looking at her like she was something impossible. After all this time, you're actually here.
I got Seattle winning because no. I got New England winning because Seattle gonna have that hangover.
You realized you the second you smiled at me on that road. Claire admitted. I've never forgotten that smile. Ethan reached across the bench, his hand hovering near hers, not quite touching. I can't believe it's you. I can't believe I didn't see it. I look different. No. He shook his head. We look exactly the same. I just couldn't let myself believe that someone like you would remember someone like me. Someone like you saved my life. And that he made me feel like I mattered. Like I was worth something. Tears pricked her eyes. How could I ever forget that? His hand closed over hers, warm and solid and real. And for the first time in 15 years, Claire felt like she'd finally come home. Over the next 2 weeks, Claire found reasons to drive to that mountain town. Business meetings she could have done remotely, errands that didn't really need running. Each time, she'd stop by the coffee shop next to Ethan's auto repair And somehow, he always knew she was there. They'd meet for lunch, sometimes dinner. They talked about everything. The years they'd lost, the lives they'd built separately, the strange twist of fate that had brought them back together. But something was holding Ethan back. Claire could feel it in the way he'd pull away when they got too close, the way he'd change the subject when she mentioned the future. It was a Friday evening when everything came to a head. Claire had driven up after work, still in her business suit, and found Ethan closing up the shop. "Hey," he said, surprised. "I wasn't expecting you today. I wanted to see you." She stepped closer. "Is that okay?" "Yeah, of course." But his smile didn't quite reach his lips. "Ethan, what's wrong?" He locked the shop door, not looking at her. "Nothing's wrong. Don't do that. Don't shut me out." He turned to face her then, and the pain in his eyes nearly broke her. "Claire, what are we doing here?" "What do you mean?" "I mean this." He gestured between them. "You and me. What is this?" "I thought we were." She stopped, searching his face. "What do you want it to be?" Ethan laughed, but there was no humor in it. "What I want doesn't matter. Look at you. Look at me. You drive a car that costs more than I make in 2 years. You run a company with offices in 6 countries. I fix cars and go home to an 8-year-old who needs help with her homework. So we don't make sense there. We never did." The words hit her like a physical blow. "It's not true, isn't it?" Ethan's voice rose slightly. 15 years ago, you were going places, and I was the guy who had to drop out. Now you're at the top, and I'm still here in the same small town, doing the same small town things. What kind of life can I offer you? I'm not asking you to offer me anything. What you should do." He ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. "You deserve someone who can keep up with you. Someone who fits into your world." "My world is empty, Ethan." Claire's voice cracked. "It's full of meetings, contracts, and people who only care about what I can do for them. You're the first person in 15 years who's looked at me and seen me. Just me. That's not enough." "Why not?" "Because you'll wake up one day and realize you've settled." Ethan's jaw clenched. "You'll realize you gave up your life for a mechanic in a nowhere town, and you'll resent me for it. Is that what you really think?" Claire stopped. "That I'm here out of some misplaced nostalgia. And I've been driving an
Oh, ready for football.
I don't know what to think anymore." "Then let me make it simple." Claire's voice was still, despite the tears threatening to fall. "That night, 15 years ago, you made me feel safe. You made me feel like I mattered. And then you were gone, and I spent years trying to find that feeling again. I built an empire, Ethan. I conquered boardrooms and closed deals and proved to everyone that I was worth something. But I was not that. Because none of it meant anything without someone to share it with." Ethan was silent, his throat working. "And then you appeared on that mountain road," Claire continued. "And for the first time in 15 years, I felt like I could breathe again. So no, this isn't about pity or nostalgia, or me slumming it with a moping plan. This is about me finally finding the one person who makes me feel
DJ just pulled up, fanbo. Let's go.
I'm not done."
What's
She
the
closed her
word?
eyes.
What's good with it?
You think
Yo,
I deserve that? Let me tell you something about what I deserve.
but your live dead or something. Why y'all not talking?
I'm a person, not a profit
Who-
margin.
who- Let's
Someone who fixes my car.
let's
We, we
let's
were
talk
just
about
chopping up the
football.
sport. Oh yeah, football. We was talking about football and basketball.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
man. We
same old
do.
shit.
Yeah, man. The sports channel. That's what we do. We talk about football and basketball. We just talked about Seattle, New England. The first going to be the first game. We talked about how the Wizards are going to give up picks to the fucking Thunder. We talked about the Spurs. We talked about AD, Chris Paul. The list goes on. We had quite a few conversations, just me and Fambo.
They saying the Thunder is fucking up the game, like how they playing and shit. It's like unwatchable. I don't know. I don't watch. I don't know.
The Thunder. I mean, the Thunder's never gonna be as good as the Lakers. You know, what I mean, they ain't never gonna three-peat and then back to back like how Lakers did. So you know, it is what it is. The Thunder, the flopping. I mean, it's for me, it's not even the flopping. Like Fambo brought up the flopping, but to me, I'm not mad about the flopping. What I'm mad about is the Thunder's playing football. They out here playing football, and the league's allowing it.
Yeah, cause you seen
So
what's it, Harnstein? How you put what's it, Castle? His hair pulling by his dread, and then he called nothing.
yeah, that's football. And then there was another play they showed. You saw the last game. Fucking Jared McCain fucking push he fucking ran into Castle, made him fall down. And then remember who was the guy that Caruso. Caruso hit Castle on a dunk attempt, and Castle almost hurt himself. Like this Thunder team, they playing football. They out here doing some dirty shit, hitting niggas on dunk attempts. Um, you saw that one play where Chet Holmgren he stepped on Victor foot on purpose.
You know,
Like
on the free
what?
throw, on the free throw.
On the free throw? Yeah. Like they out here playing football, and that's why the Thunder to me they're
Say that.
unwatchable for three reasons. Three reasons why they're unwatchable. The Thunder, reason number one, they flopping. Reason number two, they playing football. Reason number
Just,
three, go ahead.
So
just,
well,
just
well
think, just think if Victor would have jumped, and he could have hurt himself.
hey,
The
you think
facts.
that elbow from Victor? You think that was like out of frustration? You know when you elbowed that dude, because
Yeah, man. I think the Spurs need. Yeah. He did elbow him out of frustration, but that series is long gone. But in this series right here, the Spurs are just getting bitched. The Spurs are getting bullied because the Thunder's playing football and the rest is not. The Spurs will just let them get away with it.
shit, I say fuck that. I say bring out the fucking 80s and 90s on their ass. Since ain't nobody doing shit, shit go bad boy Pistons on their ass.
I ain't gonna lie to you. The goddamn Thunder is gonna three-peat. I hate to say that, but OKC got a chance to three-peat
Why you say 3 feet?
because everybody else is bitches. Everybody else is a bunch of hoes. They ain't got no balls, and that's why they gonna three-peat. Plain and simple.
I doubt it. I doubt that.
Nobody else has who has the balls to go against Thunder and say, "Watch this. I had enough." I'm just saying the Spurs are good enough to beat the Thunder this year. But the problem is their fucking leader is a bitch. Victor Wembanyama
He can't do shit,
is
man.
letting his team get bullied, and that's
You
a
saw what
problem.
happened. Mike, you saw what happened in last series when he tried to do something. Look what happened.
It don't matter. Set the
Silas jumped
tone.
out.
It don't matter if they send him to the shower. He has to set the tone. Tim Duncan, what did Tim Duncan do for the Spurs? He set the tone. It don't matter if you get thrown out or get a tech. Tim Duncan was a tone setter. If Victor Wembanyama wants to be one of the great big man to play in San Antonio, he need to grow some balls and say, I don't give a fuck if I get ejected. He need to go out there and he need to slap the shit out of Chet Holmgren. I don't give a fuck. Slap the fuck out of him. Let him know. Get the fuck off me, nigga. Real talk. How you from France letting Hornstein and Chet punk you for a whole game? And Jalen Williams and Caruso. I'm just saying. Victor need to go out there and say, bro, I'm sick of y'all niggas. I'm about to show you what's up. Real talk.
But if it's
He
one
need to
sided,
go out there.
the referees favor one team over the other, ain't shit he can do.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is something he can do. He can play more physical. That's something he can do. Yes, there is something he can do. Victor can play more physical. He can be more aggressive. Be more assertive. Demand the basketball. He can tell Caruso, "Get your white ass off me, nigga." Yes, he can do that. He can catch the ball, Caruso dumb ass, and dunk all over his punk ass, and let him know what's up. Tells that he's too small, too short, too little. I'm just being honest. Victor, if I was the coach of the Spurs, I would tell Victor, stop being a hoe. Dominate these small ass niggas. Real talk. Demand the basketball and dunk on Hornstein all fucking game. Don't even put the ball down. Just turn around and just dunk on him. Real shit. Mitch Johnson's a hoe. He is the wrong coach for this Spurs team. I'm going to say it again. Mitch Johnson is the wrong coach for this Spurs team. They need a coach to understand the game. Victor he need to be in that block dunking on niggas. Telling niggas get the fuck out my way. You got Castle out here. Taking 30 fucking dribbles. Fuck that. Tell Castle get the fuck out my way, nigga. I'm Victor Wembanyama. I'm about to Victor these niggas. I'm just saying. How you gonna be the best player on the team and you got niggas like Castle taking on the shooters? You got Vasil out here.
Then one time he blocked Westbrook shot or something. Something happened. And
who did?
Victor. It's like I forgot when it was. Like it was him and Westbrook. He blocked his shot or something, and then they kind of went at it a little bit. But that he can bring that shit out. I think that was his rookie season.
That was not this season, but the year before. You talking like Westbrook? Then he rode Westbrook on his head.
Yeah,
like
yeah. Bring that shit out.
No, I don't need no. Y'all talking about one play. I'm not talking about one play. I'm talking about every time Victor plays, he needs to play with the attitude of Shaq on offense. On defense, he needs the attitude of Hakeem Olajuwon. He need to tell niggas, look, you come in this paint, I'm swatting your shit. I don't give a damn how you throw it up.
If you mention Shaq, see the thing about Shaq on the Lakers, Shaq was older. Shaq was in his late 20s and 30 when he was on the Lakers. Yeah, he was in his late 20s, early 20s.
Shaq at 22. Shaq at 22 would dominate Hornstein. That's for damn sure. Shaq at 22 would look Hornstein in his eye and say, "You can't guard me." And he would get his ass in that motherfucker block. And he gonna dunk on the motherfucker.
You talking about Shaq that was winning them championships though?
I'm not. I'm not talking about Shaq winning the championship. I'm talking about 22-year-old Shaq. I'm talking about young Shaq. Orlando Shaq.
Okay, but Victor
Orlando
not built
Shaq.
like that though, Mike.
No, but here's the thing though. Victor got no dog in him. That's his problem. Victor has Victor has all the tools to dominate this Thunder team. The one tool that he's missing is dog mentality. That's the one tool he's missing. You mean to tell me you 250 pounds, 7'4", and you letting these niggas guard you? He need to get the damn ball, take one fucking dribble, get the fuck off me, turn around and just yam that bitch every fucking time. There's no excuses to be taken. There's no excuses you allowing Caruso to push you out the paint. Fuck out of here. The hell? I would throw his ass. I would throw Caruso ass down and tell him shut up.
It's a different league. Like it's a
He ain't
different
got
league
that
for real.
dog in him, bro.
I mean,
Matumbo.
that's my point though, Mike.
With
Nobody in the league
Matumbo
really
a good
has the
nigga,
dog in them like that. They
nobody
just bring
has.
points. No team is
That's
really
why the
like
Thunder.
that.
That's why the Thunder gonna three-peat. That's why the OKC Thunder is about a three-peat because all these niggas got is a bunch of hoes. They ain't got no dog in them. And that's why they gonna three-peat. That's why. Too many suckers now. Paul Gasol would dominate Chet Hunger. Paul Gasol would abuse him. Mark Gasol would abuse him. Should I keep going? Zach Randolph. Y'all probably don't even know who Zach Randolph is. Zach Randolph would bully Chet Hunger. Oh my God. Zach Randolph would murder that nigga and
You can
Hornstein
take your
together.
pick. You can take your pick from the 2000s and 90s. But anybody from that era and put him today.
Bro, Boogie Cousins. Bro, Sacramento Boogie Cousins would kill the Thunder team. He would kill these niggas. I'm telling you. Boogie gonna average fucking 40 and 15 on these niggas. Like what? Kill him. What other big man can I bring up? Orlando Dwight Howard. Yeah, bro, I know y'all know Orlando Dwight Howard.
That's
He would
obvious.
kill these niggas.
That's too obvious, Mike. Dwight Howard.
Bro, Serge Ibaka would kill Chet Hunger. He would kill him. He'll block all his shots, and he gonna score on the other end. Not even joking.
Fucking Ben Wallace.
Ben Wallace is, oh my God. They're gonna have the police on the damn sideline because he gonna ragdoll Chet and Hornstein.
They gonna need
Like
a
these, like Victor is a soft ass nigga. He's soft. He butterscotch.
Hey, family, they gonna need a stretcher and an ambulance on standby on the side of the court.
Hell yeah.
Just in
Because
case.
Hornstein, can you imagine Hornstein trying to get physical with a guy like Ben Wallace? Oh my God. Ben Wallace, all he gotta do is look at Hornstein. What do you think Hornstein gonna do? He gonna run. He gonna run. I'm telling you. He is not gonna want he's not gonna want any part of that. Well, he gonna be like, fuck that.
Ron Artest.
Oh man, Ron Artest, they gonna need the fucking SWAT team on standby. They gonna need maximum security. This is gonna get ugly. I can't imagine Hornstein trying to do this shit on those niggas. I can't imagine that. They making Hornstein look, bro. This Thunder team, I ain't gonna lie to you. The Spurs, the Lakers, and the Suns are making this Thunder team look like they shit. This Thunder team would not win no rings in the 2010s or 2000s. On my mama, they wouldn't. You're not beating the Lakers with Shaq and Paul Gasol. I mean, my bad, Paul Gasol and Kobe. You're not beating the Lakers with Shaq and Kobe. You're not beating the Heat with Wade, Braun, and Bosh. You're not beating uh, the Tim Duncan Spurs at any point. Uh, who I looked out? You're not beating Golden State Warriors, Steph Curry and Clay. You're not beating the Warriors with Curry and KD. You're not beating not the Thunder with Russ, KD, and Harden.
I was
I
just
mean,
gonna say.
list the list
I
long
was just
here.
gonna say the Thunder. Yep. Not
I
being Chris
mean, you
Paul.
just not like
Like,
even the grit and grind Grizzlies would beat this team. You're not beating the fucking Pelicans team with Boogie and AD. Everybody forget when Boogie and AD was healthy, but them niggas was killing. You're not beating the Boston Celtics with KG, Paul Pierce, and Rondo. Sorry, bro. You think Paul Pierce is gonna let these small ass niggas check him? Paul Pierce about to embarrass these
you
dudes.
think KG, man, KG gonna have motherfuckers wetting themselves,
Yeah,
crying and shit. He just gonna talk. He just gonna
man,
talk shit all night long. He gonna talk so
bro,
much shit.
Hornstein would quit. Hornstein would say, I ain't checking in the game. I ain't coming in.
They
KG would
gonna be
have him
trying to
so
throw
scared he
hands
didn't
with
even check in.
that they gonna be trying to throw hands with KG because he's just gonna keep talking. He's not gonna shut up. Like,
Yeah,
get
but
on here,
Hornstein
nigga.
not gonna
You
trash
little
talk.
nigga.
Yeah,
Get that shit out
yeah,
of here, little
yeah, but
nigga.
Hornstein's not gonna talk trash with KG. Telling you, Jerry McCain is looking like Steve Curry. What the fuck? Jerry McCain is ass. Nigga's not a good basketball player. Bro, 2013 LeBron would kill this Thunder team.
I actually agree with that.
Like the way that LeBron James throws them elbows, man, he would be. Oh my god! Like
Like
the Thunder team would have a
2016 LeBron suit.
2016 Bron is just gonna run him over. He's gonna drive straight through him. He's not going around. He's going through him. LeBron and Wade would kill this Thunder team. LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, Ray Allen niggas, and he got all them shooters. They would kill this Thunder team. Because if you double LeBron, he got Ray Allen in one corner, he got Mike Miller in the other corner, he got Shambler at the other side. Like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna have to collapse your whole defense. And even if you collapse, he still might dunk over the top. Because that LeBron could actually jump. I think 2011 Mavericks could beat this Thunder team.
I was
Just
just
being
gonna say
honest,
Dirk Nowitzki.
because they had the DPOY and Tyson Chandler in the middle. He had Dirk. He had all the shooters. Oh yeah, this Thunder team is overrated.
Yeah, ain't no squads like that in the leagues today. Not that you could name for real. You know, killer squads. You know, like the names you just mentioned. Like,
Yeah, all the teams I named is better than this Thunder team. They're playing. The Thunder's going to three-peat because they're playing in an era where like who else is as good as the Thunder? Who else got a team? Because in the 2010s, 2000s, right, you had a lot of teams that were good. In this era, the only good team is the Thunder.
I mean, besides the Knicks, but that's like the East.
Now the Knicks ain't
You know,
close. No, no, hell no. The fucking Knicks can't. They can't do anything with this Thunder team. I'm telling you, the
I'm
Thunder,
saying like
they're gonna
on
they,
paper,
they gonna
like
sweep them.
well, that's the Eastern Conference though.
No, no, no. This Thunder team is gonna sweep. They gonna DJ. Did you know what I just said? The Thunder is not playing basketball. They playing football. How was Jalen Brunson, DJ? How was Jalen Brunson going to get his shot off when you got Caruso just grabbing you? Caruso's out here just grabbing niggas. He ain't sliding up, but it's the Thunder team. They ain't sliding no feet. They just grabbing, tugging, pulling, shoving. Like I'm telling you, the fucking Knicks are gonna get embarrassed in the finals. They're gonna get embarrassed. Like it's not gonna be close. 4 games. I'm telling you, no more than 5 games. I'm telling you, you might get swept because of the physicality that Thunder play with, and because of how they play. And they're gonna sweep, man. But the Knicks be lucky to get 1 game. I'm telling you, I'm just telling you in advance. The Knicks be lucky to get 1 game. This Thunder team is the only good team in this era. That's facts. Everybody else is playing catch up, and they got a bunch of first round picks. On top of that, like basketball is lame. But this era, like man, like how can teams just sit back and watch the Thunder go back to back? It might go three-peat. If you're an NBA team and you're watching this shit, like come on, man. If I'm an owner, I'm not gonna sit back and watch the Thunder keep winning. Fuck that. I'm gonna make some phone calls, some trades, some shit about to happen.
I mean, but who you gonna get though? Like the trade, like who you gonna get?
I'm not
It's
the
like
owner. I'm
right.
not the owner.
I'm saying like who would they get though? So like
You got
even
to
the
do
highest.
something.
I mean,
I don't know what you can do, but you got to do something. If I'm an NBA player and I'm watching the Thunder go back to back, I feel like players should just team up to beat these niggas. Real shit. If I'm Kawhi, Harden, Mitchell, Braun,
right?
Luca,
Wait, hold on. How old is
I'm
James
just
Harden?
throwing names. You're not. You're like, come on, bro. The thing I'm saying is, if I'm a superstar or all star player in this league, and I just watch Thunder go back to back, right? At this point, you're gonna have to team up to beat these niggas. To beat OKC, you're gonna have to build you a super team. You might have Braun, Luca, and Giannis, or you might have Giannis, Jokic, Luca, and Braun, or Vic, or even better, Victor, Jokic, Luca, AD,
Tatum. Tatum.
and Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown are all on
And
one team. Like you got to stack this shit up.
Giannis
You got to
Antetokounmpo.
cheat and get on the combo at the same time. Like to beat this Thunder team, like you gotta cheat. You can't just keep watching this.
Hey, but real basketball ain't gonna come back until they stop all these privileges and shit like this pay and everything. Like they getting paid so much. It's like what's the point in like really grinding for a championship? Whether you win or lose, you get paid like a motherfucker anyway. You know, what does that mean? What does the trophy mean? You know, what does it mean to be the best? I'm an NBA superstar. I accomplished the goal. So what's the point? Being a fucking NBA superstar is the fucking that's that's the goal already. Like they already won. So what they not built like Jordan and Kobe, it's just shit being the best mean every fucking thing. Shoot, Jordan had to earn his shit for years. Years to get embarrassed, years to get humbled, years to, you know, but then he came back and earned his shit. That's why he was, the nigga that he became. Shit. Kobe being benched the first season, being looked down on by his teammates. You know what I'm saying? Underdog. Ain't no underdogs. Yeah. I mean, then you got Adam Silver Slipper running the shit and not David Stern. You got
Yep.
LeBron.
You there,
You got
Kimbo?
you got LeBron
Yeah.
James, the diva, this fucking soft ass nigga as the best. He's like the standard bearer across the whole league. And this nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like
LeBron got more balls than Victor, though. Got to give LeBron
this,
credit. LeBron,
but look, this
yeah,
is a nigga that the whole league got to look up to. This nigga right here, you know what I'm
I
saying?
would.
Like,
I would. I would look up to. I would look up to LeBron, four-time champion, four-time MVP. Um,
don't take nothing away, but compared to like Jordan, Kobe, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean Jordan and Kobe. I mean Jordan and Kobe are like comparing LeBron to those niggas is like comparing a fucking Chihuahua to a Rottweiler. It's two different. It's two. That's like comparing a damn poodle dog to a damn lion.
like real
Like
talk though.
it's like when you think about it, Jordan and Kobe's on Mars and LeBron's way down here. It's totally different. So that's like comparing a fucking small ass dolphin to a damn megalodon. Like what?
Shit.
I can keep going. That's like comparing a small ass snake to an anaconda.
Yeah, right.
Like no chance.
But
That's like a broke nigga trying to tell a rich nigga how to do his thing. Like, come on, man. Like,
I mean, but that's the nigga that these guys use, these kids in their early 20s. You know what I'm saying? They're teenagers. This is the guy that they got to aspire to be in their career. And this nigga come, he got his son playing with him. You know what I'm saying? He got the whole franchise wrapped around his finger. He a billionaire. He 4-6. You know what I'm saying? The nigga fall on the court and flop. He barely don't even get touched. And this the guy that these little niggas gotta look up to. Meanwhile, in the 2000s, you had a nigga that broke his whole finger on the court and then stood there like a gangster while that nigga snapped that shit back in place. You got a nigga that sat courtside, sat on the bench with his fucking shoulder and legs taped up and shit when he could have been in the back watching the game. But LeBron talking about load management. I'm just saying, a nigga
Man,
lost
that's
his
like
mind.
comparing.
Yeah,
That's like comparing a fucking woman that she got a nice body. She pretty in the face. She don't cook. She don't clean. She's not white material. But then this other bitch, she average looking, average body. She cooks. She clean. She do what you say. She do this, do that. Like it's two different stratospheres. Like we comparing LeBron to dudes that's on whole other planets. Kobe and Jordan can't even be put in the same conversation with LeBron. But LeBron, I understand why he is what he is. He didn't have a dad growing up. He grew up with a single mother. So I understand why he's not Kobe and Jordan. Kobe and Jordan had fathers.
yeah.
Now, yes, Jordan's father did pass away. I understand that, but at least Jordan and Kobe had a father in their life at some point to some degree. LeBron's never
But
had a dad in his life at any
but
point. So that's why LeBron is
but
soft.
the other thing is, I think one of the biggest things that contributed to LeBron not reaching his fullest potential was being touted. You know what I'm saying? As he was coming into the league as the chosen one, instead of that, like I said, that underdog shit where he underestimated and he had to prove his shit. That's how Jordan and Kobe came up. You know what I'm saying? Jordan was not no, he wasn't looked at as no Magic Johnson. He wasn't looked at as no Larry Bird. He wasn't looked at as no, you know what I'm saying, on that level, Kareem. But he had to earn that shit. You know what I'm saying? LeBron James, shit got hard for him his first 7 years, and he goes and joins a different team. Instead of thugging that shit out, you know what I'm saying, and proving yourself. Yeah. You, know, you there, Mike?
Tears were streaming down her face now. I deserve you, Ethan Harris. And if you can't see that, if you're going to let your fear and your pride get in the way of what we could have, then you're right. Maybe we don't make sense. The silence stretched between them, heavy and painful. Claire waited, her heart hammering, everything laid bare. Then Ethan moved. 3 quick steps. He was cupping her face in his hands, his thumbs brushing away her tears. I'm scared, he whispered. I know. I'm scared of not being enough, disappointed, of him waking up one day. Ethan. Claire placed her hands into his. I've regretted a lot of things in my life. But you could never be one of them. He kissed her. Soft at first, tentative. He was afraid she might disappear. Then deeper. 15 years of longing and loss, pouring into that same moment. When they finally pulled apart, Ethan rested his forehead against her. I have a daughter, he said quietly. She comes first. I wouldn't expect anything less. And I'm not moving to the city. This is my home. Emma's home. Claire smiled. Very capable. I can work remotely. You do that? For you? Yes. Ethan pulled back slightly, studying the face like he was memorizing. This is crazy. The best thing for you to know. My daughter's going to have so many questions. I hope so. I want to know everything about her. Something shifted in Ethan's expression. The last of all coming down. Fear let go. She's going to love you. How do you know? Because indeed, the words came out raw and honest. I loved you 15 years ago, and I never stopped. I just buried it deep enough to pretend I had. Claire's breath touched. Say that again. I love you. Ethan smiled, that warm, genuine smile that had her dreams. I've loved you since you fell asleep on my shoulder that night, talking about how you were going to change the world. And you did. You changed mine. I love you too. Claire laughed through her tears. I've been in love with you for 15 years, and I didn't even know I'd ever see you again. Well, Ethan wrapped his arms around her waist. You're stuck with me. Promise. Promise. 3 months later, Claire stood in the bleachers of Emmy's school, watching the 8-year-old play soccer, or try to play soccer. Emma was more interested in the dandelions growing at the edge of the field than the actual game. Ethan sat beside her, his hand warm in hers. She's terrible at this. She's having fun. Last week she asked if you were going to be her new mom. Claire's heart stuttered. What did you tell her? I told her that was up to you and her to figure out together. Ethan looked at her. For what it's worth, I'd like that. Someday, when you're ready. Someday soon, Claire said softly. Emma scored an accidental goal. The ball had bounced off her shin while she was picking flowers. She looked up, shocked, then ecstatic, and immediately pointed at Claire and Ethan in the stands. They cheered like she'd won the World Cup. After the game, Emma ran over, grass-stained. Did you see my goal? We saw, Claire said, glancing down. You were amazing. Can we get ice cream? Dad always gets ice cream after games. Ethan laughed. Ice cream it is. Emma grabbed Claire's hand on one side and Ethan's on the other, swinging between them as they walked to the car. And Claire realized something. This was what she'd been searching for all along. Not success or recognition or wealth. Just this. Just them. Since home. That night, after Emma was in bed, Claire and Ethan sat on his back porch, watching the stars appear one by one. I kept thinking about that night, Claire said. 15 years ago, how different everything could have been if you'd stayed. We weren't ready then, Ethan said. I had to go home. You had to build your empire. We had to become who we are now. And who are we now? Ethan smiled, pulling her closer. We're two people who got a second chance, and this time we're not letting it slip away. Claire leaned into him, breathing in the moment, the peace, the rightness of love. Sometimes love isn't about perfect timing. Sometimes it's about broken down cars and mountain roads, and the courage to recognize the person who's been waiting in your heart all along. Sometimes the stranger who stops to help isn't a stranger at all. Sometimes they're the answer you've been searching for your entire life. And sometimes, just sometimes, you get to keep them. If this story touched your heart, we'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below and let us know what you think. And don't forget to subscribe. You're just too fat for me. The sentence sliced through the warm buzz of the restaurant so sharply that even the music seemed to fade for a second. Chairs scraped, forks paused. At a small table by the window of willow and vine, a cozy little bistro in Port. A woman in a blue wrap dress suddenly felt like everyone could hear the sound of her heart crack. If you've ever been judged for your body, if anyone has ever made you feel not enough because of how you look, stay with this story. And if you love emotional cinematic stories about unexpected kindness, healing, and second chances, click subscribe to Extraordinary Stories, tap the like button, and turn on the notification bell right now. Because what started as the worst blind date of your life became the night that changed 3 lives forever, thanks to a single dad sitting at the next table. Her name, mediocre class, soft brown hair pinned back with effort, and a lot of bobby pins. Hazel eyes that usually lit up when she talked about her tiny patients, but right now were full of shock and humiliation. Across from her, her blind date lounged back in his chair, like he'd just done something wrong. My photos are accurate, he said, gesturing at himself. Yours are legitimate. I'm a trimmer. I have a brand. I can't be seen with someone your size. That's just reality. You're too big for me. Too fat. It's bad optics. His name was Brandon. On the dating app, Brandon Fit. Because of course he did. Lena's fingers tightened around her glass of sparkling water. My pictures are from last month, she managed. I didn't hide anything. Yeah, he thought. And that's the problem. Look, don't take it personally. I just have standards. He pulled out his wallet, slid a 20 from it, and flipped it onto the table like he was tossing a tip to a waiter. That should cover your drink, he added. Maybe put the rest toward a gym membership, or I don't know, an app that tracks calories. The bill landed next to her menu with a flat little slap. Something inside Lena shrank and flared at the same time. She was used to comments. The quiet, you'd be perfect if you lost some weight. You've got such a pretty face. It's a shame you don't take care of yourself. The I'm just worried about your health, from people who hadn't seen a salad in weeks. But this was loud, public, and to her. She felt the heat crawling up her neck. She could feel people at nearby tables pretending not to listen. Incredible, Brandon muttered, getting to his feet. I skipped leg day one time for this. He turned to leave. Stop. The voice didn't come from Lena. It came from the booth behind her. It wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. It was calm in a way that made everyone go quiet without even realizing why. At that booth sat a man in a gray Henley and worn jeans. He'd been eating alone, a kid's backpack propped on the seat beside him, a half-finished plate of lasagna on the table. He stood up slowly. Excuse me? Brandon scoffed. This is a private conversation. Not when you're shouting it over the carbonara, the man replied. You've said enough. You can go. Lena turned slightly, just enough to see him. He was a little older than her, mid-30s, broad shoulders, Hair a little messy, like he'd run his hands through it 1,000 times that day. There were faint lines at the corners of his eyes, the kind you. I'm just being honest, Brandon said, folding his arms. What? Are you her boyfriend? The stranger stepped closer, not aggressively, just confidently. He didn't look at Brandon. He pulled out the chair across from Lena, the one Brandon had just vacated, turned it toward her, and sat down, as if the other man were no longer interested. Then he met Lena's eyes. Hey, he said softly. Do you mind if I sit here for a while? You shouldn't have to finish this night alone. She hesitated for half a second, then nodded. He turned his head just enough to speak over his shoulder. And for the record, he added, she's beautiful. You're just too shallow to see it. Now walk away, before I forget my 7-year-old told me to use my words instead of my fists. The couple at the neighboring table snorted into their wine glasses. Someone at the bar muttered, good, under their breath. Brandon's jaw tightened. Whatever, he snapped. Enjoy your pity dig. He snatched the 20 back from the table, because of course he did, shoved it into his pocket, and stalked out. The bell over the door jingled cheerfully behind him. By bit, the restaurant noise returned to normal. Folks resumed their paths. The server exited. Lena stared at the table, cheeks burning. I'm sorry, she whispered to the stranger. You didn't have to do that. Yes, he said quietly. I did. He grabbed the napkin and slid it to her side. Nobody talks to you like that, he added. Not if I can help it. She dabbed at her eyes and gave a tiny, shaky laugh. I must look like a mess, she murmured. He studied her face, not with the cold, measuring look she was used to, but with actual curiosity. You look like someone who just got hit by a truck made of insecurity and protein powder, he said. That's not on you. I'm Jack Miller, by the way. Lena, she replied. Lena Parker. Nice to meet you, Lena Parker, he said. And he genuinely sounded like he meant it. Before she could find something else to say, a man in a white apron appeared with 12 steaming plates. Lasagna, he announced, setting one down in front of Jack and one in front of Lena. For the gentleman with the backbone and the lady with the brave arms. I didn't order this, Lena said automatically. It's on the house, the man said firmly. His name tag read, Marco Russo. Anyone who stands up to a stronza like that eats free here. So does the person who tried to crush. Tonight you eat real food, not shame. Deal? Emotion pricked at the back of her eyes again. Thank you, she managed. Mr. Russo leaned down just a little. Listen, he said. I've been married forever. No real man talks like that about a woman. You hear me? You realize he's not the standard. He's the warning. He straightened and marched away, muttering in Italian. The lasagna smelled incredible. Rich tomato, melted cheese, fresh basil. Lena's stomach, traitorous thing, growled. I don't know if I can eat, she admitted. I feel sick. That's okay, Jack said. The food will wait. There's no test here. He took a bite of his own and closed his eyes briefly. Oh, that's good. Like, might heal childhood trauma? Good. Despite herself, Lena smoothed. Jack glanced at the blue wrap dress, still shaky hands. I'm guessing this isn't your first terrible date, he said gently. In 2 years. First guy told me I'd be out of his league if I lost 20 pounds. Second one spent the whole night showing me photos of his ex. Tonight we're going for a full public humiliation arc, apparently. Then you still haven't had a real date, Jack said. You've just done a series of auditions for the role of decoration. And you're an expert on real dates? A little edge in her. Used to be, he said. I've been retired for a while. He shifted, and the chain around his neck moved. The gold ring slipped briefly into view before he tucked it back out. Lena saw the flicker. I'm sorry, she said quietly. You're married? I was, he replied. Brooke died 1.5 years ago. Routine surgery. Rare reaction. 1 in a million, they said. I didn't like those odds. Lena felt that in her chest. She'd stood next to Dr. said those words. She'd seen the faces on the receiving end. I'm really sorry, she said, and it came out soft, sincere. Me too, he answered. He took a breath. We have a daughter, he added. She's 7. She usually sits there. He nodded toward the seat where the kid's backpack still lay. Tuesdays are our night, he said. We come here, eat lasagna, talk about everything and nothing. Tonight she's with my sister. She's sick. Ian's orange juice is evil medicine. That sounds like half my patients, Lena said. Kids need anything that might help them. They fell into conversation the way you fall into a warm chair after a long day. She told him about being a pediatric nurse at St. Mary's Children's Hospital, about tiny hands gripping the window, about the way parents' faces changed when she said, he's going to be okay. He told her about Sophie, about the time she'd given her the glitter, about how she insisted mismatched socks were a fashion statement, about how she once asked if clouds were God's thought bubbles. At some point, Luna realized her fork was moving, almost without her noticing. Bite after bite, the knot in her stomach loosened. When they pushed their plates away, the restaurant had thinned out. Outside, the sky was black and damp, raindrops speckling the pavement under the streetlights. They walked out together. I'm really glad you came over, Lena said. Thank you for... You don't owe me thanks, Jack replied. You deserved someone to say, this isn't okay, long before I just happened to be the guy in the booth behind you. He hesitated, then pulled out his phone. Look, he said, I'm not asking you out. I'm barely qualified to keep a houseplant alive right now, let alone manage a relationship. But if you ever want to talk, if you ever have another week like this, I need someone to remind you that one guy's opinion isn't the truth. Can I give you my number? As a friend? Lena looked at him. He wasn't looking at her like she was a project to fix, just like she was a person. Okay, she said. Friends. They swapped numbers. On the ride home, still smelling faintly of garlic and rain, her phone buzzed. And Jack. Tonight was late, then a little bit beautiful. I'm glad I got to see the beautiful. Sleep well, friend. Lena stared at the message for a long time. Her thumb hovered over the keyboard. Thank you. You too. I'm glad you were there. She deleted the words, turned off the screen, and lay down in the dark. Hope was back. Shame, on the other hand, Jack didn't push. He didn't call 10 times. He didn't send dramatic. Just stayed. 2 days after the resolved night, Lena was charting vitals at the nurse's station when her phone buzzed. From Jack. Sophie just informed me that vegetables are leaf chronicles. Not sure how to parent through this. Lena bit back a smile and slid her phone back into her pocket. She didn't reply. At home, she opened the message again in the dim glow of her bedroom. She could almost hear his voice, amused and tired. She started to type. Tell her I fully support her in this fight. Then she erased it, locked the screen, and tossed the phone on the bed. 3 days later. From Jack. Be honest. Is cereal an acceptable dinner 3 nights in a row if I add a banana? Asking for a friend? She laughed. Out loud. Alone in the kitchen. Then she shook her head, annoyed at herself for laughing. Brandon's voice still echoed. Too big. Bad optics. Not my type. Her ex-fiance's voice joined in. You'd be perfect if you just lost a little. Voices had a way of piling up until they sounded like truth. A week after the restaurant, after a particularly brutal shift, one code blue, one set of parents collapsing into each other in the hallway, one toddler who'd clung to her and whispered, Stay, nurse, I scared. Lena sank onto her couch and finally listened to the voicemail she'd been recording. Jack's voice said, a little awkward. It's Jack, obviously. He cleared his throat. I'm not calling to demand anything. I just wanted to say something in case that guy's words are still hanging around in your head. Because I know how those things echo. Restaurant sounds in the back, faint in his memory. He was wrong, Jack said simply. About you. about your body, about your worth. You don't really know me, and I don't really know you. But I saw how you sat there, trying not to cry. I saw you stand up to a long night's worth of humiliation without throwing that 20 in his face. That's strength, not weakness. That's worth something. Another pause. Okay, I'm rambling. He said. This is dangerously close to a self-help podcast. I'll stop. Just be kind to yourself tonight, okay? Bye. The message ended. Lena sat very still. Then she played it again. The next weekend, her best friend Maya showed up with coffee and a stormy expression. You've been a ghost, Maya said, dropping onto the couch. You bailed on brunch. You left my last 5 messages on read. Spilled. Now, I brought caffeine, but I'm not above emotional violence. Lena laughed weakly and told her everything. The insult, the rescue, the lasagna, the texts she'd ignored, the voicemail she couldn't forget. Maya listened, expression shifting from horrified to amused to furious to shocked. Okay, Maya said finally, setting her coffee down. A man stands up for you in a restaurant, backs you up without making it about his ego, eats lasagna with you, texts you about his kid and his dog, and your reaction is to vanish? I'm scared, Lena said. What if I get used to him being there and then he decides I'm not worth it? What if I walk into a picture and he looks at me in daylight and goes, that's what he really looks like. Lena, Maya said. He already saw you in restaurant lighting. That's worse than daylight. And he still sat down. Lena hesitated. I don't know how to let someone be kind without wondering what they want to be. Maybe what he wants is to be kind, Maya said. Some people are like that. Lena raised an eyebrow. Have you met people? Okay, fair, Maya said. Most people are chaos, but not all of them. She grabbed Lena's phone and placed it in her hand. You're allowed to protect yourself, she said, but don't protect yourself from the wrong person. After she left, the apartment felt too quiet. The next message came 3 days later, from Jack. I promise I'm not trying to bug you. This will be my last message, unless you reach out. I just need to say this clearly once. I didn't sit down with you because I hated you. I sat down because what he said was wrong, and someone needed to say something. If you ever want a friend who doesn't need you to shrink to feel big, I'm here. If not, that's okay too. Lena stared at the screen, heart pounding. Her thumbs finally moved. Coffee sometime? Just as friends. His reply popped up almost immediately. Absolutely. You pick the place. Bad jokes and probably clubs. They met at a small cafe a few blocks from the hospital. It was a place with handwritten chalkboard menus, mismatched chairs, and a barista who pretended not to eavesdrop, but definitely did. Lena arrived early and sat facing the door. She'd chosen an outfit that felt honest. Dark jeans, mustard yellow sweater, sneakers, minimal makeup, no trying to look small, just trying to look like herself. When Jack walked in, shaking raindrops from his hair, his whole face softened at the sight of him. There you are, he said, smiling. I was starting to think I dreamed you and Mr. Russo's lasagna. What a vivid dream if you remember the garlic, she said. He laughed and sat down. I'm sorry I disappeared, she blurted. You don't owe me an apology, he said. You were allowed to. You still are. I just didn't want my silence to be one more person walking away. It's not that, she said. It's I'm not used to people being nice without conditions. Conditions like lose 10 pounds and then I'll take you seriously, he said gently, her eyes widening. Something like that. I get it, he said. I'm not used to people wanting to be around me without a reason either. Half the time it's, wow, you're such a devoted dad, like I'm doing some kind of performance. The other half it's, I could never handle a widower. That's too much baggage. That's cruel, she said. He shrugged. People say things. I can't control that. I can control who I let close enough to matter. He took a sip of his coffee, then looked at her. For what it's worth, he added, coffee with you definitely falls on the worth it side of the scale. They're just friends practically. Game a weekly. Thursdays, same time. They laughed so hard the barista had to remind them other people existed. Sometimes they sat in comfortable silence, just not being alone. Jack told her about his job in logistics. Lots of trucks, lots of spreadsheets, very few people. And about the time he'd shown up at school, pick up with two different shoes on because he'd dressed in the dark. Lena told him about night shift, about the way kids always got sicker at 3 a.m., about the little girl who'd asked if angels got tired. They texted between calls. From Jack. Sophie made our dog a tutu. He looks humiliated and fabulous. From Lena. Please send photos immediately. From Jack. Photo of dog in crooked tutu. I'm not saying you should start an Instagram for me, but I would follow. One Thursday, Jack walked in with glitter on his face. Lena raised an eyebrow. Tough day at the office? Sophie thought my face needed more spirit, he said. Apparently glitter is the answer. That's true science, Lena said. After about a month of this, Jack asked, how would you feel about meeting someone? No pressure. She keeps asking who the nurse who likes robots is. Lena's hope lurched. Robots, she repeated. It's all about the kid with the ID pole called Robot Steve, he said. Now she thinks you're some kind of hero. I'm really not, Lena protested. Funny, he said. I've heard that before, from a lot of nurses who are absolutely heroes. She hesitated. Meeting someone's child wasn't casual. It was a step. It was big. I don't want to confuse them, Lena said. You won't, Jack replied. You'll feed her carbs and listen to her talk about unicorns. She'll be fine. He chanced a small smile. You don't have to say yes, he added. But if you do, we're at Willow and Vine every Tuesday at 6. Lena thought about Mr. Russo's lasagna, about Sophie complaining about orange juice, about the empty seat in their booth. Okay, she said. Tuesday, as friends, there are 3 of us. Jack shrugged. Deal, he said. Sophie Miller was 7 years old, 3 feet and a bit of pure chaos, and absolutely not shy. On Tuesday night, Lena walked into Willow and Vine feeling like she was going on stage without a script. Mr. Russo spotted her immediately. Hey, he cried. The nurse, come, come. Your table is ready. The little one has already reorganized the sugar packets. Twice. At their usual booth, a small girl stood on the seat. Brown hair in 2 messy braids. Glitter on her cheeks. Cartoon unicorn t-shirt. Sparkly leggings. Mismatched socks. She saw Lena and gasped. You're real, she said. I thought maybe Dad made you up. Sophie, Jack groaned. We talked about Inside Voice. What? She said. I'm excited. Jack stood and gave Lena an almost uncertain smile. Hey, he said. You made it. Yeah, she said. I almost turned around twice, but then I remembered the lasagna. Sophie tugged on Lena's hand. I'm Sophie, she announced. I hate broccoli, love dinosaurs, and I can burp the alphabet. Sophie, Jack repeated, horrified. We definitely did not agree to leave you. Lena laughed. That's an impressive skill set. Sophie nodded. Dad says it's not useful, but what does he know? He wore 2 different shoes to pick up once. Jack covered his face. Traitor. They squeezed into the booth, Sophie claiming the middle seat so she could talk to both grown-ups equally. Dad says you help kids in the hospital, Sophie said between breadsticks. Are you scared of blood? Not really, Lena said. Are you? No, Sophie said. I'm scared of spiders in the dark and when Dad tries to cook pancakes. Hey, Jack protested. Those pancakes were abstract. They were charcoal, Sophie said. Mr. Russo arrived with plates. Ah, my Tuesday family is growing, he said. Beautiful. Extra garlic bread. On the house. Dinner felt strangely natural. Sophie talked. A lot. About school. About a friend who cheated at tag. About her favorite book where the dragon was secretly lonely. Jack listened to both of them at once, answering questions about homework and laughing at Lena's stories from the hospital. At one point, Sophie tilted her head at Lena. Dad said you were crying last time, she said.
When the mean man was loud, Lena's fork paused. Yeah, she said slowly. I was pretty sad. Sophie thought about this. Are you sad now? She asked. Not right now, Lena replied. Good, Sophie said. Dad said if I ever see someone being sad because of a bully, I should sit with them. So if you're sad, I can sit on your lap. I'm very heavy. It helps. Lena smiled, her eyes burning in a different way now. I'll remember that, she said. Tuesdays became their ritual. Every week, same booth, same lasagna, same chaos. Sometimes Sophie fell asleep with her head in Lena's lap, while Jack and Lena finished their coffees and whispered about life across the table. Sometimes Lena arrived directly from a shift, exhausted, hair in a messy bun, dark circles under her eyes. Jack always looked at her the same way. Long night? He'd ask. Very, she'd say. You still showed up? He'd reply. That counts. Somewhere between garlic bread and tiramisu, Jack and Lena slowly turned into Jack and Lena and Sophie. It wasn't sudden. It was 100 small things. Sophie texting from Jack's phone. Lena, look. I lost my tooth. Photo of a bloody smile. Lena replying, you look like a fierce pirate. Did the tooth fairy survive? Jack sending a picture of a badly braided ponytail. Attempt number 3. Please rate from 1 to call emergency services. Lena sending back a voice note with tips. It wasn't perfect. Grief still lived in Jack's house, in the empty side of the bed, in the framed photos of Brooke on the wall, in the way Sophie sometimes went quiet when other kids talked about their moms. One night, after Sophie had a meltdown because another child at school said, at least you still have a dad, Jack sat in the car outside Lena's apartment, staring at the steering wheel. When Lena came down, he said, I yelled at her. She was rude to the kid, and I snapped. Then she started crying about missing Brooke, and I felt like the worst dad on earth. You're not, Lena said. You're a dad who gets tired and scared and overwhelmed. That's every dad. He looked at her, eyes shining. You're good with her, he said. She listens to you. That's because I don't make her eat broccoli, Lena said. They both laughed. Then life did what life does. It threw them another hard day. A baby on Lena's ward crashed unexpectedly. They did everything. It wasn't enough. After standing with the parents while the doctor said the words she hated, we did everything we could. Lena barely made it to the staff bathroom before the tears broke free. Her hands shook so badly, she dropped her ID badge. When she finally got a break, she texted without thinking. From Lena, I'm not okay. From Jack, where are you? From Lena, St. Mary's, staff entrance. From Jack, on my way. 20 minutes later, he was there, hair damp from the rain, jacket half zipped. She walked outside and saw him leaning against his car. One look at her face, and he opened his arms. She went into them and just cried. I lost him, she choked. I did everything right, and I still lost him. He was so small, Jack. It's not fair. It's never fair. He held her as she shook. You held him, Jack said quietly. You showed up. You fought for him. That matters. I watched nurses do that for Brooke's patients. It mattered even when it didn't change the outcome. They sat in the car, windows fogging, sharing Mr. Russo's chicken soup and a small square of tiramisu he'd packed for emergencies. Grief sat in the back seat with them like an uninvited guest. Neither of them tried to kick it out. They just made room. Somewhere in all of this, Lena realized she'd stopped thinking of herself as too much when she was with them. She laughed loud and no one flinched. She cried and no one told her she was dramatic. She ate lasagna and dessert and no one commented on her plate. One Thursday, sitting in their corner of the cafe, watching Jack stir his coffee with more energy than necessary, she understood. I'm in love with him, she thought. It was terrifying. She didn't say, not yet. She'd spent too much of her life being almost enough for the wrong people. She wasn't sure she could survive being not enough for the right. And then came the Tuesday that changed everything. It was crisp outside. It was warm and golden.
String lights framed the window. Someone had put a vase of tiny pumpkins by the door. Sophie was at a sleepover. It was just two from Lena at the booth, like a quieter version of their usual Tuesdays. They'd just started on their lasagna. Jack put his fork down. I've been seeing you, he said. Her heart dropped into her throat, forcing a smile that's a therapist, he blurted. Not like that. She blinked. Not what I expected. Yeah, I know. Terrible timing, he said. I needed help sorting out what was real, and what was something. He looked down at his hands. I told you about you, he said. About how Sophie adores you. About how you sat in my car crying over a kid you'd known for 3 days. He swallowed. She listened, he went on. And then she said, Jack, that's not a casual friendship you're describing. He gave a helpless little laugh. Lena, he said, finally lifting his eyes to hers. I'm in love with you. The restaurant blurred around them. I tried so hard to file it under gratitude, he continued. I told myself I just liked having another adult to talk to, that I just wanted Sophie to have someone kind in her life. But the truth is, when something good happens, you're the first person I want to tell. When something hurts, you're the one I want beside me. When I picture the future, you're there. He let out a shaky breath. I still love Brooke, he said. That's never going to change. But loving you doesn't erase that. It just adds another room to the house. Tears slid down Lena's cheeks. I'm scared, she whispered. Every guy I've been with made me feel like I had to be less emotional, less loud, less me. Part of me keeps waiting for you to wake up and think, actually, she is too much. Jack squeezed her hand. I've seen you exhausted, messy, mascara streaked, covered in baby puke, crying over strangers' kids, he said. That's when I realized I was in trouble, not when you were dressed up in blue. He smiled a little. And I like trouble, he added. She laughed through the tears. I love you, she said quietly. I think I have for a while. I just didn't know how to say it. He exhaled, like he'd been holding his breath for months. Okay, he said. Then maybe we figure this out together. Slowly, carefully, with lots of lasagna. Their first kiss wasn't perfect. They knocked teeth. Someone at the bar wolf whistled. Mr. Russell clapped way too loudly. But it was real. Honest. Months later, in that same booth, with Sophie bouncing beside him and glitter in her hair, Jack knelt down on one knee. Lena Parker, he said, voice blind date of your life. It somehow made it the best Tuesday of mine. You loved my daughter long before you thought about it. You let me keep loving Brooke without making me choose. You never asked me to shrink my grief or yourself. Will you marry us? Sophie leaned into the microphone of the moment. Say yes, she whispered loudly. I already told everyone at school you're my almost mom. Lena laughed and cried at the same time. Yes, she said. Of course, yes. On their wedding day, Lena didn't punish herself with diets. She chose a dress that fit her life, not a dress she had to change her body for. In his vows, Jack said, people once told you that you were too much, too big, too this, too that. The truth is, you were just too much for small-hearted people. For me, you are exactly enough. I promise to spend our life reminding you of that when the old voices get loud. In hers, Lena said, I thought I had to be smaller to be loved. You walked into my worst moment and pulled up a chair instead of walking away. You and Sophie have shown me that love isn't about shrinking to fit someone's idea. It's about growing together, even on hard Tuesdays. Today, on random weeknights, if you walk into Willow and Vine, you might see them. Jack and Lena side by side in their booth. Sophie talking too loud. Two little twin boys now flinging pasta at each other, while Mr. Russo pretends to be outraged and brings extra napkins. Sometimes Lena catches her reflection in the restaurant window. Same soft stomach, same round arms, Same face she used to criticize in every mirror. But the story she tells herself is different now. She doesn't hear Brandon's voice anymore. She hears Sophie's, "Unicorns are just horses who believe in themselves." She hears Jack's, "You were never too much, they were too little." And slowly, steadily, she started to believe it. Take a moment. If someone has ever called you too fat, too much, not enough, if someone's cruelty still echoes in your head long after they've left your life, I want you to hear this. Their words are not the truth. They're just noise. You are not a before picture. You are not a project to fix. You are a whole, worthy human being who deserves to sit at tables with people who...
It's the dog park.
Protect your pet with Progressive Pet Insurance.
This is the 2026 Nissan Frontier with a 300.
The snow fell thick and heavy on Christmas Eve, turning the city streets into a blur of white and gray. Robert Harrison stood outside St. Michael's shelter, his wool coat already dusted with snowflakes, watching the line of people waiting to get inside. He'd been volunteering here for 3 months now, ever since his therapist had gently suggested that perhaps helping others might help him too. At 59 years old, Robert had everything most people dreamed of: a corner, office on the 42nd floor, a penthouse apartment with views of the entire city, an investment portfolio that would sustain several generations. He was the CEO of Harrison Technologies, a name that commanded respect in boardrooms across the country. He also had nothing that mattered. His wife Laura had died
Poor mom takes twins to eat on Christmas Eve with only $20. But the billionaire's son sees everything and asks his dad to do the unbelievable. Christmas Eve was freezing. The wind cut across the face of anyone who dared to go out without a scarf wrapped tightly around their neck. The streets were full of hurried people, carrying colorful bags, rushing to grab the last gifts before the shops closed. Jenna held Ivy and Kate's hands firmly as she walked down. Jacob handed the stranger his last $18. It was insane. Completely insane. He'd just been fired an hour ago, framed for something he didn't do. And now he was giving away the only money standing between him and his 7-year-old daughter going to bed hungry. But the woman beside him at the bus stop kept counting those crumpled bills, her hands shaking, and he couldn't watch her suffer. Not when he knew exactly what that kind of desperation felt like. So he gave it to her. All of it. She thanked him with tears in her eyes and got on the bus. And Jacob. He started the long walk home, wondering how he'd explain to Grace why there'd be nothing for dinner. The next morning, someone knocked on his door. When Jacob opened it, his heart stopped. 5 black SUVs lined the street outside his apartment. Men and women in expensive suits were stepping out. And walking toward him, dressed like she owned half the city, was her. The woman from the bus stop. Only now, she looked like someone who could buy and sell his entire neighborhood without blinking. "We need to talk," she said. What happened next? Jacob's life was never going to be the same. Before we continue, let us know in the comments section where in the world you're tuning in from. We love seeing how far our stories reach. And if this story speaks to you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Jacob hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. His stomach had stopped growling hours ago. Now it just felt hollow, the same way everything else did. He walked through the dark streets, replaying the moment over and over. Mark was standing there with that smug look. Tina refusing to meet his eyes. The supervisor sliding the termination papers across the desk like it was already decided. We have witnesses who saw you take the equipment, Jacob. Multiple witnesses. He'd never stolen anything in his life. But who was going to believe him over two people waiting to lie? The bus stopped right ahead, lit by a single flickering street light. Jacob dropped onto the bench and let his head fall back. His daughter, Grace, was waiting. Sweet, trusting Grace with her gap-toothed smile and her drawings of their family. Always three people, even though it had only been two for 3 years now. How was he supposed to tell her? A woman sat down beside him. Jacob barely noticed at first. Then he heard her breathing, quick, panicked, the kind that comes right before you fall apart completely. He glanced over. She was maybe late 30s, dressed in jeans and a shirt that had seen better days. Her hands were shaking as she counted a handful of bills and coins. Once, twice, 3 times. Each time, her face fell a little more. "Excuse me," she said quietly. Her voice cracked. "I'm so sorry to bother you. Do you have any change? I'm short for the bus fare." Jacob looked at her. Really looked at her. There were tear tracks in her cheeks. Her eyes had that glazed, desperate look he'd seen in his own, mirrored too many times. He pulled out his wallet. $18. That was it. That was everything. If he gave it to her, he'd have to walk the 4 miles home. Grace would ask why he was so late. Mrs. Kate would worry. And tomorrow there'd be nothing for breakfast. But this woman was breaking right in front of her. Jacob held out the money. "Here, take it." She stared at the bills like they were a lifetime. "I can't. It's too much. I just need, please," Jacob said. "Just take it." Her hands trembled as she accepted the money. I don't even know what to say. Thank you doesn't feel like enough. "It's okay," Jacob said, even though it wasn't. Even though he had no idea how he'd make it through tomorrow. "I'm Charlotte," she said, wiping her eyes. "I'm not usually. Tonight's been..." She couldn't finish. "Jacob, I get it. Bad nights happen." The bus pulled up with a hiss of brakes. Charlotte stood, clutching the money. "I'm going to pay you back. I don't know how yet, but I will. I promise." Jacob nodded, not believing her. People always said things like that. They never followed through. That was just how the world worked. She got on the bus and drove away, leaving Jacob alone under the broken streetlight. 4 miles, in the dark, on an empty stomach. Mrs. Kate had had her dinner, mac and cheese, she said, and stayed late without charging extra. She was good like that. One of the only good things in Jacob's life. Jacob stood in Grace's doorway, watching her sleep. She had his wife's nose, Sarah's way of curling up on her side with one hand tucked under her cheek. "I'm sorry, Boo," he whispered. "I'm so sorry." He didn't sleep that night, just sat at the kitchen table, staring at the stack of bills he couldn't pay, wondering what came next. Maybe there was construction work, day labor paid cash. It wouldn't be enough, but it would be something. The knock came in the morning. Jacob had been awake for hours, nursing his 3rd cup of watered-down coffee. Grace was eating cereal, the last of it. and humming a song from school. "I'll get it," Jacob said, expecting Mrs. Kate to maybe the landlord coming early to remind him when it was due. He opened the door and froze. 5 black SUVs lined the street. Actual SUVs, the kind with tinted windows and chrome that caught the morning sun. People in suits were standing beside them, men and women. They looked like they'd stepped out of a corporate magazine. And walking up his thatched sidewalk, dressed in a charcoal suit that probably cost more than his rent, was Charlotte, the woman from the bus stop. She didn't look anything like the broken person who had to change with shaky hands. She looked powerful, confident, like someone who could make or break lives. "Hello, Jacob," she said. His mouth wouldn't work. He just stood there, aware of how shabby his apartment must look, how he was still in yesterday's clothes, how Grace was calling from inside the basement room. "Can we talk?" Charlotte asked. "I promised I'd pay you back." Jacob finally found his voice. "You didn't have to. I mean, it was just..." He gestured helplessly at the SUVs. "As always. My security team, my assistant, my attorney." Charlotte smiled, but it didn't meet her eyes. "Can I come in?" Jacob stepped aside, his mind moving. Grace appeared in the hallway, her eyes going wide. "Daddy, who are all those people?" "Hey, sweetheart," Charlotte said, crouching down. "I'm Charlotte. I'm a friend of your dad's." "You're pretty," Grace said. "Do you like soccer? I have a game on Saturday." "Grace," Jacob said, "why don't you finish your breakfast?" Charlotte waited until Grace skipped back to the kitchen. Then she turned to Jacob, and her professional mask cracked just a little. "Last night, I was robbed," she said quietly. "They took my car, my phone, my wallet, everything. Left me stranded downtown with nothing." "I'm sorry," Jacob said. "That's terrible. I own a marketing firm, Lancaster and Associates. Maybe you've heard of it." She didn't wait for an answer. 50 employees, 15 million annually. Last night, someone set me up. Someone close to me wanted me vulnerable, wanted me gone, and they almost succeeded. Jacob's head spun. "I don't understand. Why are you telling me this?" Charlotte's eyes locked on his. "Because when I had nothing, and everyone else walked past me like I was invisible, you gave me everything. A complete stranger. You gave me the last night. It was $18. Jacob said weakly. "It was everything." Charlotte laughed. "And now I want to know why. Why did you do it?" Jacob sank into the couch. "I don't know. You looked like I felt. Like the world had just taken everything. You were barely hanging on. I couldn't just walk away. Even though you just lost your job." Jacob's head snapped up. "How did you?" "I do my research," Charlotte said. "I know you were fired yesterday. I know it wasn't your fault. And I know you're raising your daughter alone." She sat across from me. "Tell me what happened." So he did. The whole miserable story spilled out. Sarah's death, the struggle to keep us fed and clothed, the job that barely paid enough, Marcus and Tina's lies, the termination we couldn't fight. Charlotte listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. "I need someone I can trust," she finally said. "Someone with integrity. Someone who does the right thing even when it costs them everything." She leaned forward. "Come work for me, Jacob. Help me find out who betrayed me. And let me give you the second chance you gave me." Jacob stared at her. "You're offering me a job? A real one? Full benefits? Salary that'll let you take care of Grace the way she deserved?" Charlotte's expression softened. "I'm not doing this out of pity. I'm doing it because last night you showed me who you are. And that's exactly who I need on my team. Reese appeared in the doorway again, staring at Charlotte with wide eyes full of hope. Jacob looked at his daughter, then at Charlotte, then at the life he'd been trying so hard to hold together with both hands. Okay, he said. Yes, I'll do it. Charlotte smiled, a real smile this time. Good, because we have a lot of work to do. Jacob's first day at Lancaster and Associates felt like stepping into another universe. The office occupied 2 floors of a glass building downtown. Everything gleamed, polished marble, modern art on the walls, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. People moved through the halls with purpose, their voices confident, their clothes expensive. Jacob felt like an imposter in his department store shirt and borrowed tie. Charlotte met him in the lobby herself. Ignore the look, she said. Half these people wouldn't last a day. Come on. She led him to a conference room where a man in his 50s sat reviewing documents. Salt and pepper hair, sharp eyes, the kind of face that didn't miss anything. This is Richard Flores, my CFO, Charlotte said. Richard, this is Jacob Miller. He's going to help us figure out what happened. Richard looked Jacob up and down. No offense, Miss Lancaster. What exactly are his qualifications? He's someone I trust, Charlotte said firmly. That's more valuable than any degree could be. Over the next 2 hours, they laid it out. Charlotte had been working late at the office 3 nights ago. Her assistant, Derek Anderson, had insisted she take his car since hers was in the shop. She'd driven to a client dinner downtown, and when she came out, the car was gone. Her phone had been in it, her wallet, everything. Derek reported it stolen immediately, Richard said. Very concerned, very helpful. Even offered to let Charlotte stay at his place that night. But you didn't, Jacob said, looking at Charlotte. Something felt off, she admitted. The timing was too convenient. When I checked my credit cards the next morning, someone had tried to use them at 3 different locations. Like they were testing the limits. The accounts got frozen. Jacob leaned back. You think Derek set it up? I think someone did, Charlotte said carefully. And Derek's the obvious choice. But I need proof before I accuse him. He's been with me for 4 years. If I'm wrong, you destroy an innocent person's life. Jacob finished. He knew exactly how it felt. Exactly. Charlotte slid forward across the table. This is everything we have so far. Transaction records, timeline, security footage from the restaurant. I need you to look at it with fresh eyes. Jacob opened the folder, his hands not quite steady. Numbers and documents. He'd been working factory floors for years, not investigating corporate theft. He understood betrayal. He understood the way people smile to your face while sliding a knife between your ribs. I'll do my best, he said. The work consumed him. Jacob spent his days combing through expense reports, cross-referencing receipts, tracking patterns. Charlotte had been in a small office with a computer and told him to dig. What he found made his stomach turn. Derek had been skimming for at least 18 months. Small amounts at first, a few hundred here, 1,000 there, buried in legitimate expenses. But it had escalated. In the last 6 months alone, nearly $80,000 had vanished into ghost vendors and inflated invoices. He needed a robbery, Jacob told Charlotte one evening, spreading printouts across her desk. Look at this. 2 weeks ago, your external auditor scheduled a review. Derek would have known he was about to get caught. Charlotte studied the documents, her jaw tight. So, he stages a robbery. Makes himself look like the helping assistant in the chaos. He planned to disappear, Jacob said. Blame it on whoever stole the car. By the time we pieced it together, we'd be gone. Except I ran into you instead, Charlotte said softly. And you brought me home. And I started asking questions faster than you expected. Richard appeared in the doorway. We have enough for the police? More than enough, Jacob said. Charlotte picked up the phone. Then let's end this. The police arrested Derek the next morning. He'd been planning to leave the country that weekend. They found the tickets on his computer. As they let him out in handcuffs, he looked at Charlotte with such hatred that Jacob instinctively stepped closer to her. You would have lost everything without that homeless guy helping you. Derek spat. You got lucky. No, Charlotte said coldly. I got smart. After Derek was gone, the office felt lighter. People smiled more. Charlotte walked the halls without the weight of the betrayal on her shoulder. And somehow, in the middle of all of it, Jacob had become part of the team. Not just the guy investigating fraud, but an actual employee. People asked his opinion in meetings. They invited him to lunch. Richard clapped him on the shoulder. For the first time in 3 years, Jacob felt like himself again. Daddy, is Charlotte coming to my game? Grace bounced on her toes, her soccer uniform slightly too big, her cleats tied in uneven bows. It was Saturday morning, and the field was packed with parents setting up folding chairs and kids warming up. I don't know, sweetheart, Jacob said, even though Charlotte had promised that she'd try. She's really busy. But she said she wanted to see me play. Charlotte had been spending more time with them. Dinners after work, once or twice a week. She'd helped Grace with a school project. She'd brought coffee to them Sunday mornings and sat at their tiny kitchen table. She'd gone with her. And Jacob was falling apart. Because somewhere between the investigation and the late-night strategy sessions and the way Charlotte laughed at Grace's terrible jokes, he'd started feeling things he had no business feeling. She was his boss. She'd saved his life. And he was just... Jacob. He turned. Charlotte was jogging across the parking lot, dressed in jeans and a sweater, her hair pulled back, looking like the CEO who commanded boardrooms. Grace shrieked and ran. Charlotte scooped her up, spinning her. You came, Grace said. Of course I came. I promised, didn't I? Charlotte set her down and looked at Jacob. Sorry I'm late. Conference call ran long. It's Saturday, Jacob said. Tell that to the clients. She smiled, and something in Jacob's chest twisted. Come on, we want good seats for this. They sat together on the bleachers, Charlotte cheering louder than anyone. Ice cream, Grace's choice, then walked through the park while Grace ran ahead, still buzzing with energy. She's amazing, Charlotte said. You're doing an incredible job with her. I'm trying, Jacob said. Some days are hard to do. I can imagine. Charlotte was gone one day. My mom worked 3 jobs to get. She watched Grace climb a tree, fearless. I built my company because I never wanted to feel that powerless again. But watching you two, I think maybe I've been missing the point. What do you mean? Power doesn't mean anything if you're alone, Charlotte said softly. You have something I've been chasing my whole life. You have family, love, purpose beyond a profit margin. Jacob's heart hammered. Charlotte, look, Grace called. I'm a monkey. moment broke. Charlotte laughed and waited, but when Jacob glanced at her, she was still looking at him, and the air between them felt electric. They were in dangerous territory now, and Jacob had no idea how to step back. Over the next month, the lines blurred completely. Charlotte came to every soccer game. She taught Grace how to braid hair, something Jacob had never mastered. She brought groceries when she visited, fancy things Jacob couldn't afford, and pretended it was no big deal. Grace started drawing pictures of three people again, her, Daddy, and Charlotte. And Jacob was terrified, because he was in love with her. Completely, irreversibly in love. And he had no idea if she felt the same way, or if it was just a charity project that had gotten out of hand. He couldn't risk it. Couldn't risk losing the job that had saved them. Couldn't risk Grace getting attached to someone who might walk away. But every time Charlotte smiled at him, every time her hand brushed his, every time she looked at Grace like she was something precious, Jacob was drowning. He didn't know how to save himself. Before we continue, we need your opinion. What would you do if you were Jacob? Should he risk everything and tell Charlotte? Or is confessing to your boss, who saved your life, a terrible idea that could cost him everything? Drop your thoughts in the comments right now. We want to know what you think Jacob should do. And if you haven't already, please like, share, and subscribe. The breaking point came on a Tuesday. Grace had drawn another picture at school. Her, Jacob, and Charlotte holding hands under a rainbow. She'd written "My Family" across the top in wobbly letters. "Can I give it to Charlotte?" Grace asked at dinner. "I made it special." Jacob stared at the drawing, his throat tight. "Sure, baby. She'll love it." But after Grace went to bed, Jacob sat alone in the dark, that picture on the table in front of him, and realized he couldn't keep doing this. Couldn't keep pretending. Couldn't keep letting Grace build a fantasy that might shatter. He had to tell Charlotte the truth, even if it meant losing everything, even if it meant breaking his daughter's heart. Saturday came with perfect weather. Sunshine, clear skies, the kind of day that made everything feel possible. Grace's team was playing their rivals, and the stands were packed. Charlotte arrived early, carrying a poster she'd made with Grace's jersey number on it. Grace screamed with delight when she saw it. "You made that for me?" "Of course," Charlotte said to her. "Now go out there and show them what you've got." Grace ran onto the field, and Charlotte settled beside Jacob on the bleachers. She was wearing jeans and a blue sweater that matched her eyes, her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked happy, relaxed, more beautiful than Jacob had any right to notice. "She's been talking about this game all week," Charlotte said. "Apparently Tommy Henderson said girls can't play soccer as good as boys, and Grace took that personally." Jacob laughed despite his nerves. "That sounds like her." They watched the game in comfortable silence for a while. Grace was playing forward, darting around defenders with fierce determination. Every time she touched the ball, Charlotte jumped up, cheering. In the second half, Grace scored. A perfect shot to the bottom corner that left the goalkeeper diving too late. Charlotte grabbed Jacob's arm, shaking him. "Did you see that? Oh my God, did you see it?" "I saw it," Jacob said. But he wasn't looking at the field anymore. He was looking at Charlotte, with the pure joy on her face, the way she celebrated Grace's victory like it was her own. And he knew, right then, he couldn't keep this inside anymore. The game ended with Grace's team winning 3-2. Grace ran over, sweaty and triumphant, and Charlotte held her tight. "You were incredible out there." "Did you see my goal, Daddy?" "I saw it, baby. I'm so proud of you. Jacob's voice came out rough. Hey, why don't you go celebrate with your team? Charlotte and I need to talk for a minute. Grace looked between them, suddenly serious. Are you guys okay? We're fine, Charlotte said quickly. Go have fun. We'll get ice cream after. Grace ran off, and Charlotte turned to Jacob. What's wrong? You look like you're about to throw up. I need to tell you something, Jacob said. His hands were shaking. And I need you to let me get through it before you say anything, okay? Charlotte's smile faded. Jacob, you're scaring me. I'm in love with you. He blurted out. The words tumbled over each other, desperate to escape. I know I shouldn't be. I know you're my boss, and you saved my life, and this is probably the most inappropriate thing I could say, but I can't keep pretending. I wake up thinking about you. I go to sleep thinking about you. Grace draws pictures of the three of us like we're a family, and every time she does, my heart breaks a little more, because I want that so badly it hurts. Charlotte stood frozen, her eyes wide. I understand if this changes everything, Jacob continued. I understand if you need me to resign. I'll do whatever you want, I couldn't keep lying. Not to you. You deserve the truth. The silence stretched between them. Parents were packing up around them. Kids were running past. But Jacob's entire world had narrowed to Charlotte's face. Are you done? She finally asked. Jacob nodded, not trusting his voice. Charlotte stepped closer. Good, because I've been waiting 2 months for you to say that. What? Jacob Miller, you are the most frustrating man I've ever met. Her eyes were bright. Do you think I go to every soccer game for just anything? Do you think I spend my Sundays in a tiny apartment drinking bad coffee because I'm being charitable? I thought. You thought wrong, Charlotte said. I've been in love with you since the day you handed me that money at the bus stop. Since the day you looked at me like I was a person who mattered, not a transaction, an opportunity. And every day since then, I've been trying to figure out how to tell you without making things weird at work. Jacob's brain had stopped working. You love me. Yes, you do. Charlotte laughed, and it sounded like crying. I love you. I love Grace. I love the way you make terrible pancakes on Sunday mornings, and how you always put her needs before your own, and how you're kind even when the world has given you every reason not to be. Charlotte, she kissed him, right there on the bleachers with half the soccer parents watching. Charlotte grabbed his face and kissed him like she'd been holding back for months. And maybe she had been. Maybe they both had. Jacob kissed her back, his hands in her hair, his heart hammering so hard he thought it might break through his ribs. She tasted like hope, like second chances, like everything he'd been too afraid to want. When they finally broke apart, Grace was standing 3 feet away, her mouth hanging open. Does this mean Charlotte is my new mom? Charlotte burst out laughing. Jacob buried his face in his hands. How about we start with girlfriend and see how it goes? Charlotte said, pulling Grace into a hug. Can we still get ice cream? Absolutely. 1 month later, Jacob proposed. It wasn't fancy. No restaurant, no elaborate plan. Just the 3 of them in the park where they walked that first day after Grace's game. Grace had picked wildflowers and woven them into a crown for Charlotte. Charlotte put it on, laughing. Jacob realized he couldn't wait another second. He got down on one knee right there in the grass. I don't have a ring yet, he said, and I know this is fast, but I've lost enough time in my life. I don't want to lose anymore. Charlotte Lancaster would be nervous. Charlotte's hands flew to her mouth. Us? Grace nodded seriously. We're a package deal. Then yes, Charlotte said, tears streaming down her face. Yes, married. Both. Grace shrieked and tackled them both, and they collapsed in a heap on the grass, laughing, crying, holding on to each other like they'd never let go. The wedding was small, just close friends and family in Charlotte's backyard. Grace was the flower girl, taking her job very seriously, scattering petals with intense concentration. When Jacob saw Charlotte walking toward him in her simple white dress, her eyes locked on his, he thought about the night at the bus stop, the night he'd given away his last $18 because he couldn't stand to watch someone suffer. He thought he was giving her everything he had. But really, she'd been the one giving him everything. A job, a future, a family, a life worth living. You okay? Charlotte whispered when she reached him. I'm perfect, Jacob said. For the first time in 3 years, he meant it. 6 months later, they were walking through that same park. Jacob, Charlotte, and Grace. The evening sun painted everything gold, and Grace was running ahead, chasing butterflies. Daddy, look. Charlotte, come see. Charlotte squeezed Jacob's hand. She's going to be a scientist, or an explorer, something that involves running everywhere. As long as she's happy, Jacob said. They walked in comfortable silence, watching their daughter discover the world. Jacob thought about everything that had led to this moment. The job loss that had felt like the end. The stranger on the bench who needed help. The choice to give when he had nothing left to give. You know what's funny? Charlotte said. If Derek hadn't set me up, if I hadn't been robbed that night, we never would have met. Don't give him credit for this, Jacob said. I'm not. I'm just saying. Sometimes the worst moments lead to the best things. She leaned her head on his shoulder. Sometimes you find exactly what you need when you stop looking for it. Grace ran back to them, breathless and grinning. Can we get dinner? Pizza, Charlotte suggested. Always pizza, Grace said. They walked towards just a normal family on a normal evening. Nothing special. Everything special. Because sometimes the smallest acts of kindness change everything.
A small roadside diner. Yellow lights glow softly through the foggy windows. A man sits alone at a corner table. His dinner is simple. Soup, bread, nothing more. He stares at the empty chair across from him. Then he sighs. The door opens. Cold wind rushes in. A young woman stands there with a boy. Maybe
Some see heroes.
Zaxby's Giant Wraps, Chicken Bacon Ranch, Asian Sensation, and Buffalo Blue. Who's got the sauce?
Going back to school doesn't mean starting from scratch. At Purdue Global, the learning you have gained through experiences.
The night I came to return my ex's things, I expected a 5-minute exchange, one awkward goodbye, and a clean relief of finally being done. Instead,
Single dad fixed woman's car on way to blind date, not knowing she was the date he dreaded. Before we continue, tell us where in the world you're watching from. We love seeing how far our stories travel. Sophia Laurent stood in front of her floor-to-ceiling window staring at the city lights 20 stories below and seriously contemplated faking food poisoning to get out of this date. Because honestly, the last thing she needed right now was to sit across from some stranger making small talk while her entire company was 3 months away from completely falling apart. Her phone buzzed for the millionth time with another email from the investors, and she wanted to throw the damn thing out the window, except it cost $800 and she was about to be broke. So probably not the best financial decision. Her best friend Mia came bursting through the door without knocking, because that's just what Mia did. Took one look at Sophia's face and shook her head like a disappointed mother. Oh no, you're not backing out. I can see it written all over your face. Sophia turned around in her designer dress that cost more than most people's rent and tried to look innocent. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm totally going. Mia crossed her arms. You've been married to that company for 2 years straight. You need this. You need to remember what it feels like to be a human being instead of a CEO robot. My company is dying, Mia, Sophia said, and hearing the words out loud made them feel way too weak. The investors want an answer by January 15th. We need to expand or they're pulling every penny. And I've got 200 employees who are going to lose their jobs if I screw this up. Mia walked over and grabbed both of Sophia's shoulders, which is exactly why you need one night where you're not thinking about quarterly reports and market projections. One date. If he's awful, you never see him again. If he's great, maybe you get something good in your life for once. Across town in a cramped apartment above an auto repair shop that smelled like motor oil and Christmas cookies, Jake Morrison was having the exact same conversation, except his sister Emma was on FaceTime, and his 6-year-old daughter Lily was physically blocking the door. Daddy, you promised Aunt Emma you'd go, and Morrisons don't break promises. Lily had her hands on her hips doing her best impression of a tiny drill sergeant, and Jake had to bite back a smile because she looked exactly like her mother used to when she was being stubborn about something. I know I promised Pumpkin, but this really isn't a good idea. Jake adjusted his tie for the 5th time, the only tie he owned because he literally never wore ties, and it felt like it was strangling him. Emma's voice came through the phone speaker. Jake, you haven't been on a date in 4 years. Lily wants you to be happy, and I already told this woman you were coming, so you're going. Lily bounced up and down. And I helped Aunt Emma pick her. She's really pretty, and she likes fashion just like me. Jake's head snapped toward the phone. Wait, you let a 6-year-old help pick my date? Emma had the decency to look slightly guilty. She saw the profile and said you'd like her. And honestly, Lily's got better instincts than you do. Jake sighed because arguing with both of them was like arguing with a brick wall. Grabbed his jacket and headed for the door. Fine, one date, but when this is a disaster, I'm blaming both of you. 20 minutes later, Sophia's car made a sound that no car should ever make. Kind of like a dying cat mixed with a garbage disposal, and then just completely gave up on life right there on a dark road 3 miles from the cafe. She sat there in her heels and designer coat, watching snow start to fall, and thought about how this was clearly the universe telling her to go home, except her phone showed 7:05, and she was already late, and Mia would literally never let her hear the end of it if she bailed now. She called WBOA and got the wonderful news that they had a 2-hour wait because apparently everyone's car decided to break down on Christmas Eve. Texted Mia that this was a sign from God and got back an all-caps message that said, no, call an Uber. Don't you dare bail. Sophia was about to do exactly that when headlights appeared behind her and an older pickup truck pulled up. And her first thought was, this is how horror movies start. Woman alone on dark road. But then a guy got out and he looked normal enough. Maybe mid-30s, nice face. And he was walking over with his hands visible like he was trying not to scare her. Ma'am, you okay? Car trouble? His voice was kind, a little rough around the edges, and Sophia felt herself relax just slightly. Yes, it just died. Maybe you were in the race 2 hours. The guy nodded. Mind if I take a look? I'm a mechanic. Might be able to help. Sophia blinked because what were the odds? and watched him pop her hood and lean in with a little flashlight from his keychain. And within about 30 seconds, he figured out what was wrong. Your alternator's shot, but I can patch it enough to get you where you're going. Where you headed? Evergreen Cafe on Maple Street, Sophia said, checking her watch. 7:10 now. So much for making a good first impression. The mechanic straightened up and laughed, and it was such a genuine sound. No kidding, that's where I'm going too. Small world. Sophia felt something flutter in her chest, but ignored it, because this was just a nice stranger helping her out, nothing more. And she definitely wasn't noticing that he had really nice hands, or that his smile made his whole face light up. He worked on her car while snow kept falling, and she watched him, and they talked about nothing important, just easy conversation that felt weirdly natural for two complete strangers on the side of the road. He mentioned he had a daughter. She mentioned she ran a company. Neither of them traded names because it didn't seem important in the moment. 15 minutes later, her car was running, and he was refusing payment and saying Merry Christmas like people actually did that anymore. And Sophia found herself wishing the car had taken just a little bit longer to fix. She followed his taillights to the cafe and pulled into the parking lot right behind him, and they both got out at the same time, and he held the door open for her like an actual gentleman. The cafe was warm and decorated for Christmas with lights and garland and a little tree in the corner. And the owner, Harper, came over with menus. Jake Morrison? The mechanic raised his hand. That's me. Harper smiled. Your date just arrived, Sophia Laurent. And Sophia heard her own name and looked up and saw the mechanic's face and watched him turn and see her, and they both just froze. You're Jake? Sophia's voice came out way higher than normal. You're Sophia? Jake sounded just as shocked. The blind date? They said it at the exact same time, and then both started laughing because this was absolutely insane. They just spent 20 minutes together on the side of the road, and neither of them had any clue they were about to meet each other. Anyway, Harper was grinning like she planned the whole thing. Well, looks like you two have already broken the ice. Your table's ready whenever you are. They sat down across from each other in the corner booth and just stared for a second before Sophia shook her head. So you didn't know it was me when you stopped? Jake ran his hand through his hair. My sister didn't show me a picture. Just said her name's Sophia. Be nice. Don't screw it up. Sophia laughed. Mia didn't show me anything either. Just said you were a good dad and I needed to give this a shot. The absurdity of it hit them both at once. How they'd been heading to the same place. How his help had literally saved their date. And Jake leaned back in the booth. So should we start over then? Sophia felt herself smile for the first time all week. A real smile that wasn't forced for investors or employees. Hi, I'm Sophia. My car broke down on the way to a blind date I didn't want to go. Jake's grin matched hers. Hi, I'm Jake. I stopped to help a stranger, so I'd be late to a blind date I also didn't want to go on. Harper appeared with coffee pot. Can I get you two started? And Sophia and Jake both said coffee at the exact same time, looked at each other, and started laughing again. And maybe, just maybe, this night wasn't going to be a disaster after all. 2 hours disappeared like they were nothing. And Sophia couldn't remember the last time she'd sat somewhere without checking her phone every 5 minutes or thinking about work deadlines. But Jake had this way of making everything else just fade into the background. They talked about everything and nothing. The kind of conversation that flows easy when you're not trying to impress someone. Ridiculous things people brought into his garage thinking they could be fixed with duct tape and prayer. I had a guy last month bring in a transmission held together with zip ties and actual chewing gum, Jake said, and Sophia nearly spit out her coffee. I'm sorry, chewing gum? Like the kind you chew? Jake nodded, completely serious. Big red cinnamon flavor. I could smell it from 10 feet away. Sophia was laughing so hard tears were flowing. What did you tell him? Jake grinned. I told him his buddy was an idiot and sold him a rebuilt transmission at cost because I felt bad for him. Sophia leaned back in the booth, studying him. You do that a lot, don't you? Help people even when it costs you. Jake shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. My dad always said you can either be rich or you can sleep at night. and I'd rather sleep at night. Something in Sophia's chest did this weird twisting thing because she'd spent the last 2 years surrounded by people who'd sell their grandmother for a good quarterly return. And here was this guy who fixed transmissions at cost and stopped for strangers in snowstorms. What about you? Jake asked, flagging Harper down for more coffee refills. What's it like running a fashion company? Sophia felt her smile fade just a little. Honestly, right now it's like watching something you built with your bare hands slowly fall apart and not being able to stop it. Jake's expression shifted, genuine concern replacing the easy humor. That bad? Sophia found herself telling him everything. Stuff she hadn't even told Mia about the investors breathing down her neck and the expansion of suicide. Ready to expand by January 15, will they pull off? Sophia said, staring into her coffee cup like it held answers. And the only location that works is this property on Market Street. But the timeline's so tight, and I just keep thinking, what if I can't pull it off? Jake reached across the table and squeezed her hand, and the contact was so unexpected and warm, Sophia looked up. Hey, you're clearly brilliant and tough as hell. You'll figure it out. His confidence in her, this guy who'd known her for all of 3 hours, made her throat tight. Harper gave a check, and Jake grabbed it before Sophia could react. And when she protested, he just smiled. You can get the next one. Sophia raised an eyebrow. Pretty confident there's going to be a next one. Jake's smile got wider. Well, yeah, I still owe you for the entertainment value of watching your face when you realized I was your date. They walked out into the parking lot where snow was coming down heavier now, covering everything in white, and Sophia's car looked like a frosted cake. That alternator's not going to last the night, Jake said, looking at her car with a mechanic's critical eye. I can fix it properly tomorrow if you want. Shop's closed for Christmas, but I'll be there anyway doing paperwork. Sophia hesitated because accepting felt like crossing some line from blind date into something more real. I don't want to ruin your Christmas, Jake laughed. Trust me, my Christmas is going to be a 6-year-old waking me up at 5 a.m. to open presents and then watching Elf for the millionth time. Fixing your car would actually be a nice break. Can I meet her? The words came out before Sophia could stop them, and Jake's expression shifted to surprise. Lily? You want to meet Lily? Sophia felt her face heat up. I mean, only if that's okay. You mentioned she likes fashion, and that's kind of my whole thing. But if it's too soon or weird, just forget I said anything. Jake was smiling at her in this soft way. Her stomach flipped. Tomorrow afternoon, say around 2, fair warning, she's going to lose her mind when she finds out who you are. The next afternoon, Sophia stood outside her door above Morrison's garage, wearing jeans and a sweater instead of her usual designer armor, holding a bag of art supplies she'd grabbed from an overpriced craft store, more nervous than she'd been for any investor meeting in her life. Jake opened the door, and his whole face lit up when he saw her. And then a tiny tornado in reindeer pajamas came flying past him, screaming at a pitch. Only dogs should be able to hear, Daddy, there's a princess at the door. Lily's eyes were huge, her missing front tooth making her look even more adorable. And Sophia started laughing. Not a princess, sweetheart. I'm Sophia. Lily's jaw literally dropped. You're Sophia Laurent from the magazine. Daddy, she's famous. She grabbed Sophia's hand and dragged her inside before anyone could say another word. And the apartment was small but warm and decorated for Christmas with obvious care. The kind of home that had love baked into every corner. Lily pulled out a shoebox overflowing with drawings, and Sophia sat on the floor in her designer jeans and went through each one, genuinely impressed because this kid had talent, real talent, the kind of eye for proportion and flow that couldn't be taught. These are incredible, Lily. Have you ever tried draping fabric? Lily shook her head, confused, and Sophia grinned. Watch this. She grabbed a bed sheet and showed Lily how to drape it over a chair to create different silhouettes. And within minutes, they were both on the floor, giggling and creating makeshift fashion designs. Jake watched from the kitchen doorway with hot chocolate mugs in his hands and his heart doing things it hadn't done since Sarah died. Because Sophia was sitting on his floor in $100 jeans, teaching his daughter about fashion design and looking more relaxed and happy than she'd looked in any of the put together photos he found when he Googled her last night. "You're good with her," he said, handing Sophia a mug covered in cream. Sophia looked up at him and smiled. "She makes it easy." They spent the afternoon like that, the three of them, and it felt weirdly natural, like they'd been doing this forever. And when Lily climbed into Sophia's lap to show her a particularly complicated dress sketch, Sophia felt something in her chest crack open that she'd kept locked up tight for 2 years. "Are you Daddy's girlfriend?" Lily asked with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer, and Sophia choked on her hot chocolate while Jake turned bright red. "Lily, we just met. You can't just ask people that." Lily looked between them with a 6-year-old's brutal honesty. "But you like her. I can tell you smile different." Jake opened his mouth to deny it, but Sophia was laughing, and Lily kept going. "And Daddy needs someone nice because he's been sad since Mommy died, but he pretends he's not." The room went quiet, and Jake's expression shuddered, and Sophia realized they'd just crashed into territory way deeper than a second date usually went. "I'm gonna go check your car," Jake said, his voice tight, and disappeared downstairs to the garage. Before Sophia could say anything, Lily looked worried. "Did I make Daddy sad?" Sophia pulled her close. "No, baby, you didn't. Your daddy just misses your mommy a lot." Lily nodded, like this made perfect sense. "Aunt Emma says that's why he needs someone new to love, so he can be happy again." And Sophia's heart just absolutely shattered, because this little girl understood way too much. Lily played with Sophia's bracelet, then said casually, "Daddy's worried about the garage." Sophia's attention sharpened. "Why's that, sweetheart?" Lily shrugged. "Some fancy people want to buy our building. Daddy said we might have to move." Sophia felt ice slide down her spine. "What building?" Lily pointed down. "This one, Morrison's Garage. It's on Market Street, the little mall place with the pizza shop and the dry cleaners." Sophia's vision tunneled because she knew that property, knew it intimately, had the acquisition paper sitting on her desk with the address circled in red, and the building they wanted to demolish to put up her flagship store was the garage directly below her feet. The garage Jake owned. The business he built. The dream he promised his dying wife he'd keep alive. And she was the one about to destroy it. Her phone buzzed with a text from Marcus, her business partner. "Board meeting moved to January 10th. Need final decision on Market Street property ASAP." Sophia stared at the message and felt sick because the universe had just handed her an impossible choice. Save her company and destroy the man she was falling for, or save Jake and watch everything she'd built for 10 years crumble into nothing. And there was no world where she got to have both. Sophia made some excuse about a work emergency that sounded fake even to her own ears, and practically ran out of Jake's apartment like the building was on fire. And Lily's confused little face asking, "But we were having so much fun," was going to haunt her nightmares for weeks. She sat in her car with her hands shaking on the steering wheel, pulled out her phone, and texted Marcus 3 words that felt like signing a death warrant. "We can't buy it." Marcus called her immediately, his voice coming through the speakers so loud she had to turn down the volume. "What do you mean we can't buy it? That property is our only option. The investors love the location. The timeline works. Sophia, what the hell is going on?" She pressed her forehead against the steering wheel. "The owner is someone I know. We can't do this to him." The silence on the other end was so heavy she could feel it crushing her chest. "You're tanking our company for a guy you've known for, 48 hours? He's a single father, Marcus. That garage is his whole livelihood, his late wife's dream. I can't just bulldoze it." Marcus's voice went cold in that way it did when he was about to say something she didn't want to hear. "And what about the 200 people who work for us? What about their livelihoods? You gonna look them in the eye and tell them they're unemployed because you caught feelings for some mechanic?" Sophia didn't have an answer for that because he was right, and she hated it. The snow was coming down so hard she could barely see the road. 3 days went by, and Jake's texts kept coming, getting more worried each time. "Hey, haven't heard from you. Everything okay?" Then Lily keeps asking when you're coming back. No pressure, just wanted you to know you're welcome here. Then finally, "If I did something wrong, I'm sorry. Would really like to see you again." Each message felt like a knife twisting because she wanted to answer so badly physically. But what was she supposed to say?
My company wants to destroy your business, and I'm choosing my career over you. On day 4, Emma showed up at Sophia's office unannounced, and the receptionist looked terrified, trying to stop her. But Emma just walked right past like she owned the place. I'm Jake's sister, and we need to talk. Sophia stood up from her desk, professional mask sliding into place. I'm really busy right now. But you should know that Jake hasn't smiled once since Christmas Eve, and that little girl thinks she did something to scare you away. Sophia unfolded the drawing with hands that wouldn't stop shaking, and it showed 3 people holding hands under a Christmas tree, labeled in crayon with Daddy, me, and Sophia, and underneath in Lily's wobbly handwriting, my Christmas wish, please don't leave us. Sophia's vision blurred, and she had to sit down because her legs just gave out, and Emma's voice got softer. I don't know what happened, but Jake hasn't been this happy in 4 years, and Lily thinks you hung the moon. Just think about that. After Emma left, Sophia sat there staring at the drawing and the property acquisition papers side by side on her desk, and something clicked in her brain like puzzle pieces, finally fitting together. She grabbed her phone and called Marcus. What are you talking about? Sophia was already pulling up building plans on her computer. What if we build around it? Mixed-use development, keep Morrison's garage on the ground floor, put our flagship store on the upper levels. The silence on Marcus's end was different this time, thoughtful instead of angry. And that's actually kind of brilliant. Blue collar meets high fashion. It's unique. Investors might eat that up. Sophia felt hope flicker in her chest for the first time in days. And we partner with him. His garage services our customers. Everyone wins. Marcus was already working. She could hear the keyboard clicking. Let me run the numbers. If this works, Sophia, I'm giving you a raise. And also admitting you were right, which I hate doing. 2 days later, Sophia walked into Evergreen Cafe, and her heart nearly stopped because Jake was there with Lily having hot chocolate. And the second Lily spotted her, the kid launched herself across the cafe, screaming Sophia's name. Sophia caught her and held on tight while Lily whispered, I knew you'd come back. And Jake stood up looking guarded in a way that made Sophia want to cry, because she'd done that. She'd made him put those walls back up. Can we talk? Sophia asked, and Jake nodded, told Lily to go sit with Harper for a minute, and they slid into the same booth where they'd had their first date that felt like a lifetime ago. Sophia pulled out a folder with shaking hands. I owe you an explanation and an apology. Jake's jaw was tight. Okay. Sophia took a breath. My company wanted to buy your property, the garage. We were going to demolish it for a flagship store, and I didn't know it was yours until Lily mentioned the address. She watched Jake's face go through about 17 emotions in 3 seconds, ending on something that looked like betrayal mixed with resignation. So you just disappeared? His voice was flat, and it hurt worse than if he'd yelled. I was trying to figure out how to save my company without destroying yours. Sophia slid the folder across the table. Partnership proposal. We build around your garage, mixed-use development. You stay on ground floor. We expand above. 50-50 partners on the whole property. Jake opened the folder like it might explode, read through the proposal with his mechanic's hands as she'd watched fix her car, leaving smudges on the expensive paper. You did this for me. Sophia shook her head. I did this for us. All 3 of us. You keep the garage, honor Sarah's memory. I save my company, and Lily gets what she wished for. Jake looked up and his eyes were wet. You're serious about this? Sophia reached across the table and took his hand. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. 1 year later, they were back in the same booth at Evergreen Cafe on Christmas night, and the mixed-use building was finished and gorgeous. Morrison's garage on the ground floor, with the Laurent and Company flagship store gleaming above it. And they'd been featured in 3 business magazines as the most innovative partnership of the year. Lily was 7 now and bouncing in her seat. This is where you guys met. Well, the second time. The first time was when Mommy Sophia's car was broken. Jake corrected her gently. Just Sophia, baby, remember? But Lily shook her head stubbornly. She said I could call her Mommy Sophia if I wanted, because she's going to marry you. Jake nearly choked on his coffee and looked at Sophia, who was trying not to laugh. Did you now? Sophia shrugged innocently. I may have mentioned that was a possibility. Harper brought over dessert with a candle in it. For my favorite family on the house. Jake pulled a small box out of his pocket and Lily squealed because she already knew what was happening. They'd practiced this morning. Sophia Laurent, you saved my garage, saved my heart, and became the family Lily wished for on Christmas Eve. Will you marry us? Sophia was crying before he even finished, nodding so hard she probably looked ridiculous. Yes, 1,000 times yes. The whole cafe erupted in applause because Harper had definitely told every regular this was happening, and Lily threw her arms around both of them. Now I get a mommy for every Christmas forever. 6 months later, they stood in that same cafe for the wedding reception, small and perfect with just family and friends, and Lily was the flower girl in the dress she designed herself with Sophia's help. Jake pulled Sophia close for the first dance, while Lily took approximately 8 million pictures on a disposable camera. You know what's crazy? Jake whispered against her ear. What? Sophia asked. If your car hadn't broken down, if I hadn't stopped, if we both just bailed on that blind date like we wanted to, none of this happens. Sophia looked up at him and smiled. Guess we should send a thank you card to that alternator. They laughed and kept dancing while snow started falling outside the cafe windows, and Lily pressed her face against the glass, watching the flakes come down. Mommy Sophia, Daddy, it's snowing just like the night you met. And Harper brought over champagne for the adults and sparkling cider for Lily. Raised her glass and said what everyone was thinking. To broken down cars, blind dates you don't want to go on, and Christmas miracles that prove love finds you exactly when you stop looking for it. Sometimes the worst nights turn into the best stories. Sometimes a broken alternator is exactly. What would you like the power to do? Keep asking. Yeah. Yeah. Some schematic stuff. Yeah. We got part of it here, but I think it's a pretty easy fix for us. I think we're a pretty close group, and we play top like that. It's, in our nature, we stand up for each other. But yeah, happy to move on. Keep out the ball. I think just being more early, help, and force him to pick up the ball a lot farther away from the rim. It kind of makes our rotation shorter. So, obviously we're not going to take our attention away from him, but I have to find out workaround. I think just play better. I think as a team we didn't really play that well. They made a lot of shots. A lot of them that we wanted them to shoot. Some of the shots they made were from guys that we wanted them to take those shots, and they made them. But just being able to stop their runs and still get stops and play this. That's not my fault. I mean, I think he does a. I mean, I think he has a conscious effort of trying to do that. I mean, he's obviously super hard on himself, so he probably feels like he needs to get us more involved, but I don't know what he meant by that. I think him being on the court way best for us defensively and offensively. I think him just making the game as simple as possible for himself is gonna help him, but it's gonna help everybody else. I don't think he has to, force any of that just with how big he is. Say it again? I mean, that's been good for us all year. At least just against them, that is crucial that we have those possessions. But I mean, yeah, I think that comes from getting stops first. So I mean, worrying more about that, but trying to play faster just regardless. I don't know if it makes any sense. Yeah. I mean, obviously, he's one of the greatest point guards to come to this league. So, being able to see how he operates and pick his brain first game is definitely going to see, especially coming in as a rookie. And I think a lot of us are really benefiting from that. I mean, maybe. I mean, I feel like I was always a pretty good passer. So, I mean, but being able to see the way he sees things and get reasoning behind why he's looking at certain things.
Look closely. When every line is considered, every detail refined, when design and performance come together as one, C is everything you want. Dell XPS.
You want this so bad, come get that idea.
Mhm. 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 Mhm.
Raising Cane's chicken finger is cooked to perfection. Raising Cane's chicken fingers.
Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms despite treatment? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently. Once they your symptoms try to take control. I got rapid relief and a fat emergency behind Rinvoq. Check.
When my doctor saw damage, check. And I got lasting steroid removal. Check.
Rapid symptom relief.
Visible repair and lasting steroid free. Check, check, and check.
Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, and don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.